India Gathbandhan to restore statehood to Jammu and Kashmir as soon as possible. We had expected that this would be done prior to the elections. We are hoping that statehood would be restored as soon as possible and the rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, democratic rights, will be restored to them. A priority for us that the people of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh get their democratic rights back.
जो अलायंस है वो ऑन ट्रैक है और इंशाल्लाह ये बिल्कुल अच्छी तरह से अलायंस चलेगी।
सीट्स का क्या हुआ है?
सीट्स का भी बहुत अच्छा अरेंजमेंट
फाइनल हुआ अलायंस आपने?
जी हाँ, फाइनल हो गया है। आज शाम को उस पर दस्तखत हो जाएंगे और ये सब आपके सामने आ जाएगा।
सर, ये पूरे 90 सीट्स पे
ये पूरे 90 सीट्स
पे अलायंस।
And looking at some other news now, well, disproportionate assets case being probed by the Lokayukta against Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar. This, of course, after the Karnataka government withdrew consent from the CBI, but agency heat only mounting as far as the Congress government is concerned. This comes just a couple of days after the Karnataka governor gave his nod to prosecute Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in a separate case. That was a Muda scam, the alleged Muda scam, and now this is a disproportionate assets case. The allegation is that D.K. Shivkumar amassed disproportionate assets worth 75 crore rupees. So the Lokayukta, or the anti-corruption agency in the state, is investigating this particular case. In other news now, a biker was killed after a car that allegedly chased him on the streets of Bengaluru rammed his motorcycle from the back yesterday night. The police say the incident occurred after an argument between the two. The biker and the car driver escalated into road rage. That CCTV footage actually shows the car on the tail of the motorcycle zooming through a city street. So pretty horrendous there, and a biker has been killed in this accident. In other news now, at least 17 people have died and 40 injured after an explosion in Andhra Pradesh's Anakpalli. Well, the explosion took place in the special economic zone. The explosion occurred at a pharma firm's plant in the special economic zone. The injured have been shifted to a local hospital there, and the local administration says the incident happened not because of a reactor blast. So the exact cause of the accident is yet to be ascertained, but there you can see visuals of the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh actually taking stock of the situation and meeting the victims at the local hospital as well. Listen to what the police had to say.
DG Fire Safety and also an expert who is going to be part of this team, Mr. Pratap Reddy Garu. What is this? This is a wake-up call for sure, because we are talking about the biggest number of deaths in many years in an accident here in the SEZ.
It's definitely a very, very tragic incident involving large amount of human loss in the state in the recent times. We are taking it very, very seriously. We are going into each and every aspect of the incident, find out the root causes and address them. Mr. Subbarao Jetty is from Jain Pharma City, which is also closely located. Normally small incidents keep happening also there, and we want to see that these kind of tragedies are not repeated.
All right, a senior colleague Uma Sudhir is now joining us live on the phone line. So Uma, what exactly happened? Because this is certainly, as you put it, a wake-up call for the local administration, but what reports seem to suggest is that workers were at the factory trying to stop the leak when this reactor blast took place. Has the exact cause of the accident been ascertained?
Vedant, there were at least about 50 people in the very place where this accident in fact happened. Otherwise, the unit has about 381 people that it employs. It's a 5-year-old unit, and it makes both intermediary chemicals as well as the active pharmaceutical ingredients. And this is a firm where a chemical called MTBI is the chemical that we are talking about, and that had leaked and it had fallen on some electrical wiring there, and subsequently that's what led to the vaporization of the solvent itself, and that solvent's flash point is said to be minus 18 degrees. While all that sounds very technical, what I must say is that it vaporizes at that temperature and can get inflamed at that temperature, and a leakage in the tube there that is what has caused the accident. And subsequently, of course, it blew over because there was a reactor in the same place with the fire starting. The reactor also burst and led to this huge human loss of life. What we also understand is that the first floor of this 4-story building, in fact, the floor collapsed, because of which people who were there, the workers who were in the ground floor, they also got buried under the debris, causing this huge numbers of loss. Three significant things that I must point out. One, that the Deputy Chief Minister has also said that there have been several accidents that are taking place at the frequency of almost 1 every 2 to 3 weeks, and that's a matter of big concern for the government, and therefore safety audits is something that they want to bring in certainly. This has to be balanced with what the Chief Minister and the administration also is describing as that push for industry and jobs, which the Andhra Pradesh government has been talking about, but also along with stringent safety measures that they want to bring in. So one will be about fixing of responsibility in this particular mishap, about whether there were any engineering lapses, because the Anakapalli MP, CM Ramesh, who we spoke to, called this as a human error and not really a failure in safety otherwise. So therefore, that is something that will have to be fixed through a probe. Second part is, of course, the victims themselves, a huge amount of loss of life, and at least 40 of them grievously injured, and the government has announced 1 crore rupees to the families of the dead and 50 lakh rupees to those who have been grievously injured. The third part of it is about the road forward, saying that we will be putting in place these safety guidelines for industries, so that all of them will undergo a safety audit, after which measures will be taken through a monitoring body, which will then determine what kind of, how frequently this needs to be monitored. Will it be, with a frequency of every month, every week, will they be having to give their reports? So while trying to ensure that there is ease of doing business in the pharma units in Andhra Pradesh, they want to ensure that safety is not compromised at all. Just to give you some perspective, Achutapuram SEZ is one of the 2 pharma SEZs in North Andhra Pradesh, and it's an engine of growth not just for Andhra Pradesh but for the country as well, especially post-COVID, when we are talking about making API in India. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Uma is reporting, one of the worst such blasts in Andhra Pradesh in terms of the number of casualties that have been reported. At least 17 people have died in this pharma factory blast. But looking at some other news now, well, the UP government's latest diktat to government employees in the state. Well, the UP government has asked government employees to disclose details about their properties, both movable as well as immovable assets, or face action as far as the government is concerned. In fact, the government has said that many of them who fail to declare these details would lose their salary as well. In fact, the Yogi government has set an August 31 deadline as well, and thousands of government staff would be impacted. In fact, 18 lakh to be precise is the number of government employees that could be impacted. Remember, only 26% employees have declared their property details. The employees have been asked to upload their details about their properties on the UP government portal, and this, as I said, includes details of movable as well as immovable property, and the order is applicable to all category staff. Now remember, it was just last year when the UP government had also come up with a similar diktat, saying that if the employees do not declare the details of their property, they might lose chances of promotion as well. But listen to all the reactions that have come in.
क्या ये जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति, अब करप्शन के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस नीति का एक स्टेप है ये?
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश की जो हमारी योगी सरकार है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमेशा हमने उत्तर प्रदेश की व्यवस्थाओं को पारदर्शी तरीके से सुचारू रूप से आगे बढ़ाने के नियत के साथ काम किया है। साफ नियत के साथ सही दिशा में विकास, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है, और निश्चित तौर पे हमारी योगी सरकार पूरी ईमानदारी से अपने जो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, जो उसके कर्तव्य है, उस कर्तव्यों का पालन कर रही है। और जो भी ये दिशा निर्देश हैं या जो भी आदेश होता है, ये उसी क्रम में उन चीज़ों को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, पारदर्शी व्यवस्थाओं को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, समाज का सरकार के प्रति विश्वास और मजबूत बनाने के लिए हम काम करते हैं।
हमने लेकिन देखा कि 2023 में ये ऑर्डर आया था, फिर उसके बाद दिसंबर 31 का टाइम दिया गया, फिर जून का, फिर जुलाई का, और अब ये फिर वापस अगस्त का भी टाइम मिला है, और अगस्त में जाके फिर ये बोला गया कि सैलरी रोकी जाएगी। तो क्या फिर से एक्सटेंशन हो सकता है, क्योंकि पहले भी कई बार हम देख रहे हैं एक्सटेंशन होते आया है इस चीज़ का?
लेकिन इन तमाम चीज़ों के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी स्वयं इन सब की चीज़ों की मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं, और जो भी फर्दर अपडेट्स होगा आपको माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के कार्यालय से इन सब चीज़ों को अवगत कराया जाएगा।
All right, my colleague Tanish Punjabi is now joining us live from Lucknow. So Tanish, as you rightly asked, there has been a sort of a zero tolerance policy as far as disclosure of property details are concerned. You know, last year, in fact, the UP government had asked various employees to reveal or divulge details about their properties or, you know, lose their chances of promotion. But what exactly is the strategy behind this thinking? Because the number is strikingly low, just 26% of employees who have divulged these details.
Well, Vedant, you know, this directive, of course, comes as an ultimatum because, as you rightly said, this order was initially passed last year, around same time in August 2023. At that point of time, the deadline was given of 31st December and they were asked to disclose their movable and immovable assets in order for the promotion to be entertained. But of course, a lot of people didn't do that, and then the deadline was again extended till June, and then again in July, it was extended till July. But in total, around 26% of employees disclose their movable and immovable assets. There are around 1.8 million government employees in Uttar Pradesh. Around 18 lakh people are government employees in Uttar Pradesh. So around 13 to 14 lakh people are still remaining to disclose their movable and immovable properties according to the UP government's directive. Now this latest directive saying that if it is not disclosed by 31st of August, then the salary of the month of August will be withheld. This of course comes as an ultimatum to all the employees. Yes.
All right, Tanish, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So the UP government's ultimatum, as Tanish says, to government employees there. And well, that's all the time that we have on the show, but news continues on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. Also, after the Supreme Court hearing today on the Kolkata rape and murder, several resident doctor associations have called off their strike. More details on that coming up. Let's take a look at the headlines. AIIMS and RML doctors in Delhi have ended their strike after the appeal by the Supreme Court today. The Supreme Court did say no coercive action against protesting doctors. States should not stop peaceful protests. The Supreme Court also said that they are concerned about the doctors' safety and want it institutionalized. This was on the second day of the hearing on the Kolkata rape and murder of a junior doctor. The Supreme Court also had some tough questions for the West Bengal government over the handling of the entire case of the rape and murder of the Kolkata doctor. It said the Bengal affidavit does not explain the delay in filing of the FIR. The Chief Justice also said, do not politicize this case. The law is taking its course. The Bombay High Court today made strong observations as it took up the sexual assault of two kindergarten children last week in a school in Badlapur in Thane. The High Court asked why no action was taken against the school and pulled up the police for its shoddy handling of the case. In Bengaluru, a biker was killed after a car that allegedly chased him on the streets rammed his motorcycle from the back. This took place on Wednesday night. The police say the incident took place after an argument between the two escalated into road rage.
UP government's diktat to its government staff. The Yogi government has told its staff that declare property or lose your salary. The deadline for declaring property is August 31st and nearly 18 lakh UP government staff will be impacted. The Congress and National Conference meet on seat sharing as Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are in Srinagar today. Farooq Abdullah confirms the alliance will be on all 90 seats. Rahul Gandhi says democratic rights must be restored in Jammu and Kashmir. And after the bilateral in Warsaw, the Prime Minister recounts Poland's help to India. He says Poland helped India in evacuating students amid the war and that Ukraine and West Asia conflicts are concerning. The Prime Minister will leave later today for Kyiv. Our top story now, and resident doctors at Delhi's AIIMS as well as RML Hospital have called off the nearly 2-week-long strike and protest over the rape and murder of a colleague resident doctor in Kolkata. This is after an appeal. This was at the RG Kaur Hospital earlier this month. Now, in a statement issued today, the Residents Doctors Association said they have done so after receiving assurances from the Supreme Court, which called on medical professionals across the country to please trust us and return to their duties. In fact, the Supreme Court also said that no coercive action will be taken against the protesting doctors. Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu, and Tanishq also joins us for more from Lucknow. And Sunil, first to you. Today, the Supreme Court once again appealing to doctors to return to work, also assuring them on their safety. Give us more details of what took place in the court today.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, the Chief Justice of India and his bench reassuring, resident doctors and all other doctors for that matter, saying that, we will ensure their safety, no coercive action, no victimization, asking the state health secretaries as well as the health secretary of union government to speak with the DGPs as well as the chief secretaries to ensure their safety at various government institutions. Having said that, the Chief Justice of India made it clear that resident doctors and other doctors who have been on strike must resume their duty because the poorest of the poor who have got medical operations and other various other investigations to be done have been held, and it puts them back by not days but even years. And it's in that context that the Chief Justice of India said that now is that we have taken suo motu cognizance and taken charge of the entire matter, and we are there to ensure fast and safety, speedy justice to this entire investigation. We would urge doctors to resume duty, and the National Task Force will look into all the aspects, even resident doctors and all other various stakeholders who are involved in the health sector in terms of their security and various other measures that have been pointed out.
That's right. And Sunil, also some tough words for the Bengal government, the police over the handling of the case. Tell us what happens now.
Well, two important points, as you rightly said, tough words and extremely, rare to see Justice Pardewala say that in my 30 years, I have not seen an incident that has taken place in the manner in which the police have handled this entire case. There have been a lot of high-handedness and ham-handed the way the Kolkata police have looked at it. The FIR has been lodged much later after the cremation. Why was that? Even though there was an unnatural death reported, a post-mortem done, how has that been done? The Criminal Procedure Code has been taken. So all those questions being asked, counsel for Kolkata Police, Mr. Kapil Sibal, trying to explain the various procedures of why they didn't file it. The victim's father said that he would want time later on, and that is why they kept holding it back. But all those points, having said that, there was also a mini political tussle with the Solicitor General raising the issue about the fact that, people saying that if you speak against our leader, we'll cut up your hands, which prompted a retort from Sibal, who represents the West Bengal government as well as the police, to say that, this leader of opposition is accusing of acid bombs and, putting bullets etc. on this entire case, which actually prompted no less than the Chief Justice of India to say, please don't politicize the matter, seeking calm and everybody to be cautious, and most importantly saying that we are for a speedy trial and finding, early, investigation into who was responsible for these incidents.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with those details of what happened in the Supreme Court. But on the issue of doctors returning to work, we do know that RML and AIIMS doctors have said they will return after the Supreme Court appeal. Let's go across to Tanish now for more. And Tanish, what has been decided there in UP? Because doctors there have also been striking in solidarity, with what happened in Kolkata.
Well, Gargi, the UP RDA is going to meet today at around 9 p.m. and then they will decide whether or not they should continue the strike, they should continue the protest, or whether they should end it. You know, the first time when FODA called up the strike, deliberations were held. UP RDA consulted with all RDAs of all the colleges, and all of them said that they do not want to end the strike and they want to continue the strike, particularly because of the reason that they do not want to lose momentum of this movement, and also that FODA did not consult them while calling of the strike. So these were the main reasons why RDAs decided to continue the protest. Now, after the first Supreme Court hearing, where strong remarks were made by the Supreme Court, then again, opinions of all the RDAs of all the medical colleges were taken by UP RDA, and different options were kept in front of them, whether or not to call off the strike, whether we should continue the protest, or we should resume our services with wearing a black band on our shoulders. So these were the three options that were kept in front of all the RDAs, and all of them collectively decided that the protest will continue and they will continue the strike. But again, now after today's Supreme Court's hearing, again a meeting has been called of UP RDA at around 9 p.m. after which opinions of all the RDAs of all the medical colleges will be taken into account, and then a final decision or conclusion will be given. Yes.
All right, so that decision in Lucknow by this evening. Thanks so much, Tanishq, for joining us. With those details, we're also now joined on the phone line by Dr. Kumari Archana, Senior Resident, Department of Neurology, RML Hospital in Delhi. Thank you so much for joining us. Ma'am, your comments on the developments, and now RML and AIIMS doctors have decided to call off the strike. So really reassured by the words of the Supreme Court?
First, I would like to correct that we are not calling off the strike. We are just withholding the strike, because yes, the Supreme Court, thanks to Supreme Court and the judiciary in this country, that they have acknowledged all our problems, and they have assured us, because they have made a national task force also, and our concern was that no resident was there in the national task force. But they have assured that residents will also be included in the national task force. And since CBI has also been given this case earlier, and so we believe in CBI also. And the court has also, gone harsh on the West Bengal government, and it has also scolded the police out there. So we believe in the court, we believe in the Supreme Court, and because the court has requested doctors to resume their work, and we are also sensitive towards the health care of our patients. So we unanimously decided that, yes, we will resume the work, but we will be observing if any point of time we find that the justice promised to us is not served, then we again will go to strike, and that will be in much severe form than this time. Like all the emergency services also will be closed at that time. So it's not a call off, it's just a withhold.
All right, so that too is a positive development. The Supreme Court asking all of you to return to work. So you're saying, but the protest in a sense continuing even now. With what the Supreme Court has announced, the setting up of the task force and looking at all these grievances, looking at the safety issues in hospitals, that is something that has helped the doctors. It's reassured you, and also what more is wanted? Of course, justice for the doctor who was killed, that case should be handled properly. But what more in terms of doctor safety is it that you're looking for?
Yeah, actually, our demand was for the Central Protection Act. So that directly they have not given, but in form of national task force. So national task force will give their opinions, and then I think they will come with some new, central health protection type of assurance will be there. And we would like to also tell that we continue to give support to our, West Bengal people and our Arjikar, soldiers. So we are with them, and we will be continuing our protest after our duties in some other form, like gathering and doing marches, etc. But we will be continuing the duties. But still, symbolically, we will be with them, and for that, we'll gather now and then, and we will show our support.
All right. Thank you so much. That was Dr. Kumari Archana from the RML hospital speaking to us, saying, yes, we are going to return to work, but in a sense, the strike continues, the protest continues, and that they will keep a watch on what is finally delivered to the doctors that they have been protesting, asking for justice in this case and better safety for doctors. Well, if we talk about what took place in the Supreme Court today in this hearing, this was the second hearing that took place, and the CBI and the West Bengal government submitting their status report on the case. However, the Supreme Court had some tough words for the Bengal government, also saying that you shouldn't act on the peaceful protesters, that striking doctors must resume work, and Bengal not following criminal procedure code. As the Supreme Court went into detail, looked at the case diary as to how this entire case was handled that took place 13 days ago, where a junior doctor was raped and murdered in the RG Kaur hospital in Kolkata. The Supreme Court saying never seen such a case. Many questions unanswered, especially about the delay in filing of the FIR. The Bengal government on its part said the centre is attempting to muddy waters. The Supreme Court saying West Bengal government unable to, however, clarify delay in registering of case, can't accept Bengal government's explanation. And so questioning the procedure that was followed and irregularities in the diary entry. The hearing in the case now will take place on the 5th of September.
And now the record reveals the report which we have in our hand, that UD was registered after the inquest Panchanama, after the post-mortem. You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the criminal procedure code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure which has been followed by your police, police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across in 30 years of my...
I know.
Let them investigate. This has been inserted later in point of time.
No. Page 4.
Yes, prima facie appears.
This doesn't justify registration of your FIR. At 11:30 at night, body was recovered in soon after 9:30. What is the reason? I mean, now we've already highlighted that. We needn't go over it all over again. What is the reason why the FIR is lodged almost 14 hours after the discovery
because
of...
we are.
Meanwhile, there was a protest in Kolkata by the BJP marching through the streets, and there you can see the barricades as well being broken down, being pushed aside by those protesters over the rape and murder case that has taken place, asking for justice and demanding the resignation of the chief minister as well. So the BJP there holding the protest. Several leaders were even taken away after this protest. However, some sat on a dharna as well, demanding justice in this entire matter, and asking for West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to step down over its handling of the Kolkata rape and murder case.
Ma'am, what is the main agenda of yours from the protest today?
And only agenda, we want resignation of Mamata Banerjee. He needs to resign.
And other than this, ma'am, we understand there's a lot of politics as well that is going on with respect to the case as well. How do you feel about the politicization of this case?
There is no politicization. We want justice. We want justice for Abhaya. We want justice for the men and women of Bengal. And we don't think that there is any law and order over here. Law and order has broken down. There is complete lawlessness, and that is being said by Honorable Supreme Court.
Ma'am, you mentioned the Supreme Court hearing. What is your response to that, and what is the expectation as well from the hearing?
See, we expect that CBI is going to give us justice, deliver justice. But again, the way Honorable Supreme Court has been saying today, his observation that evidence has been tampered and the original crime scene is not actually the crime scene which we have been shown, the public has been shown. Probably it's the room which has been, broken down by PWD. So if this is the case, then where is the evidence? How will CBI give justice? It's difficult. But still we have hope against hope. And we want Mamata Banerjee should resign.
It is shameful on the part of the state of West Bengal, the police and the health department and the Chief Minister's department, overall, Home Department, that they have failed to save that girl. And for all these years, they have been failing to save the girls of West Bengal.
All right, an update coming in now from Lucknow. Let's go across to Tanishq for more. And Tanishq, the UP RDA has called for an urgent meeting now. So not this evening, but now they will decide on, the future of the strike.
Yes, of course. The meeting was supposed to, as we were just speaking few minutes back, the meeting was supposed to be held at around 9 p.m. But now the UP RDA has called for an urgent meeting with RDAs of different colleges across Uttar Pradesh. So there are many in around 67 around 67 districts RDAs will be joining the meeting, and of course will be giving their views whether they want to continue the strike, whether they want to end the strike, whether they want to pause the strike for now, and of course after that a decision will they will come on a decision, a final conclusion whether or not to continue the strike. Yes.
All right, Tanishq, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So that that meeting by the RDA called urgently right now. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side, including the Prime Minister's visit to Poland. He will leave for Ukraine later today.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Ministry of External Affairs India posted on X, energizing India-Poland ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held constructive discussions with Prime Minister Donald Tusk of Poland today. Leaders also exchanged views on regional and global issues of mutual concern.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Welcome back. Now, the latest on the Prime Minister's visit to Poland, and Prime Minister Modi today kicked off day 2 of his Poland visit with a bilateral meeting with Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk. In the first such visit in more than 45 years, Tusk hosted the Prime Minister and his high-level delegation for talks. In fact, Prime Minister then speaking post the bilateral meeting also spoke for the second time. He mentioned not an era of war message. So it echoed once again in his joint statement. The Prime Minister underscored the need for dialogue and diplomacy to restore disputes between nations, describing Russia's war on Ukraine and military tension between Iran and Israel in West Asia as a matter of great concern for everyone. He leaves later today for Ukraine. In his joint statement, the Prime Minister also thanked Poland for helping evacuate Indian students stranded in Ukraine after the war broke out in February 2022. He also pitched for increased and improved trade and strategic ties with the European nation.
आपने 2022 में यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में फंसे हुए भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स को निकालने के लिए जो उदारता दिखाई, उसे हम भारतवासी कभी नहीं भूल सकते। फ्रेंड, इस वर्ष हमने अपने राजनयिक संबंधों की 70वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। इस अवसर पर हमने संबंधों को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में परिवर्तित करने का निर्णय लिया है।
Question is, can India play the role of a mediator? India does have political capital both in Moscow and in Kyiv. The fact that you've got the Prime Minister coming over here, the fact that you've got likely the External Affairs Minister and the National Security Advisor also coming is an indicator of how important India is using this or sees this visit. It's not just a display of familiarity or of friendship. It's one where India wants to play a role. The question is, what will Ukraine accept? What does Ukraine have in mind? And what does India have in mind? Will it make any difference to a war which is now stretched on for more than 900 odd days? It's going to be a brief visit of the Prime Minister when he does get over here. Remember, airspace over Ukraine is closed. He's likely to be traveling on a train as he comes across. And it's going to be a visit about 8 to 10 hours as we understand it. Will there be a joint statement which comes in? That's something that needs to be looked at very, very closely indeed. But the real hope, and there is a sense of anticipation here, is that India, representing the voice of the global south and as the largest democracy in the world, might actually have out-of-the-box solutions to put on offer. The fact that the Prime Minister has once again reiterated our position that the territorial sanctity of states needs to be protected, that there needs to be, this is not an era of war, that there needs to be a negotiated settlement, affirms what India has been saying, because this is a war where we've seen the loss of tens of thousands of lives in the Russian side, in the Ukrainian side. It's a war which has had a profound economic impact on Europe, and the uncertainty that we've seen as a result of it clearly has to end sooner than later.
All right, moving on to other news, and today Chandrababu Naidu visited the victims of the SEZ Pharma blast that took place, in which 17 people had died. There you can see the Chief Minister visiting those who were injured, and 17 people died in this. He expressed grief over this accident. NDTV's Uma Sudhir spoke with the Chief Minister.
One of the worst industrial disasters. I have with me Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, Chief Minister. Sir, you have just visited all the hospitals, met with the families of the victims as well. Many of them seem to be in the age group who are the source of livelihood for their families.
A very sad incident. By hearing this, we are shocked, very unfortunate. Today morning, straight away I went to console the victims. First, those who are all in hospitals. I went there. Then again I went to another hospital where dead bodies are there, post-mortem. By seeing them, unbearable suffering. very pathetic condition. Then I came here. I have seen the factory. There are so many issues we have to analyze. First of all, I want to console and also I want to give some relief to the families. I cannot get back lives, but I have to rescue their families. That we are doing. That's why we declared first time 1 crore compensation for the deceased, 50 lakhs seriously injured, and 25 lakhs light injured people. We have given money. Now, second issue, immediately I constituted a committee to go through complete details. All omissions, commissions, lapses, everything I want to analyze. We are having a problem of legacy problems also for the last 5 years. 5 years, 119 this type of incidents in Visakhapatnam. 120 members died. Previous government, by constituting a committee, they gave recommendations, no action has been taken. Now I have to streamline total administration and fix accountability. And at the same time, I have to sensitize all industrialists, especially red category industries. I have to take more precautions.
SEZ, of course, sir, is a growth engine and economic driver, not just for Andhra Pradesh, but for the country itself. Is safety audit and those kind of regulations a challenge? About prioritizing industry and getting jobs to the state. At the same time, when you ask for safety audit and safety regulations, become a challenge to a balancing act because industry seems to get scared away.
No, I want to discuss with everybody. We want investment. As on yesterday, we will talk about ease of doing business. Now we have speed of doing business. That is the issue now. At the same time, safety is important. How to do collectively. More responsibility by industry and also government. We want to regulate and at the same time, we should not harass. Industry should not feel that this government is harassing. That is where, as a balance, I have to act.
Final question. So you have spoken about upskilling and skill census as well. In your industries here, huge number of migrant labor come and work. Upskilling for your own people also must be a challenge because these are very sensitive chemicals and you need in-depth knowledge to be able to handle. Is that something that you're looking at because this area has huge potential?
No, what I'm saying, all industries, they need some skills. Every industry should have SOP, standard operation procedures. And at the same time, to supervise that, close monitoring, they have to watch carefully. Every person has to follow SOP, then only it is possible. If they should have done in this industry, this type of loss should not have come. I am confident on that.
You spoke about fixing responsibility.
Yeah, even company has to fix responsibility among their functionaries. Supervisory, everything, reporting and watching. Now technologies are coming. Use technology. Like there's so many things. By using all these things, you can control very clearly this type of incidents.
You mentioned the last 5 years, has the numbers actually gone up steeply in the number of accidents?
More than double. Everywhere systems have been destroyed. Some of the systems are defunct. They have done otherwise. All these things, legacy problems. For the last 70 days, 80 days, I'm streamlining everything. It takes more time. I am analyzing. Even this incident, I have analyzed. Now I am constituting a committee within 3 months' time. Here there is no trauma center. So many industries are coming. How to do it, we'll work it out.
Thank you so much, sir. So the Chief Minister is saying that they are going to be taking safety very seriously, even as they welcome industry and trying to create jobs in the state. With camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
All right, so that exclusive interview with Chandrababu Naidu after he met with the workers who had suffered injuries, as you can see, grievous injuries, a very shaken Chandrababu Naidu who said it's unbearable suffering. He also blamed legacy in this worst industrial disaster that has taken place in Andhra Pradesh, in which 17 people have died. He said he wanted to console and support the families. He, speaking about Andhra Pradesh, he said, we want investment, but we also have to ensure safety. We don't want to scare away industry. He said that last 5 years, a lot of accidents and the system has been destroyed. So in that exclusive interview with Chandrababu Naidu, him expressing his grief over this accident, over the number of people who've died and have been injured, saying that Andhra Pradesh is going to look very closely at this, at safety in industry, but at the same time, they don't want to scare away those who want to invest in the state. All right, let's now go across to Poland, where the Prime Minister is visiting the War Memorial. The Prime Minister is on this 2-day visit to Poland. He arrived in Warsaw yesterday and will be leaving later for Ukraine. Earlier, this is the memorial for the unknown soldier in Warsaw. The Prime Minister earlier held bilateral talks with the Polish Prime Minister, where they spoke about the two countries and the relationship, and he also once again echoed his previous statement about not a time for war. Let's just take a look at this Prime Minister being tribute there. All right, the Prime Minister there paying tribute at the tomb of the unknown soldier there in Warsaw. Earlier today, as we said, there was the bilateral meeting and then the statement by Prime Minister Modi and Polish Prime Minister Tusk, where they spoke about the relationship between the two countries and pitched for increased and improved trade and strategic ties between both countries. The Prime Minister will now leave for Ukraine. Well, let's now go across to news now from Karnataka, where the BJP held a protest today asking for the Chief Minister Siddaramaia's resignation. This is after the governor had given a nod for the Chief Minister to be investigated for a probe into the Muda scam, that is the land scam in Mysuru, in which the Chief Minister's wife is said to be implicated. Now, the Congress, however, hit back, saying that this is hypocrisy by the BJP, that earlier the governor had also given prosecution nod against BJP leader and former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Yediyurappa.
It is a fight against the corruption. It is a fight against it. It is a fight for justice. Impressing upon this Congress party, urging upon this Congress party to take action against this Congress Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, immediately ensure he has been dismissed.
Last time when Yediyurappa ji was given the governor's sanction for prosecution, BJP stages anti-governor protest in Karnataka. They called for a Karnataka Bandh when they were in power.
Let's go across to Pratibha now for more. And Pratibha, the BJP turning the heat up on the Chief Minister, demanding his resignation, in fact saying they're going to continue with these protests till he resigns.
Well, that's right. The BJP has been staging these protests on two different grounds. One is condemning the actions as well as the statements of several Congress leaders against the governor. Remember, the Congress had staged protests earlier against the governor's decision to offer permission for prosecution against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. And the second point is demanding the resignation of Siddaramaiah, because the BJP leaders claim that these are grave allegations, and when there is permission for prosecution that has already been given by the governor, it becomes mandatory for the Chief Minister to submit his resignation. In the meantime, the day was full of events as far as the Congress government is concerned, because there was already a cabinet meeting that was done where they did take up a resolution and decided that they would be looking at providing more documents, aiding as well as providing advice to the governor in terms of the earlier cases where request for permission for prosecution was already done and was lying with the governor's office. They've said that there are 4 leaders, 3 BJP leaders and 1 JDS leader that is still lying with the governor, and that would be followed up by the Congress government. Right as we speak, the Congress legislature party meeting is underway. This is also seen as a show of strength, which has already been condemned by the BJP, claiming that this is nothing but a gimmick of sorts. But in the meantime, the CLP meeting is extremely important, because this is not just a show of strength, but also a meeting that will decide a strategy for Siddaramaiah, because he is headed to Delhi tomorrow to meet with the High Command there. With the Muda scam as well as the BJP heat that is being faced by the Congress government, all eyes are on the kind of strategy that will be implemented by Siddaramaiah now. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, and staying with news from Bengaluru, now a case of alleged road rage. A biker was killed after a car that allegedly chased him on the streets of Bengaluru, then rammed his motorcycle from the back, and it's been caught on CCTV, as you can see. Pratibha, a terrible case. They give us more details.
Well, it happened late last night, and this happened at Bengaluru's Vidyaranyapura police limits. And it started off with a minor incident where the biker did touch the car, and this enraged the person who was driving the car. There were heated arguments that were exchanged between the two parties. But soon after that, the car began to chase the biker. The biker wasn't just alone, but he had 2 pillion riders. And on the way, he did drop them, but he was trying to go through the narrow roads to escape the car that was chasing him, but instead went and rammed against a compound wall. And that was the time when the car also touched the scooter, and this led to a fatal accident for the biker there, who succumbed to head injury. And soon after that, a case was taken up, a murder case, that the driver of the car as well as another person seated inside the car have been charged with. Both of them have been arrested now. What is also surprising is that this comes close on the heels of another road rage incident that was witnessed in Bengaluru, where similarly it was an argument that ensued between a biker and a family inside the car. It all happened with the car not turning on its indicator while taking a left turn, and that enraged the biker because he was almost going to meet with an accident. And that enraged biker immediately took another weapon of sorts, a rod of sorts, and tried to break the windshield of the car. And this was captured on the mobile phone of the family, and this video also went viral. So increasing number of cases of road rage that is being witnessed in Bengaluru. Bengaluru is already infamous for its traffic, and now we are seeing these type of cases of road rage that are also kind of increasing here. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Pratibha, for joining us with all those details. News from Uttar Pradesh now, where the UP government, in a diktat to all the government staff, has asked them to declare their property by the end of the month or lose their salary for the month of August. The Yogi government has set 31st of August as the deadline for the government staff to declare their property. Nearly 18 lakh UP government staff will be impacted, and the government has said that this is for more transparency in governance.
क्या ये जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति, अब करप्शन के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस नीति का एक स्टेप है ये?
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश की जो हमारी योगी सरकार है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमेशा हमने उत्तर प्रदेश की व्यवस्थाओं को पारदर्शी तरीके से सुचारू रूप से आगे बढ़ाने के नियत के साथ काम किया है। साफ नीयत के साथ सही दिशा में विकास, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। और निश्चित तौर पे हमारी योगी सरकार पूरी ईमानदारी से अपने जो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, जो उसके कर्तव्य है, उस कर्तव्यों का पालन कर रही है। और जो भी ये दिशा निर्देश हैं या जो भी आदेश होता है, ये उसी क्रम में उन चीज़ों को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, पारदर्शी व्यवस्थाओं को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, समाज का सरकार के प्रति विश्वास और मजबूत बनाने के लिए हम काम करते हैं।
हमने लेकिन देखा कि 2023 में ये ऑर्डर आया था, फिर उसके बाद दिसंबर 31 का टाइम दिया गया, फिर जून का, फिर जुलाई का, और अब ये फिर वापस अगस्त का भी टाइम मिला है और अगस्त में जाके फिर ये बोला गया कि सैलरी रोकी जाएगी। तो क्या फिर से एक्सटेंशन हो सकता है, क्योंकि पहले भी कई बार हम देख रहे हैं एक्सटेंशन होते आया है इस चीज़ का?
लेकिन इन तमाम चीज़ों के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी स्वयं इन सब की चीज़ों को की मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं, और जो भी फर्दर अपडेट्स होगा आपको माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के कार्यालय से इन सब चीज़ों को अवगत कराया जाएगा।
Aren't they dealing with corruptions in last 7 years? I think till from 2017, it's been 7 years. Why this order has not been implemented from 2017? Our Yogi ji has realized that their officers are doing corruption across the state, and that's what we are seeing. So this order has to be came at 2017 and should be implemented strictly 7 years ago. At this juncture of time, when Uttar Pradesh government is basically on the back foot, Bharatiya Janata Party and Mukhyamantri Yogi Adityanath Singh basically wanted to divert these issues and don't want to come the main issues on the mainstream, and so they are giving these follow-up orders.
This directive, of course, comes as an ultimatum, because, as you rightly said, this order was initially passed last year, around same time in August 2023. At that point of time, the deadline was given of 31st December, and they were asked to disclose their movable and immovable assets in order for the promotion to be entertained. But of course, a lot of people didn't do that, and then the deadline was again extended till June, and then again in July, again it was extended till July. But in total, around 26% of employees disclose their movable and immovable assets. There are around 1.8 million government employees in Uttar Pradesh. Around 18 lakh people are government employees in Uttar Pradesh. So around 13 to 14 lakh people are still remaining to disclose their movable and immovable properties according to the UP government's directive. Now this latest directive saying that if it is not disclosed by 31st of August, then the salary of the month of August will be withheld. This of course comes as an ultimatum to all the employees. This directive, of course, comes as an ultimatum, because, as you rightly said, this order was initially passed last year, around same time in August 2023. At that point of time, the deadline was given of 31st December, and they were asked to disclose their movable and immovable assets in order for the promotion to be entertained. But of course, a lot of people didn't do that, and then the deadline was again extended till June, and then again in July, again it was extended till July. But in total, around 26% of employees disclose their movable.
News now from Jammu and Kashmir, and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi are in Srinagar, where they met with National Conference President Farooq Abdullah to discuss a possible pre-poll alliance for the upcoming Jammu and Kashmir elections. Rahul Gandhi said that the alliance will be formed for the upcoming assembly elections while maintaining the respect of the Congress party workers. They met at Farooq Abdullah's residence, and Farooq Abdullah described the meeting, which took place, as cordial and on track, adding that the alliance has been done on all 90 seats.
हमारे लिए जम्मू और कश्मीर के लोगों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन, उनका स्टेटहुड सबसे जरूरी चीज है। गठबंधन होगा, मगर कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता की इज्जत, रिस्पेक्ट मेंटेन करके होगा।
It is our priority in the Congress party and also in the India Gathbandhan to restore statehood to Jammu and Kashmir as soon as possible. We had expected that this would be done prior to the elections. We are hoping that statehood would be restored as soon as possible, and the rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, democratic rights, will be restored to them. A priority for us that the people of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh get their democratic rights back.
जो अलायंस है वो ऑन ट्रैक है और इंशाल्लाह ये बिल्कुल अच्छी तरह से अलायंस चलेगी।
सीट्स का क्या हुआ है?
सीट्स का भी बहुत अच्छा अरेंजमेंट
फाइनल हुआ अलायंस आपने?
जी हाँ, फाइनल हो गया है। आज शाम को उस पर दस्तखत हो जाएंगे और ये सब आपके सामने आ जाएगा।
सर, ये पूरे 90 सीट्स पे
ये पूरे 90 सीट्स
पे अलायंस।
All right, let's go across to Nazir Masoodi now for more. So Nazir, the alliance seems a done deal, but clearly a lot to be worked out, a lot of nitty-gritty, seat sharing, etc. to be worked out. Rahul Gandhi is saying earlier that the sentiments of the Congress workers will be kept in mind.
Yeah, exactly. There were also, already 3 rounds of talks between the Congress and National Conference leaders on seat sharing formula. And both sides have not agreed. In fact, it hit a dead end yesterday, last night, after several hours of hectic negotiation between 2 sides. Because both parties say we are not getting a fair deal. And National Conference, were saying that Congress is putting unreasonable demand about the seats they wanted in Kashmir Valley. And same figure during the meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah. And they were told. So even one thing was also on table, will there be a friendly contest in several seats which have become a friction point. So while broadly both the parties said it's official, alliance is a done deal, but negotiators have to figure out how to actually work out a formula on the seat sharing where both parties don't agree. Both parties want to contest. So there are around, what I was supposed to tell us, around 20 such seats across Jammu and Kashmir, which have become a contentious point in this. But it is official. Congress and National Conference have entered an alliance, triple alliance. That was clear indication when Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, they visited Farooq Abdullah's residence at Gupkar Road, held 1 hour-long meeting with Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah. Then they posed for a photograph and showing that together. The National Conference Congress again showing, look, it is together we stand. It is clearly, it is a big message because there were a lot of speculation that after election the National Conference may go with BJP, but that has put all those speculation to rest. So it is National Conference Congress alliance in Jammu and Kashmir, triple alliance, and it is the first such triple alliance between NC and the Congress since 1987. So big development in politics as the first phase of elections has already started. Last date of nomination papers is on 27th, and the first phase will voting would be on 18th of September. Rahul Gandhi is expected to, campaign extensively across Jammu and Kashmir. He has indicated that during his visit, he said this is his home. He actually tried to invoke his ancestry, Kashmiri history. He talked, he has a blood relation with this place, and his central message was about actually restoration of the statehood and the rights of the people and their representation.
That's right, Nazir. Rahul Gandhi talking about his blood relation, blood connection with Jammu and Kashmir, and there, as you can see, an alliance worked out between the National Conference and the Congress Party. Now, news on the doctors' strike after the rape and murder of a junior doctor in Kolkata, and today the resident doctors at Delhi's AIIMS Hospital and RML Hospital have both called off this nearly 2-week-long strike and protest over the rape and murder after an appeal by the Supreme Court. Remember, the hearing took place in the Supreme Court today on the rape and murder of the junior doctor at the RG Kaur Hospital earlier this month, and in a statement issued today afternoon, the Resident Doctors Association of AIIMS said they have done so after receiving assurances from the Supreme Court, which called on medical professionals across the country to please trust us and return to their duties. Remember, a national task force has also been set up to look into all these issues of the doctors and how to improve security at all hospitals. The next hearing in the Supreme Court on the rape and murder case will now be held on the 5th of September, and today the top court had some tough words for the Bengal government and the police over the handling of this case and over the delay in filing of the FIR. Also, it said that the Bengal government shouldn't act on peaceful protesters as doctors continue to protest. Now, as far as the case and the handling of the investigations go, the Supreme Court said Bengal not following criminal procedure code. That never seen such a case in 30 years is what one of the justices said. Many questions unanswered, and that the Bengal government, however, claimed the centre is attempting to muddy the waters. But the Supreme Court said that the government is unable to clarify the delay in registering of the case and can't accept the explanation on the probe and probe irregularities in the diary entries, what the Supreme Court observed. As we said, now the next hearing in the matter will take place on the 5th of September.
And now the record reveals the report which we have in our hand that UD was registered after the inquest Panchanama, after the post-mortem. You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the criminal procedure code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure which has been followed by your police, police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across.
Yes.
In 30 years of my...
I know.
Let them investigate. This has been inserted later in point of time.
No. Page 4.
Yes, prima facie it appears.
This doesn't justify registration of your FIR. At 11:30 at night, body was recovered in soon after 9:30. What is the reason? I mean, now we've already highlighted that. We needn't go over it all over again. What is the reason why the FIR is lodged almost 14 hours after the discovery of...
Because we are...
And today, the BJP held a protest in Kolkata over the rape and murder case, demanding that Mamata Banerjee step down. Remember, the BJP has been targeting the West Bengal government and the chief minister and questioning it over the manner in which the probe was held. So there you can see a march by BJP protesters and bringing down those barricades and stepping over them, really. And several of the leaders, including Subhendu Adhikari, were taken away by the police. Let's just listen into what the BJP had to say. All right, moving on to other news now from Tamil Nadu, and top Tamil actor Vijay has launched his political party's flag while unveiling his party flag and symbol. The actor took a pledge along with party workers and leaders at the new office in Chennai, and a rally is also planned for the last week of September. The actor plans to shift to politics after finishing his last film, Thalapathy 69, which will be completed by February of 2025.
என் நெஞ்சில் குடியிருக்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்கள் அனைவரும் அவங்க முன்னாடியும் சரி இன்னைக்கு வந்து அந்த கொடியை அறிமுகப்படுத்துறதுல எனக்கு ரொம்ப பெருமையா நினைக்கிறேன். இதுவரைக்கும் நாம நமக்காக உழைச்சோம். இனி வரப்போற இயர்ஸ்ல நம்மள ஒரு கட்சி ரீதியா நம்மள தயார்படுத்திக்கிட்டு தமிழ்நாட்டுக்காகவும் தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களின் உயர்வுக்காகவும் நாம் எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்து உழைப்போம்.
Thank you very much for your time. How significant is today's development, hoisting the flag and introducing the flag?
Flag, Talaivar, Thalapathy have been introduced today. All cadres are very happy. District president, district wing leaders, and all are very happy today.
Mr. Vijay will fight elections alone, or will he join any other alliance?
All will inform to you by Talaivar. Really inform
what, in your view, are the strengths of Mr. Vijay, sir? We know him as an actor, as a politician. What are his strengths?
Sir, we know our Thalapathy strength. We know.
What?
You also very well know.
If you can say that.
No. You know.
Like what?
What means public and people strength are. Then all are happy.
Popular star and TVK party chief actor Vijay today launched his party's flag, hoisted it, and also introduced his party's anthem. He didn't speak much, but all he would say is the flag of his party is not for his party, but also it's a flag for the state and for the state's victory. In fact, Vijay has been nurturing political ambitions for quite some time. Over the last 2 years, he has been reaching out to young first-time voters by rewarding Class 12 toppers selected constituency-wise across Tamil Nadu and also encouraging their parents. His party has also been reaching out to poor communities, building houses for them, setting up libraries and also helping the poor people with houses. And with me, a few office bearers of TVK. Thank you all very much for your time. What's the meaning of the flag? Flag udiya porul enna?
இந்த ஃப்ளாகோடைய இந்த பொருள் வரலாறை சொல்ல போகிறாரு. இதோடைய அர்த்தம் என்னன்னா, தமிழக வெற்றி கழகத்தின் சார்பாக தமிழர்களுடைய பண்பாடு கலாச்சாரம்னாலே ஒரு மஞ்சள் குங்குமத்தோடு தான் நம்ம ஆரம்பிப்போம். எது ஆரம்பிக்கிறதா இருந்தாலும் அதுபடி மஞ்சள் நிறத்திலையும் சிவப்பு நிறத்திலையும் ஒரு மங்களகரமான ஒரு ஃப்ளாகை இந்த தளபதி அவர்கள் அறிமுகப்படுத்தியிருக்கிறாரு. அது தமிழக மக்களுடைய பண்பாடு கலாச்சாரம் குறிக்கும் வகையில் அமைஞ்சிருக்கு.
He says the flag reflects the Tamil culture. The yellow color and the saffron or the maroon color in the flag symbolizes the yellow powder Tamils would use for all auspicious occasions.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break, and news updates continue on the other side. Stay with us.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Hello, good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. It's 6 p.m. on the clock, time for Newsroom News Break. Ladies and gentlemen, our top focus will be, of course, we'll take you to Tamil Nadu. We'll also speak about Andhra Pradesh, where a tragedy has taken place, and we have an exclusive interaction with the Chief Minister. Before we do that, let's quickly take a look at the headlines. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu speaks exclusively to NDTV on the blast that took place, industrial accident. In fact, says worst industrial accident in Andhra Pradesh. We want investment, but also safety. Chief Minister says the company will have to fix responsibility. AIMS RML doctors end strike after Supreme Court appeal. Supreme Court says no coercive action against protesting doctors. State should not stop peaceful protests. tough questions once again by the Supreme Court for the Bengal government. The Supreme Court says Bengal affidavit doesn't explain delayed FIR, don't politicize this. The law is taking its own course, says the Chief Justice of India. Uttar Pradesh government diktat to government officers. Yogi government says declare property or lose your salary. Uttar Pradesh government sets the deadline for August 31st. Nearly 18 lakh government staff to be impacted. Prime Minister recounts Poland's help to India in Warsaw. Says Poland helped India in evacuating students amid war between Ukraine and Russia. Prime Minister also says Ukraine and West Asia conflicts concerning. Strong observations by the Bombay High Court as it took cognizance of the sexual assault of 2 children last week at a school in Badlapur, Thane. The High Court has asked why no action against the school and pulled up the police for shoddy handling of the case. It's been termed as one of the worst industrial disasters in Andhra Pradesh. 18 people have lost their life and 40 others are injured, ladies and gentlemen, after a blast at a pharma company in Andhra Pradesh. The Chief Minister took cognizance of this. He also went to the hospital to meet the injured. But there are serious questions about the safety and also the way industries are working. My colleague Uma Sudhir caught up exclusively with the Chief Minister on all these issues. Take a look.
I have with me Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, Chief Minister. Sir, you've just visited all the hospitals, met with the families of the victims as well. Many of them seem to be in the age group who are the source of livelihood for their families.
By hearing this, we are shocked, very unfortunate. Today morning, straight away I went to console the victims. First, those who are all in hospitals. I went there. Then again I went to another hospital where dead bodies are there, post-mortem. By seeing them, unbearable suffering, very pathetic condition. Then I came here. I have seen the factory. There are so many issues we have to analyze. First of all, I want to console and also I want to give some relief to the families. I cannot get back lives, but I have to rescue their families. That we are doing. That's why we declared first time 1 crore compensation for the deceased, 50 lakhs seriously injured, and 25 lakhs light injured people. We have given money. Now second issue, immediately I constitute a committee to go through complete details. All omissions, commissions, lapses, everything I want to analyze. We are having a problem of legacy problems also for the last 5 years. 5 years, 119 this type of incidents in Visakhapatnam. 120 members died. Previous government, by constituting a committee, they gave recommendations, no action has been taken. Now I have to streamline total administration and fix accountability. And at the same time, I have to sensitize all industrialists, especially red category industries. I have to take more precautions.
SEZ, of course, sir, is a growth in the engine and economic driver, not just for Andhra Pradesh, but for the country itself. Is safety audit and those kind of regulations a challenge? About prioritizing industry and getting jobs to the state. At the same time, when you ask for safety audit and safety regulations, become a challenge to a balancing act because industry seems to get scared away.
No, I want to discuss with everybody. We want investment. As on yesterday, we will talk about ease of doing business. Now we speed of doing business. That is the issue now. At the same time, safety is important. How to do collectively. More responsibility by industry and also government. We want to regulate, and at the same time, we should not harass. Industry should not feel that this government is harassing. That is where, as a balance, I have to act.
Final question. So you have spoken about upskilling and skill census as well. In your industries here, huge number of migrant labor come and work. Upskilling for your own people also must be a challenge because these are very sensitive chemicals and you need in-depth knowledge to be able to handle. Is that something that you're looking at because this area has huge potential?
No, what I'm saying, all industries, they need some skills. Every industry should have SOP, standard operation procedures. And at the same time, to supervise that, close monitoring, they have to watch carefully. Every person has to follow SOP, then only it is possible. If they should have done in this industry, this type of loss should not have come. I am confident on that.
You spoke about fixing responsibility.
Yeah, even company has to fix responsibility among their functionaries. Supervisory, everything, reporting and watching. Now technologies are coming, use technology. Like there's so many things. By using all these things, you can control very clearly this type of incidents.
You mentioned the last 5 years, has the numbers actually gone up steeply in the number of accidents?
More than double. Everywhere systems have been destroyed. Some of the systems are defunct. They have done otherwise. All these things, legacy problems. For the last 70 days, 80 days, I'm streamlining everything. It takes more time. I am analyzing. Even this incident, I have analyzed. Now I am constituting a committee. Within 3 months' time. Here there is no trauma center. So many industries are coming. How to do it, we'll work it out.
Thank you so much, sir. So the Chief Minister is saying that they are going to be taking safety very seriously, even as they welcome industry and trying to create jobs in the state. With camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
That was Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu speaking to my colleague Uma Sudhir. But what's the latest situation as far as the victims are concerned and what is happening with the investigation? Let me straight take you to Uma Sudhir at this moment. Uma is joining us live. Uma, the Chief Minister, you spoke to him, spoke about fixing accountability, but first give our viewers the situation, the condition of those who have been injured and where is the investigation at this moment?
So 17 people is the official number of people who have succumbed in this particular tragedy accident, and at least 41 of them are still in hospital, and a few of them, at least I'm told that at least 6 of them are in a very critical state. Burn injuries, what does happen is that it takes a day or two and then sometimes it aggravates because secondary infections start, and therefore it's a very pathetic kind of situation in the hospitals where we are seeing these victims. Not just that the victims are suffering, are in great suffering, but also the fact that they were all, most of them are very, very young. Some of them as young as 20 years of age, and they are in fact the earners of livelihood for their families, and that is what is a big concern as well. Of course, any life lost is a precious life that is lost, but these are lives that were on which several more were dependent, and that's why the Chief Minister has announced as much as 1 crore rupees as compensation to the families of those who have died, 50 lakh rupees to those who have been injured, and 25 lakh to those who have suffered other injuries as well. But the larger picture for Andhra Pradesh, as you know, the Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan also mentioned that the frequency of the accidents has been very high, as many as 1 in every 2 to 3 weeks we are hearing about accidents, and therefore they think, like the Chief Minister was telling us, there's a systemic failure in the way safety audits are to be conducted and safety regulation has to be brought in. And the Chief Minister making it clear that while they want industry to come in and they will ensure ease of doing business and speed of doing business, but they will sit across the table without harassing the industry and try and ensure that the safety of the people is not compromised. And he has spoken about using technology, which also means AI-related kind of technology, which can monitor round the clock, because this is not something where you can have a yearly inspection, a monthly inspection, or even a weekly inspection, because this is equipment and wear and tear and maintenance is very critical. Many of these solvents, in this case, I was speaking to some of the experts who are going into the probe. Their report is not yet final, but Mr. Subbarao, who's part of the probe team, in fact told me that this was a leak that happened inside of a chemical called MTBI, whose flash point is minus 18 degree. Flash point is a point at which any chemical actually vaporizes and it can get inflamed, and that's what has happened in this case. A small leakage has led to it falling on some electric wires, and that was the trigger for the fire starting. And I was inside that unit just a short while ago, a few minutes ago, and the door and the impact of it has been that the wall actually collapsed and the door has been flung about 100 meters away. I mean, there are in all sides you can see the debris which has been which has fallen out because of the impact of the blast itself, and that is what has caused this huge number of deaths as well. Because if you see per se, it may be a very minor thing like a duct, some engineering fault, as the expert told us that there's an engineering failure because of which this has happened. There is a problem possibly with the design and maintenance of it, because of which this blast has happened. But the loss of lives that it has caused is huge. Thankfully, at 2:15 p.m. when this incident took place, there was a changeover of the shift, and the number of people who were inside was relatively less. Otherwise, 381 people work in 2 shifts here. At that particular time, there were only about 50 people, but still led to this huge tragedy of an accident, which will serve as a wake-up call. That's what the premises CM has promised us, that there is going to be stringent regulation to ensure that safety is never compromised. Back to you.
Thank you, Uma, for joining us with that detailed report. Moving on now to Uttar Pradesh, where a government dicta to the officers and the people staffed with the government of Uttar Pradesh has now, in fact, set a lot of frenzy. The Uttar Pradesh government, Yogi Adityanath government, has said that all government staff have to declare their property details or lose salary. Yogi government has set the deadline for 31st of August. The government staffers will have to declare their property details. Nearly 18 lakh government staff of Uttar Pradesh will be impacted by this. Only 26% employees so far have declared their property and assets. The employees have time to upload details on a portal. The details of movable, immovable property will be required to be uploaded. The order is applicable to all the staff in every category who are employed by the Uttar Pradesh government. Now, not giving your details properly will cost the government employees of Uttar Pradesh heavily, and they will not get salary for the month of August. The date for this, as I said, is now 31st of August. Let me very quickly, in fact, go across to my colleague Tanish Punjabi. But before that, let's take a look at some reactions.
क्या ये जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति, अब करप्शन के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस नीति का एक स्टेप है ये?
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश की जो हमारी योगी सरकार है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमेशा हमने उत्तर प्रदेश की व्यवस्थाओं को पारदर्शी तरीके से सुचारू रूप से आगे बढ़ाने के नियत के साथ काम किया है। साफ नियत के साथ सही दिशा में विकास, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है और निश्चित तौर पे हमारी योगी सरकार पूरी ईमानदारी से अपने जो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, जो उसके कर्तव्य है, उस कर्तव्यों का पालन कर रही है। और जो भी ये दिशा निर्देश है, जो भी आदेश होता है, ये उसी क्रम में उन चीज़ों को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, पारदर्शी व्यवस्थाओं को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, समाज का सरकार के प्रति विश्वास और मजबूत बनाने के लिए हम काम करते हैं।
हमने लेकिन देखा कि 2023 में ये ऑर्डर आया था, फिर उसके बाद दिसंबर 31 का टाइम दिया गया, फिर जून का, फिर जुलाई का, और अब ये फिर वापस अगस्त का भी टाइम मिला है और अगस्त में जाके फिर ये बोला गया कि सैलरी रोकी जाएगी। तो क्या फिर से एक्सटेंशन हो सकता है, क्योंकि पहले भी कई बार हम देख रहे हैं एक्सटेंशन होते आया है इस चीज़ का?
लेकिन इन तमाम चीज़ों के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी स्वयं इन सब की चीज़ों को की मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं और जो भी फर्दर अपडेट्स होगा आपको माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के कार्यालय से इन सब चीज़ों को अवगत कराया जाएगा।
Aren't they dealing with corruptions in last 7 years? I think till from 2017, it's been 7 years. Why this order has not been implemented from 2017? Our Yogi ji has realized that their officers are doing corruption across the state, and that's what we are seeing. So this order has to be came at 2017 and should be implemented strictly 7 years ago. At this juncture of time, when Uttar Pradesh government is basically on the back foot, Bharatiya Janata Party and Mukhyamantri Yogi Adityanath Singh basically wanted to divert these issues and don't want to come the main issues on the mainstream, and so they are giving these follow-up orders.
UPRDA is going to meet today at around 9 p.m. and then they will decide whether or not they should continue the strike, they should continue the protest, or whether they should end it. You know, the first time when FODA called up the strike, deliberations were held. UPRDA consulted with all RDAs of all the colleges, and all of them said that they do.
All right, an important order there by the government of Uttar Pradesh. They are claiming this will bring transparency as far as the government officials are concerned. Now, from Uttar Pradesh, let me take you to Karnataka, where these protest visuals that you are seeing at this moment, they came today. Bharatiya Janata Party trying to up the ante, keep the heat on the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah over the Muda scam, alleged Muda scam case. In fact, the BJP says they will continue their protest till the Chief Minister resigns. Meanwhile, amid all this protest and the pressure that the BJP is trying to create, the Congress party has said that this is a complete hypocrisy on the part of the Bharatiya Janata Party. It was under their government that this land was allotted. Meanwhile, remember, the Chief Minister has dug in his heels. He's saying that there is no question of him resigning. Despite the prosecution not by the governor, the Chief Minister has got a stay on this from the High Court. Let's listen in to some reactions.
It is a fight against the corruption. It is a fight against it. It is a fight for justice. Impressing upon this Congress party, urging upon this Congress party to take action against this Congress Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, immediately ensure he has been dismissed.
Last time when Yediyurappa ji was given the governor's sanction for prosecution, BJP stages anti-governor protest in Karnataka. They called for a Karnataka Bandh when they were in power.
All right, now this war of words continues. The Chief Minister is under pressure, but is it enough pressure for to in fact inflict some sort of a change as far as the government of Karnataka is concerned? My colleague Pratibha is joining us at this moment. Pratibha, you know, the Chief Minister has dug in his heels. He's saying there is no way that he's going to resign. The protests from the Bharatiya Janata Party also continue. How do you see this going forward? Is the Congress party completely backing the Chief Minister?
In fact, the answer definitely lies in the court as far as the destiny of Chief Minister and his chair is concerned. But in the meantime, yes, these relentless protests will continue because remember, the BJP right from the start has been talking about the Muda scam, has been launching protests, even protest march of sorts from Bengaluru to Mysore, and that is precisely how it has come to this stage. But the Congress, however, has been planning its counter strategy with a cabinet meeting that the day started with and a CLP meeting where it is also seen as a show of strength of sorts. Also to mention that all of the Congress leaders are standing by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and that there is no question of resignation. This also comes just ahead of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's visit to Delhi, where he is answerable to the High Command as well. And before that, he wants to display this show of strength and convey this message to Delhi before heading to Delhi to meet the High Command there. This is what we see on ground as far as the political corridors of Karnataka is concerned, but there is definitely an interim relief for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as far as the Muda scam goes, and the answer definitely lies on August 29th. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Pratibha, for joining us with all those details. In fact, reporting on this story that is continuously still, in fact, garners a lot of traction because of the BJP's protest. Moving on now to, in fact, Tamil Nadu, where top Tamil actor Vijay has launched his political party flag on Thursday while unveiling his party flag and the symbol, the actor and chief of his party. Vijay took a pledge along with the party workers and leaders at the office of his party in Chennai. A rally is also planned for the last week of September. The actor plans to shift to politics, his focus completely from acting after finishing his last film, Thalapathy 69, which will be completed by the February of 2025. And then, of course, as sources are telling us, he is going to take a full-fledged jump, his plunge into the politics of Tamil Nadu.
என் நெஞ்சில் குடியிருக்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்கள் அனைவரும் அவங்க முன்னாடியும் சரி இன்னைக்கு வந்து அந்த கொடியை அறிமுகப்படுத்துறதுல எனக்கு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப பெருமையா நினைக்கிறேன். இதுவரைக்கும் நாம நமக்காக உழைச்சோம். இனி வரப்போற இயர்ஸ்ல நம்மள ஒரு கட்சி ரீதியா நம்மளை தயார்படுத்திக்கிட்டு தமிழ்நாட்டுக்காகவும் தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களின் உயர்வுக்காகவும் நாம் எல்லாருமா சேர்ந்து உழைப்போம்.
Thank you very much for your time. How significant is today's development, hoisting the flag and introducing the flag?
Flag, Talaivar, Talapati have been introduced today. All cadres are very, very happy. District president, district wing leaders, and all are very happy today.
Mr. Vijay will fight elections alone, or will he join any other alliance?
All will inform to you by Talaivar. Will inform
what, in your view, are the strengths of Mr. Vijay, sir? We know him as an actor, as a politician. What are his strengths?
Sir, we know our Talapati's strength. We know.
What?
You also very well know.
If you can say that.
No, you know.
Like what?
Like what means public and the people strength are. Then all are happy.
Popular star and TVK party chief actor Vijay today launched his party's flag, hoisted it, and also introduced his party's anthem. He didn't speak much, but all he would say is the flag of his party is not for his party, but also it's a flag for the state and for the state's victory. In fact, Vijay has been nurturing political ambitions for quite some time. Over the last 2 years, he has been reaching out to young first-time voters by rewarding Class 12 toppers selected constituency-wise across Tamil Nadu and also encouraging their parents. His party has also been reaching out to poor communities, building houses for them, setting up libraries and also helping the poor people with houses. And with me, a few office bearers of TVK. Thank you all very much for your time. What's the meaning of the flag? Flag odia porul enna?
இந்த ஃப்ளாகோடைய இந்த பொருள் வரலாறை சொல்ல போகிறாரு. இதோடைய அர்த்தம் என்னென்னா, தமிழக வெற்றி கழகத்தின் சார்பாக தமிழர்களுடைய பண்பாடு கலாச்சாரம்னாலே ஒரு மஞ்சள் குங்குமத்தோடு தான் நம்ம ஆரம்பிப்போம். எது ஆரம்பிக்கிறதா இருந்தாலும் அதுபடி மஞ்சள் நிறத்திலையும் சிவப்பு நிறத்திலையும் ஒரு மங்களகரமான ஒரு ஃப்ளாகை இந்த தளபதி அவர்கள் அறிமுகப்படுத்தியிருக்கிறாரு. அது வந்து தமிழக மக்களுடைய பண்பாடு கலாச்சாரம் குறிக்கும் வகையில் அமைஞ்சிருக்கு.
He says the flag reflects the Tamil culture. The yellow color and the saffron or the maroon color in the flag symbolizes the yellow powder Tamils would use for all auspicious occasions.
Another superstar in Tamil Nadu taking the political plunge. Now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, from Tamil Nadu to Jammu and Kashmir, where Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge along with Rahul Gandhi have been in the state just ahead of the elections, finalizing in fact their alliance with the National Conference of the Abdullahs. Now, the Congress President and the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi met National Conference President Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah in Srinagar on Thursday to discuss their pre-poll alliance. Rahul Gandhi said the alliance will be formed for the upcoming assembly elections while maintaining the respect for the Congress workers. After the meeting, Farooq Abdullah, in fact, described the meeting which took place at his residence as cordial and on track, adding the alliance has been finalized on all 90 seats, which will be seeing political action in 3 phases starting at the end of this month.
हमारे लिए जम्मू और कश्मीर के लोगों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन, उनका स्टेटहुड सबसे जरूरी चीज है. गठबंधन होगा मगर कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता की इज्जत, रिस्पेक्ट मेंटेन करके होगा.
It is our priority in the Congress party and also in the India Gathbandhan to restore statehood to Jammu and Kashmir as soon as possible. We had expected that this would be done prior to the elections. We are hoping that statehood would be restored as soon as possible and the rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, democratic rights will be restored to them. A priority for us that the people of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh get their democratic rights back.
जो अलायंस है वो ऑन ट्रैक है और इंशाल्लाह ये बिल्कुल अच्छी तरह से अलायंस चलेगी।
सीट्स का क्या हुआ है?
सीट्स का भी बहुत अच्छा अरेंजमेंट
फाइनल हुआ अलायंस आपने?
जी हाँ, फाइनल हो गया है। आज शाम को उस पर दस्तखत हो जाएंगे और ये सब आपके सामने आ जाएगा।
सर, ये पूरे 90 सीट्स पे
ये पूरे 90 सीट्स
पे अलायंस।
Interesting times ahead for Jammu and Kashmir. Let me bring in my colleague Nazim Masoodi on the significance of this pre-poll alliance. Remember, there are two more players in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. In BJP also, in fact, hoping that they would be able to make a significant dent, and PDP, and they have been in business in the past. Nazir, exciting times again in Jammu and Kashmir. Electoral process has been announced. We are seeing Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, and in some time, of course, other leaders will also be coming your way. But how significant is this alliance, pre-poll alliance between National Conference and the Congress Party?
Well, Ankit, this is the second time since 1987. There's a pre-poll alliance between National Conference and the Congress. And this time it is more crucial, more important, and more symbolic. Why it is important this time? Because after 2014 elections, when elections were fought, PDP, for example, became the single largest party, and they fought elections in the name of keeping BJP at bay, not allowing BJP to capture the power. But once the election results were out, so they joined the BJP, formed a coalition government because it was a fractured mandate. Since then, people have been doubting political parties, be it National Conference or the PDP. Look, you will get votes in the name of your rhetoric against BJP. But once elections are over, you join the BJP because they are in power in Delhi. So, to fight that and to put that rest, those speculation or that the allegations during the election, National Conference was very, very cautious about this perception that it may hurt them during elections. So they ensured that there is a alliance, pre-poll alliance with the Congress. And for the Congress, it's also because they don't have any substantial base in the valley, not even in Jammu for the last 10 years. So in terms of seats, it may help Congress, but in terms of perception, it will help National Conference. And perception in election is more important than anything else.
Absolutely.
So it is an important development in politics of Jammu and Kashmir. And after Rahul Gandhi visited Farooq Abdullah's residence, held an hour-long meeting with Abdullah, it was clear the alliance between National Conference and Congress is a done deal.
It's a done deal, but is it a done deal for the governance as well? We will have to wait and wait for the results of the elections. Exciting times, as I said, for Jammu and Kashmir. Nazir, thank you for joining us at this moment. All right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue here. Stay tuned.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment.
Kolkata to Thane, courts are intervening and taking state governments to task. We have Justice Madan Lokur joining us now to put in context increasing cases of judicial intervention in matters which are essentially responsibilities of state governments, be it safety of doctors on duty or women's safety or safety of children in schools. Justice Lokur, thank you so much for your time here on NDTV. Sir, according to you, what are the lapses that you have noticed in the investigation so far with regards to Kolkata, and any serious lapse, particularly on the part of the Kolkata police, that will vitiate the investigation?
Yeah, thank you for having me here today. You know, I think one of the biggest lapses, in my view, is the cremation of the girl, of the doctor. You know, she is the evidence. I mean, all the evidence is on her. All right. So, what was the hurry in carrying out the cremation? Maybe it could have been done a day later. Bodies are kept in a morgue. So I really don't see why there was this hurry. That is one. The second thing, which is of course technical, is that there was a delay in recording the FIR. All right. Now that may not have much of a significance so far as the investigation is concerned, but from the investigation point of view, getting the doctor cremated, I think was wrong. Doing it in such a hurry.
Justice Lokur, in such cases, CBI isn't really the first respondent. They are brought in only after it is seen that the state police is not able to handle the case properly. And will it in any way then hamper the CBI's probe? Of course, they are going ahead with investigations. They are carrying out polygraph tests as well.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it will hamper the investigation. There are perhaps ways and means. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm sure there are ways and means of unearthing evidence. All right. So that can be done. Maybe a polygraph test is a good enough way of doing it. If I understand that not only is the accused who is in custody, he's being subjected to a polygraph test, but there are several others also who are being subjected to a polygraph test. So I think they will be able to piece, the crime and find out what exactly happened. Okay, they'll be able to piece together all that, but it depends on how it is done. How scientifically it is done, because that will then be tested in a court of law. Okay, that's what is important really at the end of the day.
And in this case, Justice Lokur, the Supreme Court has constituted a national task force to work out the modalities of safety measures which could be put in place for medical professionals. The NTF, of course, is to make some recommendations for ensuring safety security within the hospital premises. And the Cabinet Secretary and the Union Home and Family Welfare Secretaries will function as ex officio members. But sir, how far can it be helpful? Because health is a state subject. Law and order is a state subject.
Yeah, you see, it can give guidance. All right. Now, for example, there was a time when you had this Model Prisons Act, or Model Prisons Manual. All right, prisons is a state subject, but once you have that document, it can give guidance to the states. So similarly, if the National Task Force comes out with some kind of recommendations, it will definitely help the states. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is that there was a time, maybe I think in 2019 or 2020, when a draft legislation was prepared. All right, for some reason it was shelved. Now there is a demand, apparently, that this act should be enacted or this bill should be passed into a law. Now, one of the things that is being said is that, oh, you see, this is a state subject. How can Parliament legislate on it? But the Constitution provides for a situation like this. If you remember, a long time back in the 1970s, when the Wildlife Protection Act was passed, all right, the states passed a resolution saying that we would like Parliament to enact a law. And on that basis, Parliament enacted the Wildlife Protection Act. So similarly, in a situation like this, I don't think any state is going to say that, listen, we don't want Parliament to enact a law, right? They will agree. Now, since there is already a draft legislation, that can be circulated to the states, inviting their suggestions, comments, and so on and so forth. So if there is a will to do it, it can be done. And I think it should be done.
Okay, so, and increasingly we are seeing suo motu cognizance being taken by courts in what are essentially core governance issues, like safety of women. These are law and order issues. Policing is a law and order issue. How are you seeing this transition? Is this some kind of signal or sign of failing governance?
In a sense, yes. Why are there public interest litigations? Okay, because there is a failure in governance, and that is being pointed out through the public. Now, if the court takes suo motu cognizance of something, that means there is something wrong, and which needs to be corrected. I remember dealing with a suo motu case about prison reforms. All right, a letter was sent by a former Chief Justice of India to the Supreme Court that was taken up as a public interest petition, suo motu in that sense, and action taken. So you are right. It has something to do with governance.
And so, today in the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice said and reminded the state governments that they should not politicize the matter. Why is the judiciary needing to remind the state governments that they should not be politicizing issues which are so core? I mean, safety of women is the priority, it is the responsibility, it is the duty of a state.
Yeah. Ironically, the first thing that struck me when I came to know about the murder was that, is it going to become a political issue? Right? That's the first thing that struck me. Now, why should a crime like this be a political issue at all? Okay, and I heard a part of the proceedings, saw a part of the proceedings on TV. And sure enough, political statements were being made or political accusations were being made. I think it's time that, we have to get over this business of politicizing everything, even a crime like rape and murder. I think it has to stop, and it has to stop now.
And Justice Lokur, 12 years ago, there was that Justice Verma committee which was set up to look into crimes against women. Of course, they came up with some stringent laws. The emphasis was on time-bound investigation and trial. And again, we are seeing crimes against women. I'm speaking to you on a day that Supreme Court has reminded the state government of Kolkata, in Bengal, of their failures. And then you have another state of Maharashtra, the government of Maharashtra being reminded how they have failed the children in the state.
Yeah, you see, going back to the Nirbhaya case, right? That wasn't politicized. Okay, it had a political fallout later on. but that was not, politicized. People just came on the streets. So why should we inject politics into a crime of this nature? That's one question I think that we have to answer, and we have to deal with this sort of a situation. Now you will have crimes against women, crimes against children. I mean, crimes against children are horrible, and in a very large number. We don't talk about them, unfortunately. They don't have the kind of traction that crime against women have. But yeah, I think the state governments have to wake up and say that, listen, we have to do something about it. The Verma Commission passed several recommendations. Some of them were converted into laws. A Nirbhay fund was set up, a couple of thousand crores, I think about 10,000 crores or something. Has it been utilized? I don't think so. So, I think our governments have to get their act together. Otherwise, these things will go on happening. They've happened in the past, between Nirbhaya and today, they've happened several times. They've happened in Unnao, they've happened in Kathua. I mean, now you're facing children in Maharashtra. So unless the government says that, listen, we have to stop this and we have to do something about it, it's this thing will continue.
All right, Justice Madan Lokur, pleasure speaking to you, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with."
So after the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen, today appealed to the doctors, those who have been on the strike, to come back to work. Many resident doctor association, that includes the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Delhi and also the Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, the RML hospital in Delhi, they have called off their strike. But this came after, remember, some very strong words which was said by the Supreme Court in the court today, by the Chief Justice, in fact, reminding the West Bengal government of their duties, asking questions once again on the delay in registering the FIR as well. Now, after the court, in fact, appealed the doctors to come back, saying that they are monitoring it. A committee has been set up to look into their demands. The AIMS Doctors Association and the RML Doctors Association have called off their protest. Lucknow Resident Doctor Association have decided to continue their strike. Remember, there have been many people, those who have also been, in fact, suffering because of the strike of the doctors. The Supreme Court today, during the hearing, said people can't be left in the lurch. Let me go across on this report, which has been signed by my colleague Sunil Prabhu.
Chief Justice of India and his bench reassuring resident doctors and all other doctors for that matter, saying that, we will ensure their safety, no coercive action, no victimization, asking the state health secretaries as well as the health secretary of union government to speak with the DGPs as well as the chief secretaries to ensure their safety at various government institutions. Having said that, the Chief Justice of India made it clear that resident doctors and other doctors who have been on strike must resume their duty, because the poorest of the poor who have got medical operations and other various other investigations to be done have been held, and it puts them back by not days but even years. And it's in that context that the Chief Justice of India said that now is that we have taken suo motu cognizance and taken charge of the entire matter, and we are there to ensure fast and speedy justice to this entire investigation. We would urge doctors to resume duty, and the National Task Force will look into all the aspects, even resident doctors and all other various stakeholders who are involved in the health sector in terms of their security and various other measures that have been pointed out.
And now the record reveals the report which we have in our hand, that UD was registered after the inquest Panchanama, after the post-mortem. You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the Criminal Procedure Code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure which has been followed by your police, police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across.
Yes.
In 30 years of my...
I know.
Let them investigate. This has been inserted later in point of time.
No. Page 4.
Yes, prima facie appears.
This doesn't justify registration of your FIR. At 11:30 at night, body was recovered in soon after 9:30. What is the reason? I mean, now we've already highlighted that. We needn't go over it all over again. What is the reason why the FIR is lodged almost 14 hours after the discovery of...
Because we are...
So there is one action, on this story in the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, on the streets of Kolkata, the BJP continues to protest against the Mamata Banerjee government. The BJP has been demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister. BJP leader Shubhendu Adhikari and many others, when they broke these barricades in the protest, in fact, became a little violent, were also arrested and detained by the Kolkata police.
Ma'am, what is the main agenda of yours from the protest today?
And only agenda, we want resignation of Mamata Banerjee. He needs to resign.
And other than this, ma'am, we understand there's a lot of politics as well that is going on with respect to the case as well. How do you feel about the politicization of this case?
There is no politicization. We want justice. We want justice for Abhaya. We want justice for the men and women of Bengal. And we don't think that there is any law and order over here. Law and order has broken down. There is complete lawlessness, and that is being said by Honorable Supreme Court.
Ma'am, you mentioned the Supreme Court hearing. What is your response to that, and what is the expectation as well from the hearing?
See, we expect that CBI is going to give us justice, deliver justice. But again, the way Honorable Supreme Court has been saying today, his observation that evidence has been tampered and the original crime scene is not actually the crime scene which we have been shown, the public has been shown. Probably it's the room which has been broken down by PWD. So if this is the case, then where is the evidence? How will CBI give justice? It's difficult. But still we have hope against hope. And we want Mamata Banerjee should resign.
It is shameful on the part of the state of West Bengal, the police and the health department and the Chief Minister's department, overall, Home Department, that they have failed to save that girl. And for all these years, they have been failing to save the girls of West Bengal.
BJP protest right outside the health minister's office. As you can see, there's a scuffle going on between the BJP leaders, party workers here. There is Kolkata police present. There is rapid action forces present here. They're not being allowed to pass this point, as this is the entry point into the health minister's office. The crowd out here has gone very unruly, and the protesters are in a violent struggle with the police right now. As you can see around me, there are BJP leaders also present here. Dramatic visuals that we're getting you here from here. And Bindu Adhikari has also been detained by the Kolkata police in this BJP protest. This is a politicization of the issue here, which is that of the rape and murder case of this young trainee doctor at Arjikar Medical College and Hospital. And ever since then, the BJP and the TMC has been in a constant blame game with respect to the issue in the incident. The BJP protest that started off from kilometers away from this point, it started off near the CGO complex, and they walked down this entire way. There is also BJP leader Loket Chatterjee who is present here. Remember that Loket Chatterjee was called in by Kolkata police a few days ago because the Kolkata police had issued her a notice for spreading misinformation and fake news with respect to the case. So the BJP leader is also present here. Many of the BJP workers here have also sat down in protest as they're not being allowed to cross this point into the health minister's office. This is the Swastha Bhavan's gate, and as you can still see, the crowd here, the protesters here have gone very unruly and violent. They're trying to get past the rapid action forces as well as the Kolkata police forces.
Protest by the BJP against the Mamata Banerjee government. Let's very quickly turn our focus, in fact, to another story. Now, West Bengal Chief Minister, who is facing a lot of heat from the courts, from, in fact, the BJP as well, the opposition there, has now written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Mamata Banerjee's letter is on the rapes, in fact, and she has demanded strong laws to be made to curtail, in fact, sexual violence against women. Mamata Banerjee has asked the Prime Minister for fast-track courts across the country to tackle with these cases so that there is some deterrence. She has also mentioned there are 90 rape cases being reported in the country every single day. Moving on now to Maharashtra, where, ladies and gentlemen, once again, another, in fact, sexual harassment, molestation case, in fact, violence against little children, 2 4-year-olds, those who were molested at a school. There was a lot of protest regarding that as well. Now, the Bombay High Court has pulled up the Maharashtra police and has said that the police did not take the case seriously. The High Court, taking suo motu cognizance, in fact, made some strong observations and said that, remember, this is regarding 2 minor children who were sexually assaulted at a kindergarten in Badlapur in Maharashtra. If schools are not safe, then what is the point of talking about right to education, is what the High Court has said. Unless there is a strong outburst, the machinery does not work. This is scathing, in fact, remarks against the Maharashtra police. The court also reprimanded the local police for failing to register the case and said, why are you suppressing the facts from us? Let me bring in my colleague Radhika, who is joining us with more details on this story. Radhika, tough talk, very strong observations and questions from the Maharashtra police and the Chief Minister, who so far has been saying that this is now being politicized.
Certainly strong remarks by Division Bench of the Bombay High Court. The court coming down heavily on the state government as well as Badlapur police over the probe into the sexual assault case in Badlapur. Of course, the court did speak about procedural lapses as far as the entire FIR is concerned. Why was there no case against the school as mandated under sections of the POCSO Act is something that the court asked. Why was the second victim statement not taken? Why were the victim's statement not taken under 164 of the CRPC? Why was no video recording of the entire proceedings as far as statement recording is concerned not done? Why no legal help or counselling being given to the victim or the family members? These are the pertinent questions being raised by the Bombay High Court. Of course, the Advocate General did respond to some of these questions. However, they were not satisfactory responses, but he did say that now that the investigations have been transferred from local Badlapur police to SIT, they will leave no stone unturned in ensuring that the victims get justice. That's the assurance given to the court. However, the court also then giving certain directions for the next hearing, of course, before the next hearing, which is to ensure that the statements are taken, statements under 164 CRPC is done, video recording of statements are done, also ensure that legal help as well as counselling is given to the victims as well as family members. Court also making observation, as you pointed out, that if students are not safe in their own schools, if children are not safe in their own schools, what is the point of right to education? And it requires this kind of outpouring of emotions for police to take action, which is quite unfortunate.
Adhika, thank you for joining us with all those details from Mumbai. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Warsaw. He's also going to Ukraine, an important visit of the Prime Minister. And today, after meeting, in fact, Prime Minister of Poland, in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Tusk came out with a joint statement. And Prime Minister Modi underscored the need for dialogue and diplomacy to resolve disputes between the nations, describing Russian war on Ukraine and military tensions between Iran and Israel in West Asia as matter of great concern for everyone. The message comes hours before his landmark visit to Ukraine, first of an Indian Prime Minister in 30 years. He's expected to meet President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv tomorrow.
आपने 2022 में यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में फंसे हुए भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स को निकालने के लिए जो उदारता दिखाई, उसे हम भारतवासी कभी नहीं भूल सकते। फ्रेंड, इस वक्त हमने अपने राजनयिक संबंधों की 70वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। इस अवसर पर हमने संबंधों को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में परिवर्तित करने का निर्णय लिया है।
All right, that's all the time that we have in this edition. News and update continue on NDTV. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
On Prime Minister Modi's visit to Poland, the Ministry of External Affairs on social media website X has put out a post and has said Prime Minister Narendra Modi held constructive discussions with Prime Minister Donald Tusk of Poland today. Leaders also exchanged views on regional and global issues of mutual concern.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu speaks to NDTV exclusively on the reactor blast incident. He says it's the worst industrial disaster in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We want investment but also safety. That's what he has said. He's also asked for the company to be held accountable to fix responsibility. AIIMS RML doctors end strike after Supreme Court appeal. Supreme Court had said no coercive action against protesting doctors. Supreme Court had also said that state should not stop peaceful protests. Supreme Court had also said that it was concerned about doctors' safety and wants it institutionalized. Kolkata hospital rape, Supreme Court's tough questions to Bengal. Supreme Court has said that the Bengal affidavit doesn't explain delayed FIR. The CJI particularly has said that there is no need to politicize this matter and that the law is taking its course. UP government diktat to government staff. Yogi government asks all government employees to declare property or lose salary. Yogi government sets August 31st as the deadline for this process. Nearly 18 lakh UP employees could be affected. The Prime Minister has recounted Poland's help to India in Warsaw. Prime Minister has also said that Poland helped India in evacuating students in the midst of the war. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also said that Ukraine-West Asia conflicts are deeply concerning. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The top leadership of the Congress party has summoned Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar to the national capital on Friday, with the former under scrutiny over the governor of Karnataka, Thawarchand Gehlot, granting sanction for prosecution in corruption. In fact, on August 19th, hearing a challenge to the order by the Chief Minister, the Karnataka High Court had paused precipitative action based on the governor's sanction until 29th of August, which is when the next hearing will take place. Now, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will also inform the CLP, which is the Congress Legislative Party, on the latest developments related to the Mysuru Urban Development Authority case that has, in fact, cast a cloud over him. Now, is Siddaramaiah confronting a serious challenge to his integrity, or has the case brought about solidarity and peace within the warring factions of the state Congress unit? So, will an embattled Siddaramaiah, who is probably facing charges of personal corruption for the first time in his life, survive this storm? And what are the larger politico-legal questions this controversy raises? We'll try and make sense of all of that today. Joining me, of course, is a panel of esteemed guests, but first, some reactions.
It is a fight against the corruption. It is a fight against it. It is a fight for justice. Impressing upon this Congress party, urging upon this Congress party to take action against this Congress Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, immediately ensure he has been dismissed.
Last time when Yediyurappa ji was given the governor's sanction for prosecution, BJP stages anti-governor protest in Karnataka. They called for a Karnataka Bandh when they were in power.
So the BJP, as usual, also held a protest asking for the resignation of Siddaramaiah. Moving on to the main point of discussion today. Joining me now is the Minister for Health, Dinesh Gundurao. We also have Karnataka senior journalist, former deputy editor of the Deccan Herald, B.S. Arun. We also have Shivanna, who's the spokesperson of the Congress party, and G.S. Prashant, who's the spokesperson of the BJP. To you, Mr. Gundurao, first, thank you all of you for joining me on this show. Mr. Rao, when you talk about the overreach of the governor, because there are larger politico-legal questions that the conflict between governor and state governments has also raised, something that we've witnessed in Karnataka also. Sir, similar situation also arose in 2011 with Yediyurappa. Then, would it be fair to say that this is something that we have seen in several governments, because that case was also dismissed by the High Court?
Yediyurappa's case is completely different, and it had his actions taken as a chief minister, and it was misuse of his office, and it was a detailed document, and the governor took time to go through it, and then I can go on and on talking about it. Here, the governor has behaved in such a partisan manner. A private complaint is given to the governor, and the day it's given, he issues a show cause notice. There are so many other cases which are pending with the governor for sanction for prosecution, where it's not a private complaint that is pending with the governor. These are investigated cases where in two cases charge sheets have been filed, and the Lokaयुक्त of police has asked the governor for permission to prosecute Mr. Kumaraswamy, Mr. Nirani, Shashikant Jolle, and Janardhan Reddy. These are police investigations with two charge sheets and permission to sanction. Here on a private complaint with no hint of anywhere of the chief minister misusing his office as a chief minister or as a minister, no incident, no such example is or proof is given.
But
And
Mr.
the
Rao,
governor
private
immediately
complainants
issues a show cause notice.
have been accommodated in the past, but of course we have amendments to the Prevention of Corruption Act. Would you think that is also problematic? The fact that the prosecution sanction was made at the complaint of a private person, because private complainants
Exactly,
have been
because section 17A requires a police officer to investigate and request for sanction, not a private person. So that itself is a fundamental flaw here.
Okay,
And
but
the
Mr. Rao,
second
the
thing
main
is,
point is Muda was warned, against implementing the scheme in 2021, 2023. Do you think that the Congress party, it did finally, it could have acted on this earlier, right? Because finally in October 2023, you did realize
I'm sorry, I don't know, where is the wrongdoing by Mr. Siddaramaiah? When the Muda took this decision, it was the BJP government. The chairman of Muda was BJP. The urban development minister was BJP. The chief minister or his wife has not asked for any particular piece of land. The Muda board consisted of JDS, BJP members. So where is the action taken by the chief minister misusing his office?
Okay.
First of all, so I can go into the details of the case. I don't want to get into that.
Absolutely.
But what I'm going to say is here, the governor is behaving in a very partisan manner. And this is like he is a constitutional head of the state. And he should not be behaving he should not confront and try to destabilize an elected government and try to besmirch the name of the chief minister with whom he should share a good rapport. If he wanted any details, he should have asked for it. And this is, huge amount of violation has been done by him. He is trying to derail the government in the state. And this is a typical how BJP, the Modi government, is misusing the Raj Bhavan and the governor's office in every state where the opposition party is ruling.
Acknowledge
in every
the resolution that the cabinet did come up with, despite the absence of Siddaramaiah. So that's one thing that the governor did. He did say that, he has gone through what the cabinet did. But tell me, how united is the party? Is it rallying around Siddaramaiah, or, at some point, do you see this impacting the party? Do you see this impacting the party's prospects? Because elections are also, coming up in a few years from now.
I think, actually speaking, the BJP is in disarray, JDS is in disarray. There are voices within those two parties where they have been speaking against their own leaders in the state. Many of them are not convinced by what the BJP and JDS are doing. And on the other hand, the Congress party is solid. In fact, this incident has unified the party even more. This whole thing that the BJP is doing is a big joke. This is going to have egg on their face. And the real culprits, that is the central minister, Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy, who is now, governor has to decide on whether to give him sanction or not. He has to take a decision now. He cannot keep the file pending anymore. So there is solid evidence that he has done wrongdoing, and he has to sanction for prosecution. And Mr. Kumaraswamy will have to resign because he's holding the mines portfolio in which he has done this, this corruption. So BJP leaders are going to face the music, and the governor actually has tied his own hands by sanctioning prosecution against the chief minister for no wrongdoing. He better now give sanction for prosecution against the central minister, Mr. Kumaraswamy, and other BJP leaders, where they have been investigated and charge sheets have been filed. So there is no getting away from it. And today in our cabinet, we have requested the governor again to immediately take action on those 4 cases which are pending with him. And the cabinet is solidly with Siddaramaiah. We had a CLP meeting just now. The entire 136 MLAs are with Siddaramaiah. We are one. And I want to thank BJP, thank the governor for making us, more united. And this is going to be, this is going to go, we're going to show the nation that how BJP is today misusing the constitution and misusing constitutional authorities.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. And things change so fast in Karnataka. I wish you all the best for that. Let me take some of these questions to the Congress party representative here. Mr. Shivanna, you heard Mr. Prashant, GS Prashant, you heard what the minister had to say, that the entire cabinet is sort of rallying after Siddaramaiah. BJP has tried this in the past as well, but in some ways, corruption charges don't really seem to stick to Siddaramaiah. Do you think that this, move could also be one of that? How confident are you?
Firstly, on the facts of the case, we are pretty confident that Siddaramaiah has to go, because it has started with Nagendra resigning after getting involved in a 187 crore Valmiki Corporation scam. There are many more ministers waiting in line now who will have to resign based on corruption, because the so-called cabinet consists of all ministers who have indulged in corruption, and in the days to come, we're going to expose them all. And coming to this particular issue of Mr. Siddaramaiah, he wanted to project himself as above the ground and say that he has done no wrong. But on the facts of the case, misusing his position, and in fact, he had challenged a week ago saying, show me one letter which I had written. In 1998, he had written a letter to allot him a particular land. And in today's newspapers, the report what Muda has given apparently has some whitener on the letter issued to Siddaramaiah's wife, which means they're trying to tamper with evidence because they know that Siddaramaiah is standing on a very weak wicket and he will be indicted in this particular thing. So the question of Congress being united, see, we are not bothered as to what they do because we know the infighting in Congress as to who's fighting for which seat.
Let's talk about
and
the case
be that as it may, the hypocrisy of Congress is very well exposed here.
Yes,
the hypocrisy of Congress is very well exposed here because
Mr. Shivanna,
whenever they were in power for 60 long years, they have used this offices to defame and put others in the dock.
Yes, Mr. Shivanna, the Congress, Congress government is reported to have allowed this 50-50 scheme in Muda despite several objections. I mean, I know that BJP was also, in power in the state, and the beneficiaries seem to be, across political spectrum, different parties, different mutts. But the Congress government has been in power in the state for some time now. Do you think that you could have at least stalled this scheme when some of these illegal aspects of it came to light?
The minute we came to government, within 4 months we have taken action. We have acknowledged that there are certain irregularities in the Muda. As you rightly pointed out, it has spanned over 3 to 4 decades. The first incident of irregularity in Muda sprung up in the year 1985. And to investigate the matter, we have appointed, an IAS officer, Venkatachalapati, who is looking into all the aspects. Under the Inquiry Commissions Act, we have, instituted an inquiry under retired judge of the Honorable High Court, Mr. P.N. Desai, who are looking into all these aspects. But it is abundantly clear that today, that the BJP and all the other political opposition are, hatching a political conspiracy to destabilize a democratically elected government. Mr. Siddaramaiah and his integrity and his honesty in public life and in administration is unparalleled. And to use it is unfortunate to see that 1 second, sir, I didn't interrupt you when I was speaking. When you were speaking,
unparalleled in terms of one second, controversy also.
If you are the fathers of corruption, you are ousted on the basis of corruption. Let me finish. I will not interrupt you. Now, the
Congress and corruption go hand in hand.
Constitutional office.
Using a constitutional
office
for Congress
of
corruption.
Let Shivanna complete. I'll come to you.
1 second, sir. 1 second. The people of Karnataka are seeing, and it is abundantly clear to them that there is a gross misuse of a constitutional office. That is the office of the governor. And it is abundantly clear that he's acted in haste. He's acted in a tearing hurry
in issuing the show
But Mr.
cause
Shivana,
notice
in
or
2011,
prior approval
in
or sanction.
2011, the Congress government did the same thing with the BJP Chief Minister then Yadurappa, right? So, the offices of the governor have always been in some ways politically misused. Let me get B.S. Arun here. Mr. Arun, with the Congress party backing Siddaramaiah in recent weeks, and the Chief Minister himself has said that he is not going to budge, he is not going to bow, he is going to fight this out legally. But this journey is not going to be easy if the party or the people don't back him. Tell us how important, how extensive is the Muda controversy in Karnataka? Is it something that people understand and feel is a big wrong that has happened? How do they feel about it?
Vasudha, I think the Chief Minister has given in his defense several of the factors, and that includes an important fact which says that he had not in writing made any had not brought pressure on any of the officials. There is nothing in writing to show that he or his wife should be favored. So that is to some extent, I think, hold the Chief Minister in good stead. But the BJP and its counsels in the High Court will have to now convince the court about the illegalities that have been committed in this case. I think what the court will say, I think, will be the sort of a future catalyst for the developments, political developments in Karnataka. Everybody, all eyes are on the High Court. 29th, the case will resume.
Right.
And if it goes against the Chief Minister, and there is a possibility of the Chief Minister maybe even resigning, I think what the BJP is looking for is not really a fight against corruption, but they want Siddaramaiah, the powerful Congress leader, to be removed.
Right.
Siddaramaiah has the backing of the OBCs and the Ahinda group. Whereas the BJP has not been able to dislodge the Congress in the elections. So at least by this, they want to dislodge the government and weaken it, and perhaps even dethrone the Congress government. Perhaps that is the game plan here, and it remains to be seen to what extent they will succeed, because everything depends on what the court will say on 29th or thereafter.
Okay, closing remarks. GS Prashant, Mr. Arun pointed out to something very important, somebody who brought in the Ahinda, Siddaramaiah is not a Lingayat, not a Vakaliga, not from a dominant caste, somebody who represents OBC politics, a strong leader. Considering your party has also faced setback on this front, do you think that this could be also, seen as the party trying to corner a popular OBC leader or somebody who at least represents the community?
It's not about cornering a popular leader. It's about catching a leader who's indulged in corruption. It doesn't matter to which caste or community he belongs to. Ultimately, he has to resign when he is indulged in corruption. The same Siddaramaiah who took moral high grounds 10 years ago, please replay that clips what he had spoken then saying, if somebody had tried to prosecute me and issued sanctions against me, I would have resigned. He was referring to when the sanction was given against B.S. Yadurappa way back in 2011. Siddaramaiah said, if somebody issues sanctions against me or wants to prosecute me, I'll be the first to resign if he was in BSY shoes then. The same thing, the tide has turned. Now Siddaramaiah says, I will not resign. My MLAs are backing me. Okay. It doesn't matter whether the corrupt Congress MLAs back Siddaramaiah or not. Court, in its wisdom, would take all documents into cognizance, will take the circumstantial evidence, and we have the greatest respect for the court and the constitution, which Congress doesn't believe in.
Probably one of the first times that Siddaramaiah is facing a serious integrity crisis, sir. Mr. Shivana, last word from you.
I hope I'm not interrupted this time.
Yes, please finish.
I hope I'm not
I'm out of time.
No. Please, you're done.
No, what's the give me 10 seconds to complete?
I'm completely out of time. 30 seconds for Mr.
Chief
Shivana.
Minister of Karnataka.
No, wait. Let me complete, then you have your time, Shivana.
Unwavering and total
Shivana, let me complete my point.
All the MLAs, he has the popular mandate of the people. He has not committed any wrong. Right from 1992 till 2022, you take it's a matter, a land transaction that has transpired for over 3 decades. You made be land acquisition, denotification, conversion, agreement of sale, sale agreement, gift deed, and then compensatory relief. There's not a single shred of evidence. There's not a single piece of paper that points towards the involvement of
completely out of
Siddaramaiah.
time. Thank you all of you for joining me. Thank you so much, B.S. Arun, Mr. Prashant and Mr. Shivanna for joining me on the show. So will the Muda controversy break Siddaramaiah or will he brazen it out? Remains to be seen. The hearing is on the 29th, and how strong or different he emerges from this controversy will also be in some ways defining the path of the Congress party in the state. Also, my colleague Uma Sudhir spoke to Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. This is with regard to the horrible incident that took place in Anakapalli. At least 17 people died and 40 were injured after an explosion in Andhra Pradesh's Anakapalli. The explosion took place at Achutapuram Special Economic Zone. Uma Sudhir spoke to Chandrababu Naidu there. Let's listen into what he said.
I have with me Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, Chief Minister. Sir, you have just visited all the hospitals, met with the families of the victims as well. Many of them seem to be in the age group who are the source of livelihood for their families.
By hearing this, we are shocked, very unfortunate. Today morning, straight away I went to console the victims. First, those who are all in hospitals. I went there. Then again I went to another hospital where dead bodies are there, post-mortem. By seeing them, unbearable suffering, very pathetic condition. Then I came here. I have seen the factory. There are so many issues we have to analyze. First of all, I want to console and also I want to give some relief to the families. I cannot get back lives, but I have to rescue their families. That we are doing. That's why we declared first time 1 crore compensation for the deceased, 50 lakhs seriously injured, and 25 lakhs light injured people. We have given money. Now, second issue, immediately I constituted a committee to go through complete details. All omissions, commissions, lapses, everything I want to analyze. We are having a problem of legacy problems also for the last 5 years. 5 years, 119 this type of incidents in Visakhapatnam. 120 members died. Previous government, by constituting a committee, they gave recommendations, no action has been taken. Now I have to streamline total administration and fix accountability. And at the same time, I have to sensitize all industrialists, especially red category industries, I have to take more precautions.
SEZ, of course, sir, is a growth in the engine and economic driver, not just for Andhra Pradesh, but for the country itself. Is safety audit and those kind of regulations a challenge? About prioritizing industry and getting jobs to the state. At the same time, when you ask for safety audit and safety regulations, become a challenge to a balancing act because industry seems to get scared away.
No, I want to discuss with everybody. We want investment. As on yesterday, we will talk about ease of doing business. Now we have speed of doing business. That is the issue now. At the same time, safety is important. How to do collectively. More responsibility by industry and also government. We want to regulate, and at the same time, we should not harass. Industry should not feel that this government is harassing. That is where, as a balance, I have to act.
Final question. So you have spoken about upskilling and skill census as well. In your industries here, huge number of migrant labor come and work. Upskilling for your own people also must be a challenge because these are very sensitive chemicals and you need in-depth knowledge to be able to handle. Is that something that you're looking at because this area has huge potential?
No, what I'm saying, all industries, they need some skills. Every industry should have SOP, standard operation procedures. And at the same time, to supervise that, close monitoring, They have to watch carefully. Every person has to follow SOP, then only it is possible. If they should have done in this industry, this type of laws should not have come. I am confident on that.
You spoke about fixing responsibility.
Yeah, even company has to fix responsibility among their functionaries. Supervisory, everything, reporting and watching. Now technologies are coming. Use technology. Like there's so many things. By using all these things, you can control very clearly this type of incidents.
You mentioned the last 5 years, has the numbers actually gone up steeply in the number of accidents?
More than double. Everywhere systems have been destroyed. Some of the systems are defunct. They have done otherwise. All these things, legacy problems. For the last 70 days, 80 days, I am streamlining everything. It takes more time. I am analyzing. Even this incident, I have analyzed. Now I am constituting a committee within 3 months' time. Here there is no trauma center. So many industries are coming. How to do it, we'll work it out.
Thank you so much, sir. So the Chief Minister is saying that they are going to be taking safety very seriously, even as they welcome industry and trying to create jobs in the state. With camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
That's all we have for you in this bulletin. More news and updates on the other side.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive
Hi.
But of course, a stringent follow-up for sure, and this is being seen as that, as government employees have been asked to strictly submit their details by the end of this month. Now, initially the last date was on 30th of June. The date was extended, but even in the month of August, only 74% of employees had not given their information. Only about 26% had given their information. This is what my colleague Tanishq, who reports from Lucknow, had said. Now, is this a much needed cleanup? Is this a probity move that needs to be emulated nationwide, or is this a political stunt? That is what we will try and understand tonight. We will be, of course, joined by a panel of experts. But for now, joining me is Uttar Pradesh's Social Welfare Minister, Asim Arun. Thank you very much, Mr. Asim Arun, for speaking to NDTV. My first question to you, sir, how do you see this government order asking all government employees to declare their properties? Do you think this is something that needs to be emulated nationwide?
Yogi ji, since the last 7.5 years, has been working very hard towards curbing corruption. Several steps have been taken. This is one more step in that direction. Now, this is not a new rule where government officers, government servants are supposed to declare their property through an annual property return, or any kind of new acquisition of property over a certain limit has to be informed to the government. Since a large number of government servants are not complying with that, the government has had to take serious decision. We have clamped down on the possibilities of people not declaring their assets. So in times to come, we will come down more heavily on people who are not declaring their assets. And as a result, I'm sure there'll be more probity among government officers of all levels.
Mr. Arun, many people have also called this duplication of existing laws and procedures, because people anyway file income tax returns. This is essentially asking government officials to do the same work twice. And about the concerns of benefits going to family members, say a bureaucrat buying a plot of land and, in the name of his son-in-law or daughter-in-law or even wife, there could be new clauses added to existing laws.
No, this is not duplication at all, because this is a different principle here. The government needs to know what kind of assets I as an officer have, or my family has acquired, or my other blood relatives have acquired. Because the government needs to keep track of whether a government servant is spending beyond his or her means. And this is one method of doing that. So the income tax return is only for the individual. It is not for the entire family. Here it is for the dependent family members, blood relatives, and it's not for every small thing that you buy. These are very practical rules. If you're acquiring property in terms of, let's say, a flat or a building, or if you're acquiring a car, something beyond a particular limit, I'm not exactly sure what the limit is now, but we need to report that to the government. It's perfectly all right. It's a perfect arrangement. It was not working well because we were not clamping down fully on this. Now we've taken a decision that we will not allow any government servant to not declare their assets and yet continue to work or draw the salary.
But Mr. Asim Arun, there is also a lot of discussion around the Lok Sabha election results of 2024, where the BJP faced a setback in UP. And one of the issues that was repeatedly pointed out is that the administration there is predominantly influential, prashasan bhari hai, havi hai. Is this also an attempt by the Chief Minister to project himself as someone who's equally strict on bureaucrats when it comes to crime or corruption?
I don't think that's the point. The point is that our government under Yogi Adityanath ji, Honorable CM, we are extremely serious about both good governance and curbing corruption. These are two sides of the same coin. So we have to bring in more efficiency in the system. We have to bring in more accountability to the system. Accountability not just of government officers, but ministers, MLAs like me as well. So we are doing both. When we talk about probity, when we talk about vanity in social life, in public life, we cannot pick and choose in terms of individuals or in terms of group of individuals. We are equally strict about elected individuals. We are equally strict about people who have come through an exam or through an outsourcing process or any other process, whether the bureaucracy or the democracy, both have to be very, very clean about the dealings.
So you've also been an IPS officer before you entered politics, became a minister. Do you think such moves will be welcomed wholeheartedly by government officials? Because this is a section of the society that doesn't really voice its opinions. Is there a possibility of a backlash? Is there those concerns as well? Because, you know, you're asking a large number of people to also, and these are powerful people, and you're asking them to upload their details, very sensitive details on a portal. Are you concerned that there could be a backlash?
My personal view as a anti-corruption activist, as an anti-corruption champion, would be that this is extremely important. There's nothing new in this. We're just enforcing the rule as strictly as it deserves to be. Whether the government servants will like it or not, there is no choice. As a government servant, as a minister, I declare my assets. When I step into the election, I declare everything. I declare even my saving bank accounts, including number and what is the amount there is in my account. So this kind of probity is extremely important. It's not a matter of choice. People have to follow. Whether, I mean, the question is how many government servants will like it, how many will not like it. A very large number of government servants are honest. They want to do their job efficiently. They will like it, I'm sure. And those who do not like it have something to hide. At the same time, there should be a safeguard on this. This question came up earlier as well. When we acquire this kind of information as government, should we publish it on a public platform or not? I believe privacy is important. So publishing addresses, PAN numbers, Aadhaar card, etc. would not be right. It can be misused and it should not be on a public platform. That is one safeguard which should be very seriously applied.
Right. Mr. Arun, also politically, do you think that this will strengthen the Chief Minister's image as a tough administrator? Because there is a lot of buzz about who really is accountable for the BJP setback in 2024 poll results.
This is not about politics. This is about good governance. And under Yogi 1.0, if I may use the term, Yogi ji acquired so much of public goodwill that he was returned as the CM of UP second time. And the major output which the government gave was one, law and order, and second, crackdown on corruption. So the crackdown on corruption is a continuous exercise. Now we are taking it to the next higher level, bringing in more accountability and checking corruption through regular invitation of information from citizens. For example, in my constituency or my district, Kannauj, virtually every third day I'm getting complaints of corruption with substantiated proof. So this corruption had been there for a very, very long time. Now that we've decided to clean it up, lock, stock and barrel, the citizens are coming forward, making complaints with proof, and we are responding to it with serious and in all earnestness and bringing such accused people, corrupt people to book.
Thank you, Mr. Asim Arun, for joining us on NDTV and sharing your insights. Also joining me now is Ghanshyam Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party. We have Rajesh Chaudhary of the BJP. Sharad Pradhan, a senior journalist, also joins us. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. To you, Ghanshyam Tiwari, first, you heard what the minister had to say. Your party has been vocal in its criticism of something like this, calling it a diversionary technique. You've said that the government is on the back foot. But sir, even if it's for optics, if there is a movement for transparency, what is the problem in that? And this is an order which has also come before 2010.
Good evening, Vasudha, to you, my fellow co-panelists and the viewers. The point is optics. So on the show, the minister says that the chief minister is absolutely focused on law and order. But when you look at the ADR report, it says 111 out of the 255 winning candidates from BJP have criminal charges. A lot that have serious criminal charges. 90 have serious criminal charges. This is the party that does everything for optics because they have they collected 13,000 crores in 10 years from electoral bonds without and other sources, and they went to the Supreme Court saying that we don't want to tell the people. So this is a party, at one level it operates on optics when it wants to tell the entire world that they are above board, they are saints and they indulge in no crime and no corruption, they are strong. But internally, they know that every one of them is hand in glove with all kinds of crime and corruption that comes to the fore. I have the Caravan magazine that talks about the loot in Ayodhya on land. If the Yogi government is so serious and they came up with the diktat then why has the diktat not been acted upon for nearly 1 year? Why only 25% have submitted? And finally, in the day and age of big data, where too many things are linked to Aadhaar, it is not too difficult to piece this information set together, that who is in government, what is their role, what is the property that they have, what is the bank account they have, even what are the car numbers that they have. It is relatively easy. The data will do it for you in a week. So the idea is this can be done. It is not done. It will not be done because BJP is hand in glove with a lot of crime and a lot of corruption that is visible from various expose. And it can be done by technology, but they are just announcing it and will continue to announce it just because they can pursue the optics of it.
Okay.
And people of Uttar Pradesh have voted to show that the tamasha of optics is over.
Rajesh Chaudhary from the BJP also joins us. Rajesh ji, opposition का कहना है, विपक्ष का कहना है कि ये सिर्फ ऑप्टिक्स की बात है, पॉलिटिकल प्रोपेगेंडा या स्टंट है, क्योंकि ये सारी चीज़ें तो वैसे भी हम जब इनकम टैक्स फाइल करते हैं तो देनी पड़ती है. और आप इस मूव को किस तरह देखते हैं सर? क्या इसमें एक पॉलिटिकल मैसेजिंग भी है योगी आदित्यनाथ की तरफ से?
देखिए, समाजवादी पार्टी के इतिहास की हम बात करें तो भ्रष्टाचार के माँ बाप तो समाजवादी पार्टी के लोग ही रहे. इन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता की गाड़ी कमाई को लूटने का काम किया है. जहां तक इस प्रश्न की बात है तो मैं कहना चाहूंगा, जीरो टॉलरेंस की जो हमारी नीति है उस पर हम कायम है, उस पर हम काम कर रहे हैं. आज देखिए कि इतने बड़े बड़े ओहदों पे लोग बैठे रहते हैं, चाहे वो सरकारी अधिकारी होंगे या पॉलिटिकल लोग होंगे. उन्हें अपने जीवन में पारदर्शिता रखनी ही होगी. किसी अच्छे पोस्ट पे आने के बाद मेरी संपत्ति की क्या स्थिति है, मैंने कितना कमाया, मेरी पत्नी के नाम कितना है, मेरे बेटों के नाम कितना है, कितना मेरे रिश्तेदारों के नाम है, ये तो डिक्लेयर करना होगा जी. नहीं तो आप देख रहे हो किस तरह से इन्हीं के शासन में अखंड प्रताप सिंह जी सैकड़ों करोड़ का घोटाला करके और क्या हालत हुई थी. आज इनकी पार्टी के नेता हैं, उनके वंशज. तो ये इनका इतिहास हो सकता है, हमारा नहीं है. हम पहले से इस बात को कहते रहे, योगी जी ने पहले से इस बात को कहा था कि हम भ्रष्टाचार से किसी भी तरह का समझौता, किसी तरह का कंप्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगे. उसी नीति के तहत हर व्यक्ति को अपनी प्रॉपर्टी घोषित करनी होगी. हम सब सार्वजनिक जीवन में हमें पारदर्शिता अपने जीवन में भी रखनी होगी. इसी नीति को लेकर के हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं.
Okay, Sharad Pradhan ji, how do you see this move, sir? Is it also an attempt by Yogi Adityanath to counter all these allegations against him? Because, amongst all, several other people, he's also being held responsible for the BJP not, in fact, losing some of the gains that the party made politically, socially in the last few decades, last few years, actually. How do you see this move? Is this also resistance on his side to not really get boxed into that Hindutva image and showcase himself as an able administrator who does not even leave bureaucrats, who are corrupt?
Well, what you said earlier, a little while ago, was actually hitting the nail on the head. That Yogi Adityanath is doing all this only to cover up this allegation that bureaucracy is dominating in the state. The fact of the matter is that corruption in all governments goes on rising. And this is from the horse's mouth, from people very close to Yogi Adityanath. I've written a book on him, published by Penguin, and I mentioned in that book how Yogi Adityanath has come as a chief minister, as an honest chief minister after many years. But I have no shame in confessing that that is not true. It was true when he had taken over. But gradually, some bureaucrats who were extremely close to him, they knew how to, bureaucrats are very good at corrupting good people also. So there have been many allegations and some of them may be true. Nobody has probed them, how money is going, and even people close to him, bureaucrats I'm saying, they have admitted in as many words that the rate, one day I mentioned to one officer that I also wrote that the UP chief minister is an honest man, but the way corruption is rising. You know what he said? He said, well, this is not for publication, but I am told that the rates have increased. That is the hard truth. And Yogi Adityanath is not able to do anything about it, or he doesn't want to do anything about it. I fail to understand why. Because there are blatant, filing returns in this manner, declaring property. This is a routine arrangement with every bureaucrat is supposed to be doing.
Right.
To be re-emphasizing on that only shows that you are trying to make your brownie points. What needs to be done is, under the Prevention of Corruption Act, there is ample provision to identify people on the basis of their visible assets. which are far beyond their legitimate means of income. And there are a number of bureaucrats in the ruling dispensation who the whole world knows that their assets are blatantly visible, far beyond.
Yeah.
And somebody, and for instance, there is a department of this Jal Shakti mission, which has a provision of some 70,000 crores. And the top officer there is known to be the most corrupt bureaucrat in the state. Nobody does anything about it. There are other departments of industries where blatantly corruption is going on. And what to say? Now the deputy chief minister has gone on record in an official meeting, Keshav Prasad Maurya, to say that the government, this is one of the most corrupt governments. Two of his BJP MLAs have gone on record to say this. There are Moti Singh and R.C. Mishra, the MLAs of the party. And then even on law and order, which also happens to be Yogi's USP, so he claims, the deputy chief minister has gone on record to say that law and order is at its worst. So publicity, there is a lot. And you know, the kind of money that this government spends on publicity, it comes to about 4 crores a day. It is 1,600 crores at the annual budget. So you can imagine, you are drowning people and bombarding people with lies and half-truths. And you start believing yourself that all that is truth, which is not. So if he were to actually take on corruption, which one really hoped when he took over that he will get UP, rid UP of corruption, but unfortunately that is not the case.
Okay, Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari, you heard what Mr. Pradhan said and what Rajesh Chaudhary also said. But if you were to come to power, sir, because you know Samajwadi Party has performed really well this time, if you were to come to power in the future, what would you do about corrupt bureaucrats? Because as a journalist, I have seen, you know, there are bureaucrats who make money for 7 generations. So like Mr. Pradhan was saying, this is a problem that has existed. How would you bring in some sense of transparency? Because whatever Yogi Adityanath has issued, it could be optics, it could be anything, but still it's a move that makes you think that there is a certain accountability that's necessary.
I think accountability is the basis of a strong democracy, and accountability does not emerge from diktats and bulldozers and terrorizing people. It emerges from ensuring that the press flourishes, that corruption is exposed when somebody as senior as Sharad Pradhanji says that an ex-official is corrupt and a press report comes on that. It is not that the journalist is jailed. It is a fact that the government chooses to investigate, and then the civil society acts. Unless the press is free, civil society is free, and this mode of terrorizing and bulldozing is off, you will not be able to root out corruption. That's number one. Number two is there's enough data that is available. People should worry that the kind of data imprint that they already have, who owns what flats, what land, what is their bank account, what is the inflow, outflow of their UPI, their credit card, debit card, all this is available, and their family. So there are big data companies that already do this, and they work with income tax department and various departments. All you have to do is ensure that you don't operate in a way that there is a large room for Bharatiya Janata Party and everybody else has a gun pointed to their head. The moment you start making ED, CBI, IT a political tool, the Bajrang Dal of your government, rather than them serving the purpose they're supposed to serve, then you have made the government dysfunctional. We want a democracy which is functional, which is not terrorized, where the agencies do their job, and politicians or bureaucrats or other government officials must be afraid that there is too many eyes on us for us to indulge in any wrongdoing.
राजेश चौधरी, जो ये बार बार हम बात सुनते हैं कि यूपी की सरकार में प्रशासन हावी है, इसमें कितनी सच्चाई है सर? और जैसे शरद प्रधान जी भी कह रहे थे कि काफ़ी एमएलएज हों या पार्टी वर्कर्स ने भी कहा है कि करप्शन तो चलता रहता है, यूपी बड़ा स्टेट है, तो क्या ये एक करेक्टिव मेजर है, एक सुधार करने की कोशिश की है योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ऐसे मूव के साथ?
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आने से पहले नंबर बाई नंबर सपा बसपा की सरकार रही, और दोनों की वर्किंग को पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता और देश की जनता जानती है किस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार रंग रंग में यूपी की में समाया हुआ था। योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के आने के बाद हमने सुधार करना कोशिश की, और पूरे 5 साल के अंदर में दावे के साथ कहता हूँ, ये कोई आरोप सरकार के ऊपर नहीं लगा, कोई ऐसी घटनाक्रम नहीं हुआ जहां सरकारी भ्रष्टाचार उजागर हुआ होगा। और ब्यूरोक्रेसी हावी है या सरकार हावी है, इसको आप बांट करके नहीं दे सकते। ब्यूरोक्रेसी हावी की बात तब कर सकते हैं जब सरकार के द्वारा किए हुए निर्णयों को ब्यूरोक्रेसी नहीं मान रही हो। उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी उनका अपना एक मंत्रिमंडल है। मंत्रिमंडल जो निर्णय करता है, सरकार जो निर्णय करती है, उसका क्रियान्वयन करना कार्यपालिका का काम है। आप कोई एक ऐसा निर्णय बताइए जो सरकार ने तय किया और कार्यपालिका ने नहीं माना हो, तब तो माने भाई, तो सरकार की भी बात ब्यूरोक्रेसी नहीं मान रही है। तो केवल अपने किए हुए पुराने कुकर्मों को छुपाने के लिए ये इस तरह की बातें करते हैं। इनको तो स्वागत करना चाहिए सरकार के इस निर्णय का। हम बात कर रहे हैं भ्रष्टाचार मिटाने की, और मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूँ, चाहे वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी की 10 साल की सरकार होगी, चाहे 7.5 साल की योगी जी की सरकार होगी, एक किसी मिनिस्टर पर, एक किसी मुख्यमंत्री पर या प्रधानमंत्री पर कोई दाग लगा क्या? भ्रष्टाचार से हम लोग बाहर आ रहे हैं ना। एक दिन में समस्या का समाधान नहीं हो जाता है, पर हमारा प्रयास ईमानदारी से और प्रयास की तरफ, हम सफल होने की तरफ तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहे हैं।
Okay, last word from Sharad Pradhan. Sir, 7 years of Yogi Adityanath, what is there as part of his legacy? Because, sometimes I do feel that, as an objective journalist, sometimes, we focus so much on his Hindutva moves, these little things which are reformative in nature, at least the ideas, do get ignored. What do you think is the legacy of Yogi Adityanath, and how should he sort of walk the next 3 years? Because the challenges seem to be huge in front of him.
The trouble is that there is the intent. There is lack of real intent behind this move. It is more simple optics and nothing else. Because if he were actually, I personally believed, as I said, I personally believe that he's an honest chief minister, and UP has got an honest chief minister after many years. I have written this in my book. But the fact of the matter is that I was wrong in judging him. Because today, if he were actually interested in rooting out corruption, the first step could have been in Ayodhya. 34,000 crores were spent on development of Ayodhya in various ways. And you have seen, the whole world has seen, how the railway station was up. The temple itself has been dripping. Every rain and the railway station was flooded. This road, on the very first rain, the main road on which some 32 crores was spent is completely battered. What does it mean? What more evidence do you need? It is very obvious that people engaged in carrying out these jobs have been thoroughly corrupt, and there have been tons of kickbacks. Earlier there was land, but not a single probe has been ordered by the chief minister. What more do you expect? If they don't if they don't wake up from their slumber when money is being pilfered in Ayodhya, on the strength of which they are riding to power.
But Mr. Pradhan, the fact that he is a chief minister who does not have personal corruption charges, because we have seen other states where chief ministers who were seen as erstwhile completely non-corrupt are also facing such charges. For Yogi Adityanath to not really have any charge for the last 7 years, isn't that also an important thing?
How do you say that there are no charges? People are accusing him. You ask the opposition, obviously the ruling party will not accuse him. But when a deputy chief minister, now in this case, a deputy chief minister is accusing the government, obviously he is not naming the chief minister, but he is calling the government thoroughly corrupt. He is saying, two MLAs are saying that we have not seen so much corruption anywhere in the country. So what does it mean? It is their own people. It is not every government. The problem with us is that every government which comes, they claim that they are very clean, the others are rogues.
Okay.
And they are all sailing in the same boat. And I am saying this on the strength of the fact that I was the one who, or Akhand Pratap Singh that the BJP spokesman was mentioning, I was the one who filed a PIL against him in the Supreme Court, and he was knocked off.
Right.
And he went to jail. There was another appointee of the Samajwadi Party against whom I filed the PIL.
Right.
So I believe in objectivity. Like you, I just don't believe in having biases.
Absolutely.
But the fact of the matter is that this government is showing no sincere concern against corruption.
Okay.
It's only publicity. And because they spend so much in the publicity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharad Pradhan. Thank you so much, Rajesh Ji, and thank you, Ghanshyam Tiwari, for joining us on this broadcast. Call it a cleanup or a political move, but it is something that will definitely have consequences. The decision by the UP government. That's all we have for you in this bulletin. More news and updates on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a historic 3-day visit to Poland and later today to Ukraine. Today he also held bilateral talks with the Polish Prime Minister.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice?
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, all the latest after the Supreme Court held its second hearing in the Kolkata rape and murder case. Also, the Prime Minister leaves Warsaw for Kyiv. We'll get you all those details. First, a look at the headlines. Mumbai doctors have called off their strike after the Supreme Court hearing today. In Delhi, AIIMS and RMLO doctors also called off the strike after assurances from the top court. But Kolkata doctors say they will continue their protest despite the appeal by the Supreme Court. During the hearing, the Supreme Court today blasted the Kolkata police for its handling of the rape and murder of the 31-year-old junior doctor, pointing out anomalies in the probe. The BJP hit the streets again today, demanding Mamata Banerjee resign, as Mamata herself wrote a letter to the Prime Minister asking for stringent legislation, fast-track courts for rape cases, saying 90 rapes take place in the country in a day. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today held bilateral talks with Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, who said Poland wants to deepen its cooperation with India and the defense industry. Prime Minister Modi thanked Poland for helping evacuate Indian students from Ukraine after the war broke out, and ahead of his Kyiv visit, he said India is willing to offer its help to end the conflicts in Ukraine and West Asia. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge on a two-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir today met with the Abdullahs. Farooq Abdullah announces that the National Conference and Congress will be fighting the assembly polls together. Rahul Gandhi hits out at the BJP and says democratic rights must be restored in Jammu and Kashmir. A fiery start to the Assam Assembly session. The opposition walks out over key bills. The opposition protests over the bill on Muslim marriages in the state and also questions the Assam Land Laws Amendment. The government says the law is to protect the land of the indigenous people. And 17 people have now died in the Andhra Pradesh Pharma blast that took place yesterday. 41 people are injured. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu visits the injured in hospital, expresses his grief, says want investment in the state but also want to ensure safety. The Chief Minister cites legacy issues, blames the previous government, says systems were destroyed in the last 5 years. All right, the news just coming in. Mumbai doctors have called off their strike. This comes nearly 2 weeks since the doctors have been striking over the rape and murder of a junior doctor in Kolkata and the RG Kaur hospital. The BMC resident doctors have announced that they are calling off their strike. This after assurances from the Supreme Court today, who said that all the doctors' grievances will be looked into, and also said state governments should not penalize any of the doctors. Remember earlier, the Supreme Court had announced a task force on safety in hospitals, and that task force is supposed to give recommendations on how to improve safety for doctors, which is one of the key demands besides justice in this horrific case of rape and murder. Let's go across to Radhika now for more. So Radhika, welcome news there, a relief really, for so many in Mumbai. Earlier today we had AIIMS and RML in Delhi calling off the strike, and now in Mumbai too, the doctors have announced that they are calling off their strike.
That's right. Resident doctors in Mumbai who had been protesting for quite some time now have finally decided to call off the strike. This, as you mentioned, after the assurances given by the Supreme Court, after the appeal by the Supreme Court, and also after assurances given by the state government. In fact, a set of doctors from the civic hospitals had met Chief Minister Eknath Shinde this evening. He gave them assurances as far as all the demands of these doctors are concerned. In fact, they had placed a charter of demands, including the Central Protection Act to come into force, and also, CCTV cameras across in terms of security and safety. All the, steps need to be taken as something that they have said, and given a set of, facilities that doctors, in particular female doctors, are looking at across these hospitals, and also regular surveillance of these facilities and infrastructure in many of these civic-run hospitals, which lack a lot of facilities as well as infrastructure. So all those charter of demands were placed before the state government over the last few days after the horrific Kolkata rape and murder case. And also we saw an incident where a Sion Hospital female doctor was also attacked. She was allegedly abused as well as assaulted by a patient. Even that came to fore in the last few days, post which, of course, the protest intensified. However, post the assurance given by the top court as well as by the state government, now the BMC resident doctors in Mumbai have decided to call off the strike.
All right, so welcome announcement there. Thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. And let's take you through what took place in the Supreme Court. This was the second hearing today, and the top court blasted the Kolkata police for its handling of the rape and murder of the 31-year-old junior doctor in Kolkata's RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital. At every step, the judges pointed out discrepancies and anomalies. Justice Pardiwala, who was part of the three-judge bench led by the Chief Justice of India, said the entire procedure followed by your state is something I have not come across in my 30 years, with the court questioning the delay in filing of the FIR. Now, the CBI and Kolkata police submitted their status reports on the case, and the next hearing will take place on the 5th of September.
Tough words from Supreme Court as it asked pertinent questions on the lapses by the Kolkata police in the handling of the murder of a resident doctor at RG Kaur Hospital in Kolkata.
This is something which even the Criminal Procedure Code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure
Yeah.
which has been followed by your police,
Yes.
police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across in 30 years of my...
I know. Right. I appreciate it. But Manoj, the facts must be before your lordship's mind. That's the important thing.
Doubts over the investigation and handling prompted the court to ask for an officer of the Kolkata police to be present to explain various facets of the case and investigation in the next hearing. The exchange between the Kolkata police and the CBI and the centre took a political turn, prompting the Chief Justice to intervene and urging both parties to stop politicizing the case.
What we would also expect,
yes,
please don't politicize
Exactly.
this.
Exactly. So Bindu has said bullets will be fired.
Across the political spectrum,
Yes.
parties have to realize, don't politicize.
That's
this.
exactly.
No, the law will take its course. The law will take its course, and we are ensuring that the law does take its course after a quick and efficient investigation.
The primary focus was, however, for doctors to resume work, and the Chief Justice of India assured them on the steps being taken for their safety and clarified that there would be no victimization for participating in the protests.
Ask them to first return to work. Once they return to work, then if nobody is going to take any adverse action against the doctors.
That
all
will
come back to work.
Word from your lordship will work, not for them.
Let them first come back to work, and then if there's any difficulty, just talk to us in the court here. We'll make sure that there's no adverse action against the doctor.
With doctors calling off the strike, the Supreme Court will now hear the matter on the 5th of September next month, where it will take stock of the steps it has taken, apart from the investigation being conducted by the CBI. This, hopefully, will reassure doctors that the top court is interested in finding an early resolution to this problem. With camera person Prem Singh, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Now, today also saw once again the BJP taking to the streets in Kolkata, demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over her handling of the case and failures in governance. Remember, the West Bengal government has really been on the back foot. But interestingly, at the same time, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has written to Prime Minister Modi, urging him to bring a stringent central law paving the way for 15-day trial and exemplary punishment in rape cases. In this letter, she writes about how 90 rapes are taking place daily in the country, and therefore the government is duty bound to put an end to it so that women feel safe and secure. So interesting development there. So as the BJP has been protesting against her, she's written to the Prime Minister. Let's go across to Tanushka now for more on this. And Tanushka, today was another day of protest. Also, the Kolkata doctors have said, despite the assurances from the Supreme Court, they're going to continue their protest. And Mamata Banerjee writing to the Prime Minister.
Right, Gargi, today has been a day of many developments with respect to the Supreme Court hearings and as well as the CBI investigations. We heard in the hearings that, of course, the Supreme Court has given very strong statements in favor of the students' movement and the resident doctors' movement. As you can see, I am currently at RG Medical College and Hospital, while the Supreme Court has given positive assurances, and the AIMS Resident Doctors Association in Delhi has called off the strike. The faculty of AIMS doctors have also called off their strike, FIMA, in view of the Supreme Court's hearing today. However, here at RG Medical College and Hospital, the spirit of the protest and dissent is very clear. Even now, there is a candlelight vigil that is still going on here at the RG Medical College, and there is song and poetry also going on, as it happens every single night here. Bengal is known to protest in the form of music and poetry. Let us see if we can talk to some people here and understand whether they will be, giving up on the movement after the hearing. No, just in general, will you continue with the movement?
आप हिंदी में बोलिए।
आप मूवमेंट के साथ कंटिन्यू करेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट की आज की हेयरिंग?
नहीं, हम लोग तो हमेशा करते रहेंगे जब तक इनका जो मर्डर किया है, उनको पर जो जुल्म हुआ है, जिसने जुल्म किया है उनको निकालना ही पड़ेगा। रोड के ऊपर हम लोग देखेंगे, हाँ ये है, कौन मंत्री का लड़का इसमें है, कौन MP इसमें जॉइंट है।
ये जो आज हियरिंग हुआ सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, उसके बाद कई डॉक्टर्स एसोसिएशंस ने अपना स्ट्राइक कॉल ऑफ कर दिया है, तो उसके विषय में आरजी कौर का क्या से है? देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट अपने काम पे जो करना है करने दीजिए। अगर हम लोग यहाँ का मोहाल अगर बंद कर दिया तो हम लोग, वो हमारा बहन, उसका पीछा नहीं मिलेगा उनको। Right, as we just heard, the students here at RG Medical College and Hospital are still determined on continuing with their protest despite the Supreme Court hearing today. Justice Pardiwala came down strongly upon the case, and he said that he has not seen such a case in the past 30 years. So what we're also understanding is that the movement will still
all right,
go
Tanushka,
on.
We'll have to end it there. Thanks so much for joining us, with all those updates, so many developments in this case today. But moving on now to news of the Prime Minister's historic 3-day visit to Poland and Ukraine. He leaves later for Ukraine today. Today he held bilateral talks with Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, who said Poland wants to deepen cooperation with India in the defense industry. The Prime Minister also thanked Poland for helping to evacuate students from Ukraine after the war broke out. He also said, interestingly, that India is willing to offer its help to end the conflicts in Ukraine and West Asia.
आपने 2022 में यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में फंसे हुए भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स को निकालने के लिए जो उदारता दिखाई, उसे हम भारतवासी कभी नहीं भूल सकते। फ्रेंड, इस वर्ष हमने अपने राजनयिक संबंधों की 70वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। इस अवसर पर हमने संबंधों को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में परिवर्तित करने का निर्णय लिया है।
Well, let's go across to Vishnu Shom now, who joins us from Kyiv. And Vishnu, the Poland part of the trip now over, the focus on Ukraine as the Prime Minister will head to Kyiv, and once again talking about peace, talking about India playing a positive role in these conflicts currently, saying that no battle, no issue has been solved on a battlefield. So very interesting to look forward to what the Prime Minister will achieve during this visit.
And I'll tell you why, Gargi. I'm standing in Maidan Square. This is in the heart of Kyiv. And every single flag that you see behind me marks one soldier who's been killed in this battle. It's a war that has now gone on for more than 900 days. And let me pan my camera to give you an idea of the numbers over here. All across me, so many flags. Each flag marks one dead soldier. And there are photographs over here as well. It goes across this entire square. And this is what the Prime Minister is going to try and sort out. Now, will there be any solutions that he has to offer? Well, that's very difficult to say at this stage. But again, just tilting my camera, panning my camera, you can see there are so many over here, right in the heart of Kyiv itself. Now, the Prime Minister is going to be in Kyiv for a short visit. It's going to be less than 10 hours. He'll have delegation-level talks with President Volodymyr Zelensky. We do expect a joint statement, hopefully at the end of that. But it is a very high-profile visit. It's not just the Prime Minister who are coming. There are several senior officials who will be here with him. The Prime Minister, as I understand it, would already have started his journey into this country. Remember, airspace is closed. He is likely taking a train to come over here to arrive early in the morning. What will India be able to achieve? We don't know yet, but yes, New Delhi has political capital in Moscow, where the Prime Minister was a couple of weeks back, and over here in Kyiv as well, where he's coming as a guest of President Zelensky.
That's right, Vishnu. And as you mentioned, India's in this very unique and key position because we're friends with Russia. We've been invited by President Zelensky. So in a very key position to, mediate at this point.
Well, India is very much the voice of the global south. And I mean, it is something that we should genuinely feel proud about. The fact that Indian foreign policy is independent. The word non-aligned may have gone out of fashion, but the fact that you can actually reach out to leaders on both sides and do an India first practice in your foreign policy is something which really does give us a certain edge. So on the one hand, you've got India importing Russian oil, but at the same time, there is enough political say as far as New Delhi is concerned to be invited over here, for Prime Minister Modi to be invited over here, and hopefully, be in a position where his suggestions are welcomed by the Ukrainian leadership. But this is a devastating war. I've been here 2 years back. I've seen this war, and it is so sad in a sense to be reporting from Maidan Square. I'll wrap this up by just reminding you, Gargi, about what we see behind me. Each and every small flag marks the loss of a Ukrainian soldier.
Right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us there, and really poignant to see that, that memorial behind you. Well, moving on to news back home now, and Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge were in Srinagar today ahead of the assembly polls, and they met with Congress workers. They also held alliance talks with the National Conference, with the Abdullahs. National Conference President Farooq Abdullah announced that the NC and Congress will be fighting together in all 90 assembly seats, while Rahul Gandhi said that respect for Congress workers will be maintained.
कर्रा साहब को कहा है, खारगे जी ने भी कहा है कि गठबंधन होगा, मगर कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता की इज्जत, रिस्पेक्ट मेंटेन करके होगा.
The Congress National Conference Alliance for Assembly elections in Jammu Kashmir is now a reality. As Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge held an hour-long meeting with Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah at their Gupkar residence in Srinagar, the message was clear that despite serious differences over seat-sharing formula between the two sides, the leadership of both parties wanted to fight Jammu Kashmir Assembly elections together.
फाइनल हुआ है, अलायंस या फाइनल हो गया है, उस पर दस्तखत हो जाएंगे और ये सब आपके सामने आ जाए. ये पूरे 90 सीट्स पे अलायंस.
Sources say both parties have already held 3 rounds of negotiations on seat sharing. The last meeting ended on a bitter note last night as both sides hardened their stand on number of seats they want to contest. During the meeting with Rahul Gandhi, idea of friendly contest on seats claimed by both sides was also mooted. During his 2-day visit, the restoration of Jammu Kashmir statehood appears to be central to Rahul Gandhi's poll promise.
It is our priority in the Congress party and also in the India Gathbandhan to restore statehood to Jammu and Kashmir as soon as possible. This is the first time since independence that a state has become union territories.
It's official. Congress National Conference Triple Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir is a done deal. But sources say there are still several friction points in seat-sharing formula. An option of friendly contest at several seats is also on the table. In Srinagar, Nazir Masoodi, NDTV.
And now to Assam, where the crucial autumn session of the Legislative Assembly started on a fiery note. The government plans to bring a bill for compulsory government registration of Muslim marriages and divorces, opposed by the opposition parties in the state. They also questioned the tabling of the amendment to the Assam Land Revenues and Regulations Act. Ratnadeep Chaudhary reports.
Day one of the Assam Assembly session saw the opposition taking on the government on several issues. The government plans to table and pass some key legislations, including a new legislation on the registration of Muslim marriages and divorce.
देखिए, हमारे जो मुस्लिम विवाह होते थे उनको काजी रजिस्टर करते थे। आज से ये सरकार में रजिस्टर होगा और उस बिल में पहले प्रावधान था कि माइनर का मैरिज भी रजिस्टर हो सकता है। आज से माइनर का शादी रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होगा।
The opposition has hit out, claiming the government move is communal.
मुसलमान मैरिज एंड रजिस्ट्रेशन एक्ट 1935 से चला रहा है, कोई वो नुकसान नहीं है। मुख्यमंत्री को चाहिए मुसलमान के डेवलपमेंट का काम करे।
गवर्नमेंट ऑफ असम और चीफ मिनिस्टर, खास करके चीफ मिनिस्टर ने ये जो कम्युनल एक्ट लाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा है, हम लोग इसका विरोध में हम लोग लड़ाई कर रहा हूँ, हम लोग कभी नहीं होने देंगे। तो ये कम्युनल एजेंडा है।
The autumn session of the Assam Legislative Assembly is expected to be a stormy one, with the government planning to bring in a new legislation that will bring the Muslim marriage registration under the ambit of the government, and no more the Qazis can register Muslim marriages. It will be the government official who will register the marriages, and a section of the opposition parties are opposed to this idea. The government took the first step today. The bill to repeal the existing law has been tabled. The cabinet has approved Assam Compulsory Registration of Muslim Marriage and Divorce Bill 2024, mandating the Muslims to register marriages and divorces with the government. This will eliminate the role of Qazis. The opposition today also questioned the tabling of the amendment of Assam Land Revenue and Regulation Act.
दुर्भाग्य है, आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री खुद लॉयर है, लेकिन इंडिया के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ जाके एक लैंड बिल अमेंडमेंट बिल ला रहे थे, जहाँ लाके कि बरपेटा में, बटद्रोआ में, माजुली में, फला जगह यहाँ मुसलमान ज़मीन नहीं खरीद पाएंगे। हमने स्पीकर से यही मांग किया था, आप इसको इंट्रोड्यूस मत कीजिए, आप इसको अलाउ मत कीजिए, लेकिन स्पीकर ने नहीं माना। हमने वॉकआउट किया है।
वन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिल टू प्रोटेक्ट लैंड, we have decided, our government has decided to bring a law so that our indigenous people can save our lands. That is very important. Opposition are very, very unhappy, but obviously we are happy. Assamese people are happy. That's why we are bringing this bill. It will be passed.
Once enacted, the new Muslim marriage and divorce law will make the registration of child marriages illegal. With camera person Nakul Rabha in Guwahati, Ratnadeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
And now to UP, where the Yogi government has put out a diktat to all government staff, asking them to declare their property or lose their salary. It's now set an August 31st deadline for all government staff to declare their property, and this will impact nearly 18 lakh government staff members in the state.
In Uttar Pradesh, government employees face a significant deadline. Nearly 18 lakh UP government employees risk losing their salaries if they don't comply with the Yogi government's diktat on declaration of assets. The order brought in August last year had its initial deadline on 31st December. Then the deadline was extended to June 30th and then July 31st. But with only 26% compliance, the deadline has now been pushed to August 31st, and non-compliance will also affect promotions.
हमने उत्तर प्रदेश की व्यवस्थाओं को पारदर्शी तरीके से सुचारू रूप से आगे बढ़ाने के नियत के साथ काम किया है। साफ नियत के साथ सही दिशा में विकास, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है और निश्चित तौर पे हमारी योगी सरकार पूरी ईमानदारी से अपने जो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, जो उसके कर्तव्य है, उस कर्तव्यों का पालन कर रही है। और जो भी ये दिशा निर्देश हैं या जो भी आदेश होता है, ये उसी क्रम में उन चीज़ों को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, पारदर्शी व्यवस्थाओं को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, समाज का सरकार के प्रति विश्वास और मजबूत बनाने के लिए हम काम करते हैं।
The opposition has hit back saying, why was this not brought earlier?
Yogi ji has realized that their officers are doing corruption across the state, and that's what we are seeing. So this order has to be came at 2017 and should be implemented strictly 7 years ago. At this juncture of time, when Uttar Pradesh government is basically on the back foot, Bharatiya Janata Party and Mukhyamantri Yogi Adityanath Singh basically wanted to divert these issues and don't want to come the main issues on the mainstream, and so they are giving these follow-up orders.
While the deadline has been extended many times, the latest directive comes as an ultimatum to those who fail to comply. NDTV Bureau Report.
After 17 deaths and over 41 injured in one of the worst industrial disasters in Andhra Pradesh's Pharma SEZ, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu today visited those injured in hospital, and in an exclusive chat to Uma Sudhir said there's legacy to blame too, because systems have collapsed and become dysfunctional in the last 5 years, and that the number of accidents had doubled in that period.
It has been described as the worst industrial disaster in a decade. 17 dead and 41 injured, most of them in their 20s and 30s. In a mishap at Asiancia Advanced Sciences, a pharma unit at Achutapuram Special Economic Zone in Anakapalli district of Andhra Pradesh.
By seeing them, unbearable suffering, very pathetic condition. Then I came here. I was in the factory. 5 years, 119 this type of incidents in Visakhapatnam. 120 members died. Previous government by constituting committee, they gave recommendations, no action has been taken. Now I have to streamline total administration and fix accountability.
Experts say an engineering defect is suspected to have led to leakage of chemical solvent that caused a powerful blast and fire. This is a door that got thrown out, flung out more than 100 meters away by the impact of the blast. As you can see, the building there, the blast took place there, and all over we see the impact of the blast here on the lawns outside. An expert committee will now fix responsibility for the accident.
Yeah, this is not, I seen this place and all, this is not a call accident, this is a human error. Monthly safety audit has to be done. Since last 3-4 years, no audit has been done.
Asiancia was established 5 years ago with 200 crore rupees investment and makes intermediaries and active pharmaceutical ingredients.
This is not the neglect of the safety. This is the more precautions is taken. Particularly this case is a different study learning for all of us.
Achutapuram as well as in Srikakulam, these are two pharma SEZs that are very critical as growth engines, not just for Andhra Pradesh but for the country as well, especially post-COVID when we are talking about active pharmaceutical ingredients being manufactured in the country itself. In Achutapuram with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And as Prime Minister Modi has left Warsaw for Kyiv, here's a look at the highlights of his Poland visit.
शांति पर विश्वास करती है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides. resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. Two cases, the RG Car Hospital rape and murder case and the sexual abuse of two 4-year-old girls at school in Badlapur. Suo motu cognizance taken by two top courts, the Supreme Court of India and the Bombay High Court. Both benches slamming the respective state governments, West Bengal and Maharashtra, for negligence. And these aren't the only instances of courts stepping in where governance fails. Joining me on the show, we have Member of Parliament of the TMC, Sagarika Ghosh. Susi Ben Shah is Chairperson of Maharashtra State Commission for Protection of Child Rights, and Shazia Ilmi, spokesperson of the BJP. Susi Ben Shah, I'm going to begin with you. In both these cases, what we have seen is courts stepping in. In case of Maharashtra and also in the case of Kolkata. In case of Kolkata, of course, the Supreme Court said, don't politicize the matter. Do you think it's politicization of incidents of crime which is leading to institutions failing?
Yes, very good evening to all, my co-panelists and the viewers. I would just like to say this, that the High Court has additionally stepped in. The government of Maharashtra surely has stepped in. An administrator has been appointed. Yes, there was a delay. There were latches. The entire system failed our girls. I'm not running away from it. And therefore now, we all women, especially politician women who are in public life, should join hands, have a constructive debate. Like in Maharashtra, I'll just like to give an example that sometimes in 2022, there was a rape murder of a 7-year-old girl. The system moved very, very fast. Fast track within 40 days, charge sheet, 6 months, the entire examination chief was finished. And on 22nd, on June 24, there was the strictest penalty given, death by hanging. So within 1.5 years, the strictest punishment was given. So therefore, the political will, political pressure has to be there. And no other person better than we women. You see, in Maharashtra, I've suggested, and I've given a deadline to the government, that in 3 months, something like a crime branch in each police station, independent mini police station in existing police station. The job of that woman and child desk or police station, mini police station, is only to handle women and children. No VIP movement, no bandobast, no theft. Unless and until such structural reforms are made, let me tell you this, nothing is going to change. We'll have this knee-jerk reactions. We'll have these debates where we want death by hanging for everyone, everything to be suspended, everyone to be thrown out. Aisa nahi hota hai. We have to have a full-proof system where we don't
have an all-women's panel today, and that's why I'm going to seek solutions here. Sagarika Ghosh, I'm coming to you, ma'am. The question here is that the Supreme Court has been very clear. It says, please don't politicize this. The law will take its course. We are ensuring that the law does take its course after a quick and efficient investigation. But several questions have been raised on the role and evident cover-up which was done by the Kolkata police. Do you think this case can be that case in which structural changes can be brought in to ensure safety of women, safety of doctors, rather than looking at it from the prism of politics?
Maria, this is an extremely important, urgent, and a vital question that you have taken up. Crimes against women are increasing across the country. As we have seen, 90 assault cases take place on a daily basis against women. Now, I don't agree with your interpretation that the Supreme Court has in any way found fault with the Bengal government. Yes, the apex court raised some very important questions throughout the hearing today, but the Kolkata police gave a minute by minute account of the day. It said exactly why at 10:10 it registered that unnatural death case, why the FIR was registered later. The unnatural death case registration was in no way dissimilar to an FIR. The manner in which the autopsy was conducted, the manner in which the postmortem was conducted. I think the Supreme Court gave some very important rulings, Maria, which I would like to flag here. First of all, yes, do not politicize crimes against women. We need fast track justice. We need exemplary punishment. We have to speak in one voice, in empathy and solidarity. We stand with the anguished. We stand with the angry. Protest is a legitimate right of the citizen, but an incitement to violence is not. Those inciting violence in the name of protest, those inciting mobs in the name of protest, there the law will take its course. But in a case like the RG Kaur incident, where citizens are grieved, citizens are anguished, we share that anguish as a state government. We stand with protesters, but we will also uphold the law, and that is what has happened. The Kolkata police, as you know, has cracked this case. The Kolkata police, in 24 hours, has arrested the criminal who is, as the CBI status report has also established, is the criminal. There is no case made out for a gang rape. Wild theories were speculating on social media. That is not established in the CBI report. And also, I would like to say, Maria, the point is the Supreme Court made two very important observations, which we welcome. First of all, don't politicize crimes against women. Second of all, the narrative and the investigation of crimes against women cannot be established on Twitter. It cannot be established on social media. Social media and media cannot establish the timeline and line in a crime against women, and in a case where there is investigation going on. Let the police do its job in a fair and impartial manner. If there are gaps in accountability and responsibility, those will be corrected. Those will be taken into consideration. But expecting a T20 style ball by ball commentary on social media is to reduce.
Okay, let me bring in Shazia Ilmi now.
Drama.
Yes,
that
Shazia
cannot
Ilmi,
happen.
the question, of course, is to both the political parties. I've asked that question to the Trinamool Congress representative here, Member of Parliament Sagarika Ghosh. My question is to you as a member of the BJP. Can you really ensure that there is no politics? Because what is playing out is protest march by politicians. And you are certainly doing it because you are in opposition and you're sensing an opportunity that this can be an issue which can lead to mobilization against Mamata Banerjee.
Yes, Maria, but I would totally disagree with the former speaker, it was my predecessing speaker, Sagarika Ghosh, who has completely misrepresented what happened in Kolkata. In fact, it was Kapil Sibal, the lawyer, along with, I think, more than 25 other lawyers who are representing West Bengal government against the family of a girl who was murdered, raped, mutilated. He was actually schooled by S.G. Mehta and told that somebody has lost their life, at least don't laugh. Not just that, the Supreme Court tore into Kolkata administration and Kolkata police and even said that this kind of criminality, this kind of criminal wrongdoing has not been seen, this kind of lapses in the last 30 years of his career. Not just that, there were serious questions asked about the postmortem, about the FIR, about the delay in FIR, and about the tampering of the evidence that was done deliberately. Now, these were not lapses, they were real. And Mamata Banerjee, who is so fond of imposing Section 144, allowed the mob to run amok, allowed a complete criminal to be the principal who has been accused of all sorts of illegal criminal activity, as pointed out by the former Deputy Superintendent Akhtar Ali last year, and in which there are complaints and charges of organ harvesting, medical scams, 20% cut, and what have you. And in fact, I worry for Akhtar Ali because he has to be protected now. there is a complete collapse of law and order. It's so obvious.
Ma'am, you know,
that
as far
for
as the role of
4
Akhtar
days,
Ali,
4
one
days,
moment. Shazia Ilmi, as far as the role of Akhtar Ali is concerned, you know, of course he has made some statements, but he hasn't really released those letters till now in which he claims that he had raised it
I'm
in the
very happy,
past. So
I'm
I
very
would
glad
take that with a pinch of salt right now.
No, I would not do that because the complaint letter which has been taken up by BJP there is all out for everybody to see, and many people have seconded that. Maria, I will send it to you. And I wish you did this kind of cross-questioning earlier when we heard about how brilliant Kolkata police has been, so much so that the health minister and the law minister and also the chief minister herself is going on a protest against herself and writing letters to Narendra Modi ji, generalizing rape, normalizing rape, and making it out to be as if it's somehow the centre's fault. Thank God for Supreme Court that we now have CISF in that hospital. Thank God for CBI now finally that this criminal who has been taken to another place to continue to indulge in corruption and who has been protected by Mamata Banerjee and a government is now finally going to be arrested, and there will be a polygraph test. Instead of dismissing the principal who lied, who actually was, look at his cruelty, that not only did he lie to the parents of the girl, he did not allow them to see
Can we
the
look at
body
solutions
of the
now?
deceased.
Because both the politicians have spoken about their points of view, but because we have an all-women's panel and there is a need.
See what the Supreme Court is saying. It's a matter of great shame that
it's a complete misrepresentation. She clearly doesn't know what happened. I followed the proceeding minute by minute. There was no question of the court saying that there was any kind of cover-up. Yes, there were questions asked,
covering up. Can I come in,
please? In the beginning, and those questions were sorted out later through the proceeding. If the member of the BJP doesn't follow the proceeding and then relies only on Twitter to make her assumptions, that clearly shows that she hasn't listened to the proceedings as I have in detail.
And you don't follow what the Supreme Court,
the Supreme Court, did not.
Okay, Susi Ben Shah wants to come in. Please go ahead, Susi Ben Shah. Please hold on to your thoughts. Yes, Susi Ben Shah. Of course, you know, we have been talking about what the Supreme Court said. Don't politicize it. And like always, we are seeing politics play out.
Kapil Sibal talked about acid attacks, and when Kapil Sibal raised the question of, he mentioned social media 16 times. CJI actually lambasted Kapil Sibal and said, do not politicize the issue. And has said that there are such lacuna in the way
the BJP member is intent on politics. The BJP member is intent on politics. It is the BJP which has the highest number of MPs and MLAs who have rape charges against them. It is the BJP that doesn't take action against Brij Bhushan.
None of the parties.
You were talking about BJP which shelters people who are accused of rape and assaults against women. It is the BJP that does all this. But let's put this aside, speak in one voice. Why is the member of the BJP so intent on politics?
Protecting the rapists.
Okay, Susi Ben Shah, please. Ma'am, just hold on to your thoughts.
Why doesn't she want to focus on solutions? Because
yes,
they don't
we have to focus on solutions. I think that's important because all of you are women in power. Sagarika Ghosh, you are in parliament, you are involved in lawmaking, so let's look for solutions now. Please go ahead, Susi Ben Shah. 30 seconds, let's look for solutions. Yes.
The BJP to look for solutions. The BJP only wants to create protests in order to try and come to power by foul means.
And the criminal nexus in West Bengal.
Yes, let's have Susi Ben Shah on the screen, please. Yes, please, go ahead, ma'am.
Sagarika ji, we cannot stay in a glass house and throw stones. No politician across party lines can vouchsafe and say that they have no charges against women. Whether it be women, children, they have charges. They have FIRs lodged against them. So let's not talk about that. But I will just like to tell this, that as far as the women and children offences against women and children are concerned and speedy trial is concerned, you look at Maharashtra. I just want to, if there is a political will, a 2022 matter where a 7-year-old girl was raped and killed today on the 22nd of June 2024, he's been given hanging, death by hanging.
No, but ma'am, Maharashtra is also not ensured. safe spaces for women. You have two minors being sexually assaulted in the school. So, while you may talk about a previous case, let's look at what has happened in case of these minors.
The government of Maharashtra has accepted the folly. I am equally anguished. I am equally concerned. I was at the school myself for 1.5 days taking the preliminary examination of all the people concerned.
And it has taken 11 hours for the parents to register an FIR. That happened only after the outrage.
Madam, no sooner we got to know.
And the constable and the police was dismissed immediately.
Shajaji, 1 minute.
The protesters in Maharashtra were lathi charged. That did not happen in Bengal.
Sagarika ji, allow me to complete. I never intervened. So when the parents went to the police station, our woman and child officer were with the parents for 12 hours. Yes, 12 hours is disgusting delay and heads will roll. Similarly, in the hospital, so that the child doesn't feel anguish, our woman and child officer was there. In fact, the member of the commission also was there. So therefore, we've tried to do our best to comfort the situation, and we are not running away. There was a delay. We are all answerable. Heads will roll, but now is the time that we all come together. We all come together and take constructive steps. So none of our girls, none of our daughters, none of our women,
okay,
none of our
Sagarika Ghosh, in this particular case, by Susiben, there is an acceptance of how things went wrong.
Agree.
Even in the case of Kolkata, there is the lapse on the part of the police. The question is of the delay in filing of the FIR. The question is in announcing in clearly saying that let's start one by one. Time lag between discovery of the body and the lodging of the FIR, death being called unnatural even after a post-mortem examination, and the sealing of the crime scene after more than 12 hours. So these do raise questions on the role of the Kolkata police.
The Kolkata police has clarified each of these points, Maria. The fact is that the unnatural death was registered at 10 a.m. as the court has accepted. The investigation then went on. Then, as per the protocol, the FIR was registered late at night after the body was handed over to the parents. The crime scene was sealed, the autopsy was done, the postmortem was done. It is because precisely of the foolproof methods that the Kolkata police used. They have provided, let me tell you, a minute to minute. They have been so confident of their investigation. They have provided a minute to minute account of the day. Please let me finish. With videography of each minute of the day. Okay. The court has accepted that. In fact, the questions that Ms. Ilmi is raising were the questions raised in the beginning by the court, by Justice Pardiwala when I was listening to it. He then later accepted that, yes, the Kolkata police has addressed these concerns, and then he accepted the minute-by-minute account that the Kolkata police had given. So the Kolkata police, I have to say here, has done an extremely professional job. Okay. It did not get provoked. When there was a huge case of provocation on that night when the vandalism happened, the police was restrained. It did not overact. It did not engage in excess. It was held to restraint. It took brickbats. Yes, that vandalism happened. That has to be investigated. But in the case of this particular, the crime, the police has cracked the case.
Okay.
The Kolkata police has cracked the case.
I have just enough time for
Shazia.
Shazia, let me complete. Then I'll be playing that interview which I did with Justice Madan Lokur. Yes, please go ahead, Shazia Elvi now.
So
these are not my words. This is a surprise shown by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud ji and the other two judges that the order of legal procedures, in fact, the judges found it extremely concerning that the disease post-mortem was conducted on August 9 between 6:10 p.m. and 7:10 p.m., which is good 12 hours afterwards. Not just that, I do agree with Ms. Ghosh that Kolkata police did an exemplary job in tampering with evidence, in ransacking the crime site, in allowing the goons to come over and get into the server room to destroy footage. Yes, they did very well in covering up for the culprits who were there. Nobody believes that it was a job of just one man, and also the presence of that man and the unfettered access he had to inside the hospital, to every department, and the way he went about doing what he did is a matter of great shame.
that you know, this politics ends once and for all, and all of you very, very accomplished women actually get on to business of looking for solutions. Thank you so much for joining us. Sagarika Ghosh, Member of Parliament of the TMC. We have Shazia Ilmi, spokesperson of the BJP, and advocate Susi Ben Shah. Kolkata to Thane, courts are intervening and taking state governments to task. We have Justice Madan Lokur joining us now to put in context increasing cases of judicial intervention in matters which are essentially responsibilities of state governments, be it safety of doctors on duty or women's safety or safety of children in schools. Justice Lokur, thank you so much for your time here on NDTV. Sir, according to you, what are the lapses that you have noticed in the investigation so far with regards to Kolkata, and any serious lapse, particularly on the part of the Kolkata police, that will vitiate the investigation?
You know, I think one of the biggest lapses, in my view, is the cremation of the girl, of the doctor. You know, she is the evidence. I mean, all the evidence is on her. All right. So, what was the hurry in carrying out the cremation? Maybe it could have been done a day later. Bodies are kept in a morgue. So I really don't see why there was this hurry. That is one. The second thing, which is of course technical, is that there was a delay in recording the FIR. All right. Now that may not have much of a significance so far as the investigation is concerned, but from the investigation point of view, getting the doctor cremated, I think was wrong. Doing it in such a hurry.
And in this case, Justice Lokur, the Supreme Court has constituted a national task force to work out the modalities of safety measures which could be put in place for medical professionals. The NTF, of course, is to make some recommendations. But sir, how far can it be helpful? Because health is a state subject. Law and order is a state subject.
Yeah, you see, it can give guidance. All right. Now, for example, there was a time when you had this Model Prisons Act or Model Prisons Manual. All right. Prisons is a state subject. But once you have that document, it can give guidance to the states. So similarly, if the National Task Force comes out with some kind of recommendations, it will definitely help the states. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is that, there was a time, maybe I think in 2019 or 2020, when a draft legislation was prepared. All right. For some reason, it was shelved. Now, there is a demand, apparently, that this act should be enacted or this bill should be passed into a law. Now, one of the things that is being said is that, oh, you see, this is a state subject. How can Parliament legislate on it? But the Constitution provides for a situation like this. If you remember, a long time back in the 1970s, when the Wildlife Protection Act was passed, all right, the states passed a resolution saying that we would like Parliament to enact a law. And on that basis, Parliament enacted the Wildlife Protection Act. So similarly, in a situation like this, I don't think any state is going to say that, listen, we don't want Parliament to enact a law. Right? They will agree. Now, since there is already a draft legislation, that can be circulated to the states, inviting their suggestions, comments, and so on and so forth. So, if there is a will to do it, it can be done, and I think it should be done.
Okay, so and increasingly we are seeing suo motu cognizance being taken by courts in what are essentially core governance issues, like safety of women. These are law and order issues. Policing is a law and order issue. How are you seeing this transition? Is this some kind of signal or sign of failing governance?
In a sense, yes. Why are there public interest litigations? Okay, because there is a failure in governance, and that is being pointed out through the public. Now, if the court takes suo motu cognizance of something, that means there is something wrong, and which needs to be corrected. I remember dealing with a suo motu case about prison reforms. All right. A letter was sent by a former Chief Justice of India to the Supreme Court that was taken up as a public interest petition, suo motu in that sense, and action taken. So you are right. It has something to do with governance.
And so, today in the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice said and reminded the state governments that they should not politicize the matter. Why is the judiciary needing to remind the state governments that they should not be politicizing issues which are so core? I mean, safety of women is the priority, it is the responsibility, it is the duty of a state.
Why should a crime like this be a political issue at all? Okay, and I heard a part of the proceedings, political statements were being made or political accusations were being made. I think it's time that, we have to get over this business of politicizing everything, even a crime like rape and murder. I think it has to stop.
I'm speaking to you on a day that Supreme Court has reminded the state government of Kolkata, in Bengal, of their failures. And then you have another state of Maharashtra, the government of Maharashtra being reminded how they have failed the children in the state.
Going back to the Nirbhaya case, right? That wasn't politicized. Okay, it had a political fallout later on, but that was not, politicized. People just came on the streets. So why should we inject politics into a crime of this nature? Yeah, I think the state governments have to wake up and say that, listen, we have to do something about it.
All right, Justice Madan Lukur, pleasure speaking to you, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize.
Good evening and welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom, coming to you live from the Maidan Square right in the heart of Kyiv in Ukraine. The Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, will be over here after a couple of hours. I believe he's already started his journey from Poland to Kyiv. It's an important visit of the Prime Minister. The reason I'm standing where I am now and bringing you these reports is because every single flag behind me marks the loss of a Ukrainian soldier in combat. And I'm going to pan my camera to give you an idea of the extent of the loss. Everywhere that you can see in Maidan Square, you can see the Ukrainian flags, and there are so many marking the loss of lives. Tens of thousands of people have been lost in this conflict. These are the losses just of soldiers alone. In many cases, soldiers who trained to fight just with very elementary training, because as far as they were concerned, one way or the other, what they needed to do was pick up a weapon and fight for their country. The territorial sanctity of Ukraine was absolutely immense. But there's been a lot of loss of life on the Russian side as well. On both sides, tens of thousands of lives, as I mentioned, and these are grossly understated numbers because the exact numbers have never been publicly disclosed, never been thought to be accurate at all. Where does India come into the picture? India comes into the picture because the visit of the Prime Minister over here is the visit of a leader who's got political capital both in Moscow, where he was a couple of weeks back, and also over here. He is coming to Ukraine, to Kyiv, at the invitation of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He was in Moscow on the invitation of Vladimir Putin. Therefore, will there be any out-of-the-box solution? Will there be something significant that India can offer to try and bring an end to this conflict, which has devastated both countries, the entire region, and the economy far and wide across Europe? I'll be joined by a very special panel of guests in a little while from now. But earlier today, the Prime Minister was in Warsaw. India and Poland have really stepped up that relationship. The first visit of a Prime Minister of India to Poland in 45 years. The Prime Minister spoke about the need to end the war, that this cannot be an era of war. Important remarks. Let's listen in.
भारत हमेशा फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर के रूप में सामने आता है। साथियों, भारत बुद्ध की विरासत वाली धरती है। और जब बुद्ध की बात आती है तो जो युद्ध नहीं, शांति पर विश्वास करती है। और इसलिए भारत इस रीजन में भी स्थायी शांति का एक बड़ा पैरोकार है। भारत का मत एकदम साफ है। ये युद्ध का युग नहीं है।
All right, the Prime Minister speaking in Warsaw earlier in the day, but let's talk about this part of his visit, the visit to Ukraine. Joining us now, Maria Tomak. She's part of the mission of the President of Ukraine in Crimea, a Ukrainian human rights activist, also a journalist. Irina Sukerman, national security attorney and analyst. Akhilendra Bahadur Mala, the head of production at the Kusum Group of companies. This is a remarkable pharmaceutical company which accounts for approximately 40% of the sales of all Indian medicines, pharma products over here in Ukraine. They've been continuing to function throughout the course of the war. And Ambassador S.T. Devre, the former Indian ambassador to Ukraine, thank you all very much for being with us. Maria Tomak, let me come to you first. Are you hopeful that the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Kyiv might actually achieve something towards bringing an end to the war between Ukraine and Russia?
Good evening, and thank you for having me. And obviously, I won't be the first, probably, who would emphasize how important this visit is, and in terms of, in general, Ukrainian-Indian relationships. But speaking of the war, the ongoing Russian aggression against Ukraine, I would like to remind about the peace formula suggested by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. And of course, we would really appreciate the support of the peace formula by Prime Minister Modi, because from our standpoint, this is the only way to end the war, actually, is to restore Ukrainian territorial integrity, including the Crimean Peninsula, which is the main area of my expertise and of my work today. So it's really important to say that this is the way to end the war. It's not the compromises of the territorial integrity, but the restoring of Ukrainian territorial integrity, including Crimean Peninsula, where our citizens live, indigenous peoples of Ukraine, Crimean Tatar people, and they cannot live peacefully under the Russian occupation. So that's a very important thing. But we understand also that one visit cannot solve all the issues. And I would like to mention about the issue of political prisoners and civilian hostages that are held by Russia. And it would be great, and it would be a great contribution if maybe India could play a role in helping Ukraine to release these people. This is under the fourth, again, point of the President Zelensky peace formula. And even this small intervention at the level of on the great level of saving people's lives would be a great contribution India to actually restoring the peace, which is a part of the peace formula as well. Thank you.
In fact, that's an interesting proposal, and I wanted to go across to Irina Sukuman. Irina, do you believe that that is something which is realistically achievable? Just in the last couple of weeks, we've seen hundreds, perhaps several hundred prisoners of war from Russia in Ukrainian hands at this stage. And the other, the other opposite side of this also remains true in terms of Ukrainian POWs in Russian hands. Do you believe that a swap of prisoners can be facilitated by India?
Thank you so much. Yes, I think this is exactly the sort of limited pragmatic step where India could play a role. It is humanitarian in nature. It is not it could be considered not a political step. And most importantly, India has the sort of leverage with Russia that could make it an effective interlocutor. It has a long historic relationship. It has logistical, business, and economic ties, as well as defense ties. But what's most important, the tables are starting to turn, where in the past India was quite dependent on Russia for its economy, on political level, on defense level. Now India is becoming more of an independent and global actor. It's developing its own defense industry, and it's starting. The tables are starting to turn in the sense that Russia is becoming increasingly dependent on India in terms of having an outlet for overcoming sanctions, for having a market outside the West. And this is where I think Prime Minister Modi can play a role and use that leverage.
Just hold that thought, Irina, for half a moment. I just wanted to, go across to Ambassador Devre, who's been India's envoy to Kyiv. Ambassador, again, in terms of a pragmatic solution, the fact that the Ukraine has gone into the Kursk region, the first time that we've seen, Russian territory, there's an intrusion into Russian territory, the Ukrainians controlling sizable territory over there. On the other hand, you see a lot of Russian gains in the eastern part of this country. Do you believe that there could be some sort of solution if there is a territory swap, which is perhaps the first big step towards ending this war?
Well, I believe that the Ukrainians going into Russia near the Kursk region and occupying nearly 1,200 square kilometers of land can be a very useful bargaining chip when the negotiations towards ceasefire start. Perhaps that may be the purpose in the offensive which President Zelensky took. I think day before yesterday's bombing with drones also another factor which will be a kind of a psychological pressure on the Russians. So with the Ukrainians losing something like 18% of their territory in Donbass, and now Russians also losing, I think a stage is gradually being created for some kind of negotiations. I think the US election and the uncertainty about their response to this whole war could also be another factor in this. And therefore, I think this is the right time for Prime Minister. It's a very bold initiative on part of India. I think we have been consistent because Prime Minister has always emphasized sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Also, we have repeatedly said that dialogue and diplomacy should be the avenues for finding a solution to this problem.
Sure.
So we have to be consistent, I think. If we do
And let's
this,
hope that does indeed. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
We have. I just wanted to go across to Akhilendra Bahadur Mal, who's actually in the Sumy region of this country. That's to the north. In fact, it's a little to the north of Sumy that the incursions into the Kursk region have taken place. Akhilendra, your company continues to manufacture and sell pharma products throughout the war. How difficult has it been operating and living in Sumy? That's one of the areas which has constantly been under attack.
Good evening. Namaste. First of all, I would like to introduce about myself. Myself, Akhilendra Bahadur Mal. I'm working here from last 16 years. And I'm here also stay during the war starting time. That time I was lived here together with my family and 2.5 years, my small child. And I seen here that very worst situation when our city was occupied by the Russian army. And that times I want to share some moment. Really, that was a very nice moment. When our city was occupied by the Russians, that time everyone was panic, and here was the shortage of the products, medicine, and everything. In that times, all the people start to communicate with each other and helping to each other. Also, our company provided too much help regarding medicines and something else. Also, in Sumy city, we are having around 750 students, and we are helping to them also. And also, we are helping to education and everything. And when I will come back here, then after that, yes, situation is little bit changed, but we are facing too much challenges. I would like to tell you about the first challenge we are facing about the air alarm. Here we are facing continuous air alarm, but in our factory we have the settlers, bombing settlers, and when air alarms is coming, that times all the employee going in the bombing settler, and when that alarms is off, then we are working here. And also second things we are facing regarding the psychological and moral effect on the our employee, because all the employees, someone have them husband, son, and relatives in the army, so they are psychologically too much disturbed. In that case, we are just sharing this all the emotion together. Yep. We are like to go outside, meet together, and just make comfortable to each other. In fact, I want to tell about myself. Why I'm here, because
and I think that's important. Just in terms of the quality of living in Ukraine now and the challenges that you face. I take those points, but since I'm running short on time, I wanted to go across to Maria. Maria, since you do, in a sense, fight for the freedom of Crimea, occupied Crimea. It used to be a part of Ukraine till about 2014 or so. Could you tell us a little bit about the changing situation in the Black Sea? Because the Russian Navy has now entirely been pushed back into port as a result of maritime drones being used by Ukraine. So the situation geostrategically in the Black Sea region, which includes Crimea, has changed dramatically to the favor or in favor of Ukraine.
Thank you. That's a very important question. Just one note, I would like just appreciate a lot the position of those Indian citizens, Indian people who stay in Ukraine in this challenging time. Thank you so much for that. As for your question, indeed, the situation in the Black Sea is changing. First of all, I would like to remind that Crimea was occupied back in 2014. That's the starting point of the Russian aggression, actually, and it's important to remind about that. And since that time, Russia militarized the Crimean Peninsula. It turned the peninsula into its military base, and it attacked Ukraine in 2022, also from Crimea and from the occupied eastern regions from Ukraine. But now we can see the situation dramatically changes because Ukrainian armed forces managed to be really efficient by applying the warfare in the territory of Crimea and in the territorial waters around Crimea. And of course, it's very important for Ukraine because Russia had to withdraw its Black Sea fleet from the Crimean peninsula, but it is also important for the worldwide, like countries worldwide, because it allowed Ukraine to renew its export of the grains to many countries, including, by the way, Southeast Asia, to African countries, also to Middle East, etc., etc. So it's really important not only for Ukraine. That's why we say that Crimea is important, it's not just a piece of land. It's also about the security for Ukraine, which cannot be restored if Crimea is occupied, and anyone looking at the map can realize it. But also it's about the global security, including food security, including energy security, and in general, the security. So it's important that we have this success. And what is also very important, and it might be interesting for Indian audience, who is the democracy, and it's very important that it makes the success of Ukrainian army in the Black Sea makes people in Crimea, our citizens, to protest against the occupation. And we've been witnessing at least 1,000 of cases when people were protesting against the occupation after 10 years of the Russian rule in Crimea.
Sure. Irina, let me come across to you next. The entire process of peace can be based on many formulas and many variations of that. Ukraine has had a peace formula for a long time now. Obviously, nothing has been acted upon. But do you believe that Ukraine also needs to soften its position? That you're not going to end up getting everything that you seek, and that ultimately the loss of life can only be reduced or can only end if both Russia and Ukraine are willing to achieve some sort of, or agree upon some sort of consensus?
I very much believe in President Reagan's vision of peace through strength. And I think Ukraine is very much moving in that direction. It is showing that it is capable of not only defending its own interests, but providing a strong pushback and addressing the weaknesses of Russia's military shortcomings. I think it's not going to be something that's resolved overnight or quickly for many reasons, political, military, and so forth. But I do think that Ukraine has shown very good faith in attempting to bring the conflict to a close. And I don't think, and Ukraine was not the country that started this war. In terms of possible diplomatic solutions, I think that this situation, as terrible as it is in terms of loss of human life and the impact on the global community, is also currently opening up an opportunity for India and Ukraine cooperation. And I think the more there is this cooperation of that sort, the more it's likely that there is going to be a broader pressure to put a conflict to an end. Due to these relationships building up, Ukraine and India, besides this, the conflict itself, have areas of long-term cooperation that I think are only starting out. And we are talking about economy, both in terms of grain and in terms of energy and natural resources. We're also talking about issues of sovereignty. India, like Ukraine, has faced issues of separatism and foreign meddling by malicious actors. And I think this is where we can see an independent long-term cooperation. And I think this is the sort of relationship building that will help put the pressure to bring the conflict to a close.
Absolutely. And right, and I'm interrupting because just the last quick question, but we've got a space special interview coming up to Ambassador Devare. Ambassador, a little word on Indian foreign policy over here. We don't use the word non-aligned anymore. We use the word independent. But the fact that Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister, was in Moscow a few weeks back, he's here now at the invitation of President Zelensky. He will be arriving in Kyiv in a few hours. What does that actually say about how India is today recognized and respected as a foreign power?
Well, we don't use the word non-alignment, but I think it is very much a continuation of our non-alignment policy. We have excellent relations with Russia, and we have good relations with Ukraine also. And this visit will further strengthen the relationship between India and Ukraine. We call it by different nomenclature. We call it strategic autonomy, I think, perhaps also. And therefore, what Prime Minister Modi is doing today is really an excellent example of following that strategic autonomy or the non-alignment. And he said very explicitly to President Putin that this is not an era of war or solutions cannot be found on the battlefront. I think it was a very bold statement in Moscow. And I'm sure, as he said before he left for Poland and Ukraine, that he is going to share perspectives of peaceful resolution with President Zelensky. I don't know what kind of ideas he has. Ukraine
And let us see
has
what
had.
finally emerges tomorrow if there is a joint statement. But
Yes.
Ambassador, I'm interrupting you now because we've got a very special interview coming up with Rajiv Gupta. He is, in fact, the head of the company I was referring to earlier on, Kusum Pharma. He came to this country with very little money in his pocket, the son of a teacher. But what he's been able to do in terms of the pharma industry over here is a real example of Indian entrepreneurship. But before we go across to that, for one last time this evening, let me just pan the camera a little bit and again tell you why we are here. This is the Maidan Square, very much in the heart of Kyiv, and every single flag of Ukraine that you see behind me marks the loss of one Ukrainian soldier. And there are tens of thousands of these behind me. The numbers are countless. The loss of life is staggering. I was reporting from this area 2 years ago, and there were just a couple of flags at that stage. But today, coming back over here, reporting from the same area, and to bring you these images is just a reminder of how a war which has now gone on for 900 plus days has had a horrific, horrific impact. It's one of the most incredible examples of Indian entrepreneurship anywhere perhaps in the world. More than 3 decades back, a young Indian, Rajiv Gupta, came to Ukraine with what about a couple of $100 in his pocket. He now runs one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in this country. 40% of all Indian pharmaceuticals sold in Ukraine come from Kusum Enterprises, from Kusum Pharma, and he joins us over here. $200 is all that you came with, right?
Yeah, that was a big money for that time.
It's still big money now, but that said, you now employ 1,000 odd people in this country, and you continue to operate despite the war. How difficult has it been?
It was a bit difficult initially, but if you see the courage of local people, you feel like, no, you can continue. Why not?
And you employ how many people over here?
1,100.
And what are the drugs that you sell over here, that you manufacture over here?
So
you sell?
Yeah, we are having 2 plants in India and 1 plant situated in city Sumy, which is 23 kilometers from the Russian border, currently at epicenter. We produce tablets, a different kind of tablets, syrups, capsules, granules, ointments, cream, wide range of products.
Yeah. How difficult has it been throughout this entire war period?
First few weeks was very, very tough because nobody understands what is going on.
Yeah.
Later, you start understanding the game, how it will going to work. So, Sumy was under occupation. We closed down our operations for 2 weeks, mostly busy with the evacuation of students stuck in city Sumy. And maybe by 6th or 7th of March, we start our operations once again, even during the occupation.
Yeah. And throughout this period, you would have lost your friends. You would have seen people lose family members. It's now 900 days into the war and it doesn't seem to end. It must be saddening you a great deal because in as much as you are a proud Indian, you are also a proud Ukrainian.
Yeah, this is so unfortunate that because of ego of 1 or 2 person, so many people are dying.
Yeah.
This money can see the issue is other than casualties, the economy.
Yeah.
This money can be used for healthcare. This money can be used for education, infrastructure. by this money you can improve the quality of life of common man.
Yeah.
This is more important, I think, than any war.
You were telling me something quite pertinent, the impact of sanctions on business. For the layperson, how has that impacted, for example, you?
I think for the layman, it's not so much impact, but if frankly speaking, we are having few companies, and one of my company before the war, one of my partner was from Ukraine, but with Russian passport. So our account got freeze, but after too many interrogations, my account was defreezed. It caused little bit of harassment, kind of mental. Still, court is doing the proceedings. Hope for the justice. I believe in anti-corruption court of Ukraine, and hope that verdict will be in our favor. Otherwise, this will be a very, very bad message to all investors, not only from India, but from the worldwide.
Yeah.
Investment, see, sanctions, if you implement in a wrong way, it gives a wrong message. It's a very dangerous tool.
We've seen the Indian community over here, by which I mean students, of course, leave en masse a couple of years back. You helped out in that process. There's a small Indian community in Kyiv as well, right? Did they all stay behind or have they all gone back?
I think maybe up to 10 families left behind it.
And how many families were there earlier?
More than 500 people.
Yeah.
But currently, I think maybe up to 20 people are living in Ukraine. It's a bit, you have to get used to sirens, air attacks, alerts,
What does that feel like? Because I'm coming over here after 2 years, and the first thing I heard as we drove into, as our train came into Kyiv, was an air raid siren. The train stopped for a few moments, then carried on going. And then I heard it again today. And I remember what it was like 2 years back. That's not changed. It's become worse in a sense.
You're getting used to this. Like Vishnu, if you start from the yesterday evening till now, 69 drone attacks was taking place. Kyiv is a bit safer city. I think one of the most safest city as far as warfare is concerned. So many anti-missile systems are in place. Still chances of success is fall down of this missiles or drones is 90%. Still 10% there is a chance. So 20 drones tried to come and attack the Kyiv yesterday night, but I think most of them got down behind the border of city Kyiv.
Where do you see this battle going? India, for example, has been calling for a negotiated settlement. Do you believe that is the only way? Because ultimately the fighting is not achieving very much, neither for Ukraine nor for Russia.
It's difficult to answer this question, but some compromise is always required to end the war. War cannot continue with this,
Yeah. We have our Prime Minister coming into Ukraine as well. Do you believe some out-of-the-box solutions are welcome, are important? Are you hopeful of something like that happening?
Let's hope for the best. I cannot say anything, about this. This is really difficult time,
Yeah.
So let's hope that something will come out of this visit.
Right. It's been wonderful speaking to you. Thank you so much indeed. There you have it, Rajiv Gupta, an entrepreneur over here for so many decades, doing incredible work in the pharma industry. These medicines go to save lives at a time when routes into and out of Ukraine are so very difficult, even within the country, to ensure that basic medicines reach the right people. It's saving lives in a very direct way. Thanks very much.
Thank you
for speaking to us. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Thank you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Hello everyone, I'm Maria Shakil and you're watching Left, Right and Centre. There is a new star on the Tamil Nadu political horizon. Mega star Vijay on Thursday officially unveiled the flag and symbol of his party Tamilaga Vetri Kadagam in Chennai. The mass hero in Tamil cinema aims to contest the state elections scheduled for 2026. The superstar joins the long list of Tamil cine stars who have taken the political plunge. Right from the legendary MGR to Jayalalitha to Vijay Kant and Kamal Hassan, among others. Vijay has boldly chosen to transition into politics at the peak of his film career. Remember, his latest film, Leo, actually grossed over 500 crores, showcasing his immense popularity. However, he has declared he would quit acting after completing his current commitments, emphasizing that politics should not be treated as a hobby, but as a sacred commitment. Vijay's entry has the potential to disrupt the Tamil Nadu political landscape. His large fan base, previously aligned with various political parties, may shift loyalties, impacting major political players. However, the prospect of Vijay winning and forming a government in 2026 remains remote. Will he prove to be a hit in the role of a politician as well? And what impact will his entry have on the state politics? We'll be discussing this over the next 25 minutes. Joining me on the show, Jagdishwaran. He is the TVK spokesperson. We have Harish Mohammed Ibrahim, political analyst. Kasturi Shankar, actress and activist. We'll be also joined by Ramu Manni Vanan, who's a political analyst. Kasturi Shankar, beginning with you, was this waiting to happen? We hadn't really heard much of it.
You mean the launch of the party flag?
Yes.
Of course. This has been eagerly anticipated by all Vijay fans as well as his party followers.
I hear some sounds.
Hello?
Yes, please. Go ahead, ma'am.
He does have a sizable, extremely surprisingly huge following. They have inducted crores of party cadre through their online app. So yes, this has been something that has been very eagerly anticipated. The next most eagerly anticipated event will be his conference, the first party conference that is scheduled to be in September. So every time Vijay takes center stage, even when he was facilitating the academic achievers in the state, this was 2 months ago, nearly 2 months ago, that was a huge headlining event. So,
but can he be a disruptor?
I think he is already a disruptor, judging from the very vehement reactions that particularly the ruling party DMK is having. We are seeing this in social media as well as through the comments of DMK functionaries, leaders, etc. They're all extremely hostile towards whatever Vijay does. We are also hearing reports that a location, the venue for his conference is being denied to him.
Okay.
He is having trouble finding anything. Even today, he has been slapped with some cases. He has been slapped
Okay,
with...
so there is petty politics at play here. Harish
with
Ibrahim,
car,
why
with
is the
red
DMK
lights.
getting jittery about his entry?
And a grand old party which has 100 years of experience in dealing with the Tamil soil, which fought for the Tamils' pride and which stands for the ideology, should have any jittery about
Then
actor
they
who is
should
coming into a political
welcome a
fray for
new
the first
entrant
time.
in a superstar, because
That is
Tamil
what-
Nadu
that
has
is
had
what-
several superstars as chief ministers, starting from MGR, who was chief minister of the state for 3 consecutive terms. Then you have Jayalalitha, who was the chief minister for 5 record times. You know, so it's a long list.
Maria, we welcome and constitution. Anyone is entitled to start a party, and we welcome him with open hearts and open arms. There is no denial about it. And number two, in Tamil Nadu, if there is one party which is against another party, it should be a Dravidian party. And now it is a battle is between DMK and ADMK, which has been sustaining for almost 60 years now. But when it comes to a third friend party, we have seen almost for the last 60 years in Tamil Nadu political spectrum, we have seen almost parties like Vijay Khan, parties like Vaiko, parties like we have n number of parties which came into the political spectrum, but none couldn't stand. Even the Seaman, who has been vocal about in Tamil Elam issue, he is not even able to gather a single councillor seat. So if Vijay is going to make any changes or any destruction to the political spectrum in Tamil Nadu, it is yet to be watched. We have to make sure what kind of ideology he is going to back up on.
But Tamil Nadu should be welcoming an entry, because, but the question is, Jagdishwaran, you are the TVK spokesperson, the party is very much functioning now. What are the challenges that you are, seeing, and for actor Vijay to make this transition at the peak of his career? He has just had a massive success, but his, ideology or belief is rather interesting. He says that this is not a hobby, that politics has to be taken seriously.
Yeah, of course, yes. In a statement on February 2nd, 2002, when the party was officially launched, and when you applied for registration in the Election Commission, he very clearly told, I have 2 more film commitments, and after that, I will be a full-time politician. I will not be a part-time politician, which means I'm ready to quit my career. As you said, he has been, for producers, he is giving so much money. But take for example, he will be a big star for next 20 years. So he is ready to quit that film career, and he is entering into politics just to serve people. He was actually serving people for the past 20 years. The Majai Makkal Yakam have been serving people. They have been providing food. They have been doing tuition centers. They have been conducting libraries. So distributing books, so many things. And he thinks, being a social worker, I can do only this much. Whereas it needs political space or a political chair to give to everybody in Tamil Nadu. That's the need for starting a new political party. Okay. Are there issues in Tamil Nadu? And there are issues in Tamil Nadu, and which needs to be addressed. Say, for example, DMK talks about Samoga Needi, but in real sense scenario, there are so many issues, caste-wise issues, caste discrimination is happening. There is diversity politics happening, both caste-wise. So these issues needs to be addressed, and he will be addressing those issues. And that's the main reason to start a political party, as you rightly
said. The question is that only recently, in fact, in 2018, Kamal Hassan had launched his own party, which was Makkal Needi Mayyam, which was seen as an alternative to the BJP, which was becoming very popular in Tamil Nadu, and some kind of counter to Dravidian forces. But he seemed to be not really much in conversation right now.
Yeah. The difference between Kamal Hassan and our leader is that Kamal Hassan never said he will be a full-time politician. See, you need to be a full-time politician if you want to make an impact in Tamil Nadu, number one. Number two, he doesn't have an infrastructure. Whereas thanks to Vijay Makkaliyakam, we have 9.5 lakhs functionaries. I'm not talking about members, 9.5 lakhs functionaries who are getting observed into Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam as various district functionaries in various wings, which gives us the edge over other parties. Say, I can confidently say, like DMK and ADMK, we have people in booth committees who will be ready to work when we face into electoral politics.
So
when we go into electoral
what will be new, according to you, Mr. Ramu, in terms of will it lead to some kind of ideological shift, or is there another political party which believes in Dravidian philosophy?
See, I think the first question is that what ideology does this party have?
Yes.
That's my first question, actually. It doesn't seem to advocate any kind of an ideological position. If I would like to know, I would be very happy to know that.
Perhaps
and the second
Jagdishwaran will respond to this. Please go ahead, sir. You can ask both your questions.
And then the first thing is about, like, they announce a party and saying that, like, without an ideology, then they kind of declare the flag without a kind of a explanation to the colors and the symbolism it represents. Then the leader or the party state makes a statement that in the coming conference, we'll make all these things clear. My question is that in politics, it takes many years to build a party and a movement. But then this is a very, very cinematic attitude. Like, you run a trailer, you attract the popular people, then you come up with a climax and an anti-climax. Very, very cinematic and dramatic. They are exploiting purely the sentiments and the kind of the weakness in Tamil Nadu's political culture. But if I may explain, but all those people who had come in and succeeded in politics from cinema, but they came from political background, not from cinema to politics, but from politics to cinema, and then from subsequently they built their career in politics. So there is something wrong, like, in the way that they are projecting the party that we have an infrastructure. Infrastructure is not about politics. And any rich establishment can have infrastructure, can have employees, can have workforce. But then politics is about, like, working at the ground. But I would like to know, in the last few years or few months, or like, say in the last decade or so, what has Vijay done in the cinema field? And what kind of a political and ideological role that he has taken? Whom has he stood for? All these are very important.
What does TVK stand for, Jagdishwaran?
Yeah, see,
you'll be facing
I would agree
more
to the
and more
fact
of these
that
questions.
Sure. See, I agree to the fact that we haven't released our policy note yet. That will be revealed in our conference, TVK's conference, that is about to happen next month. But we have shown the way that the path that we will be traveling. We have very clearly said that we will stand for the people rights of Tamil Nadu. We are told we are against divisive politics, be it caste divisive or religion divisive. We are against that. We are against corruption. So these kind of statements we have given in the first.
That doesn't really specify your ideology.
That's what I agree. That's what I'm saying. I mean, we haven't revealed our ideology, but we have shown the way. See, take for example 2 issues that we have taken. We are against CIA. We are against NEET. That would show where we stand for. Where we stand for the people of Tamil Nadu. People of Tamil Nadu are against NEET. People of Tamil Nadu are against CIA, and we stand for them. We stand for the people's rights. And that is the path that we are taking.
Come
and
again? You said that you are against CAA.
Yeah, CIA. We have given a statement already. We are against CIA. We are also against NEET. We are against NEET, which was revealed by our leader in last month educational conference. So that is the stand of the people of Tamil Nadu, and we stand by the people of Tamil Nadu. That is the path that we are traveling.
Politicians say that they stand with the people of Tamil Nadu. How will this party be different from an AIADMK or a DMK, and even a BJP, which has been trying to get I would say, foothold in the state's politics? Kasturi Shankar, you of course feel that here is someone who can be seen as a potential challenger to DMK and AIADMK. But will he be able to fill in some shoes? There is a huge political vacuum which the BJP has been trying to fill. But of course, they haven't really got much success.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're talking about in terms of a political vacuum. Maria, I have no idea why you feel there is a political vacuum in Tamil Nadu. I don't. I don't think anybody in the panel is also indicating such a sentiment anyway. As far as being a challenger,
what I meant
do
was in terms of the big faces that we have seen, the splash of Jayalalitha or you know, in the past the MGR, that kind of figure, Karunanidhi kind of a figure.
No, I think that's very patronizing of you to say, Maria. And it shows, forgive me, no offense meant, but I think it shows very little understanding of the political landscape of Tamil Nadu. But anyway, we have had superstar politicians in the past as well. I wanted to quickly address what Mr. Ramu said about stars having come in and succeeded with political backgrounds behind them. I want to know if Kamal Hassan will be called by somebody who supports DMK. Does he think Kamal Hassan is a success or a failure? Because he was a star that did not have political history behind him. And he did very well. He disrupted the landscape until he joined his natural ally, the DMK, because he was more ideologically suited towards them. He was never really, he claimed to oppose them, but he didn't. In Vijay's case, he very clearly opposes the DMK. His flag is the first flag in many, many years that doesn't have the black color in it, which is the sort of signature color of Pagattarivu and Samuganidhi, which is basically, you know, loosely translated, black stands for atheism and Brahminical hatred and things like that, that the Dravida Kadagam brought into Tamil Nadu. So that kind of caste-based and religion-based politics has been given a boot by Vijay in all his statements so far and in the flag today, very clearly. I feel from the reactions that the DMK cadre and the DMK leaders are having, that he is seen as a direct challenger to Udayanidhi in the hustings in 2026. Whether he will win, whether he will, create a cabinet in 2026, nobody thinks that is likely. But he is giving people butterflies, and that is an unquestionable fact. This more so to the DMK, which is in ruling, which has Udayanidhi that will be directly affected, who will be directly affected, more than ADMK or BJP or Seema, who all have vastly differing ideologies and establishment and cadre in the state.
Okay. Ramu Manivan?
Yeah.
Okay, so you heard Kasturi Shankar. Of course, she feels that this is an entry which is far bigger than what is being seen on the surface. Here is someone who has, even the color of the flag is a thought. I mean, there is the absence of black, she reads it in a different way than you, sir.
Yeah, see, you're talking about a person who has a considerable significance in cinema. And then but I must say, I must repeat what I had said earlier, that you're talking about a person who has not explained his ideology. You're talking about a flag which has not spelled his orientation. It is an interpretation of the speakers here, what it means and what it does not mean. It should be explained by the party and the party spokespersons. And that's the first point. And then the second thing is about, this is the big thing that has to happen. If I may recall, if I may ask this, by big thing, by which sense? About is it about huge political development in Tamil Nadu at the ground, the mass movement, or the farmers movement, or the industrial issues, or about the education issues? The statement that he made about NEET and then about education is also at the conference, not at any kind of at the public space. So you're talking about a person who's who has not really gone to the field and worked, and then you're saying this is the biggest thing to happen. This is a kind of a kind of a lack of political understanding of what politics is, and also what happens at the surface level. And then as far as about I'm not here to say how successful Kamal Hassan and what he should have been. But as far as the reasons why even Kamal Hassan failed,
not tasting success without political
And
background.
then,
And people like Sarat Kumar and Kamal Hassan were direct entrants into the political field. And
see,
because he
they
is a
became an
DMK
ally.
ally, I'm asking you directly, sir, is he a flop or a hit? He is with you. He is with the DMK alliance. Is he a flop or a hit?
See, we are not here to defend. We are not here to defend about what Kamal Hassan did, what Sarat Kumar did. But the reason they went and joined with somebody is also the fact.
Like him. You
Yeah, but
generalized politics without
No, what I am trying to.
without history as something that is bound to fail, right? So
No,
that's
what I am trying to advocate, that's the precise reason why what has been failed for other people without a substantial political work in the field with the people, and how different that Mr. Vijay's party is.
Okay. I have just enough time for Harish and the last word to Jagdishwaran. Please go ahead. Mr. Ibrahim.
Yeah, I want to clarify some of the thoughts which has been spewed by Madam Kasturi as a misinformation. First of all, the party flag of the black in the DMK party flag determines that there is a darkness in the political spectrum, there is a darkness in the economical spectrum, and to relieve that, the red color which has been formed. So there is a miscommunication or misinformation she is spewing, number one. And number two, whatever the party which comes into the Madam, please refrain from interruption. Madam, please refrain from interruption. No one interrupted you. No one interrupted you. Have some political decency. Have some decency. Have some decency. Have some decency, please.
Okay, please quickly make your point.
Madam, no one, even if you have spewed a misinformation, I waited to rebut it, so please have some decency.
Go ahead.
Please have some decency, Madam Kasturi. Madam Kasturi, have some decency in the political debate.
Okay.
You are spewing a misinformation. You doesn't know the basics of DMK flag, and you are spewing a misinformation.
I want to come to you because you are the spokesperson of this party, which has been formed by Actor Vijay. I want to understand from you. Will he be contesting, and is the party prepared to contest the elections in 2026? Is that the focus right now?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you please repeat it?
Is the focus now to prepare for battle for 2026, the assembly elections in the state?
See, of course, the electoral politics is always in the 2026. But what our leader has said is we need to work for the people. The people's politics comes first, and only then the electoral politics comes. We need to become the primary force. See, our flag symbolizes inclusivity. Our flag symbolizes we will be the primary force of this state. So that's what we are looking at. There are different. People can decode it in a different way. Our party president will reveal everything what we stand for. What does this flag symbolizes? What does each color symbolizes? There are different colors. There is pink, there is green, there is blue. Which is, in a political spectrum, we can say red symbolizes revolution. There is pink, there is blue for Dalit communities. We can do all those things. But our party president will reveal it. And one thing I can surely say is we'll work to become the primary force of this state.
All right. Jagdishwaran,
and we will attain that for sure.
Ibrahim, Ramu and Kasturi Shankar, thank you so much for joining us. After 17 deaths and over 41 injuries in one of the worst industrial disasters in Andhra Pradesh's Pharma SEZ, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has said in an exclusive chat with NDTV's Uma Sudhir that there is legacy to blame too, because systems have collapsed and become dysfunctional in the last 5 years of Jagan Reddy's government.
It has been described as the worst industrial disaster in a decade. 17 dead and 41 injured, most of them in their 20s and 30s, in a mishap at Asiancia Advanced Sciences, a pharma unit at Achutapuram Special Economic Zone in Anakapalli district of Andhra Pradesh.
By seeing them, unbearable suffering, very pathetic condition. Then I came here. I was in the factory. 5 years, 119 this type of incidents in Visakhapatnam. 120 members died. Previous government by constituting committee, they gave recommendations, no action has been taken. Now I have to streamline total administration and fix accountability.
Experts say an engineering defect is suspected to have led to leakage of chemical solvent that caused a powerful blast and fire. This is a door that got thrown out, flung out more than 100 meters away by the impact of the blast. As you can see, the building there, the blast took place there, and all over we see the impact of the blast here on the lawns outside. An expert committee will now fix responsibility for the accident.
Yeah, this is not, I seen this place and all, this is not a call accident, this is a human error. Monthly safety audit has to be done. Since last 3-4 years, no audit has been done.
Asia was established 5 years ago with 200 crore rupees investment and makes intermediaries and active pharmaceutical ingredients.
This is not the neglect of the safety. This is the more precautions is taken. Particularly, this case is the different study learning for all of us.
Achutapuram as well as in Srikakulam, these are two pharma SEZs that are very critical as growth engines, not just for Andhra Pradesh, but for the country as well, especially post-COVID when we are talking about active pharmaceutical ingredients being manufactured in the country itself. In Achutapuram, with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
The Uttar Pradesh government has put out a diktat to all government staff asking them to declare their property or lose salary. It has now set a deadline of August 31st for all government staff to declare their property, and this will impact nearly 18 lakh government servants of the state.
In Uttar Pradesh, government employees face a significant deadline. Nearly 18 lakh UP government employees risk losing their salaries if they don't comply with the Yogi government's diktat on declaration of assets. The order brought in August last year had its initial deadline on 31st December. Then the deadline was extended to June 30th and then July 31st. But with only 26% compliance, the deadline has now been pushed to August 31st, and non-compliance will also affect promotions.
हमने उत्तर प्रदेश की व्यवस्थाओं को पारदर्शी तरीके से सुचारू रूप से आगे बढ़ाने के नियत के साथ काम किया है। साफ नियत के साथ सही दिशा में विकास, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है और निश्चित तौर पे हमारी योगी सरकार पूरी ईमानदारी से अपने जो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, जो उसके कर्तव्य है, उस कर्तव्यों का पालन कर रही है। और जो भी ये दिशा निर्देश हैं या जो भी आदेश होता है, ये उसी क्रम में उन चीज़ों को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, पारदर्शी व्यवस्थाओं को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, समाज का सरकार के प्रति विश्वास और मजबूत बनाने के लिए हम काम करते हैं।
The opposition has hit back saying, why was this not brought earlier?
Yogi ji has realized that their officers are doing corruption across the state, and that's what we are seeing. So this order has to be came at 2017 and should be implemented strictly 7 years ago. At this juncture of time, when Uttar Pradesh government is basically on the back foot, Bharatiya Janata Party and Mukhyamantri Yogi Adityanath Singh basically wanted to divert these issues and don't want to come the main issues on the mainstream, and so they are giving these follow-up orders.
While the deadline has been extended many times, the latest directive comes as an ultimatum to those who fail to comply. NDTV Bureau Report.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascents.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat.
Resident doctors end protests after 2 weeks. Doctors call off the strike after the Supreme Court's appeal, but undeterred, the Kolkata doctors to continue their protests. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee writes to the Prime Minister on rising rape cases. Never seen a case like this. A Supreme Court judge comments on the Kolkata horror. This is the Supreme Court wraps Bengal and the Bengal government on delay in FIR and police lapses. The Supreme Court says the role of the top Kolkata police officer and the hospital administration is suspicious. The Bombay High Court's damning remarks. The Bombay High Court says the right to education is pointless if schools are unsafe. This is the court slams the police on the Thane school sexual abuse. The High Court says the police action happened only after protests and outcry. No solution in the battlefield. The Prime Minister reiterates his "not an era for war" remarks in Warsaw. This as the Prime Minister departs for his historic visit to war-torn Ukraine. The Prime Minister is set to meet President Zelensky in the war zone tomorrow. 17 people have died in Andhra's worst ever industrial disaster in the Andhra Pharma blast. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu visits the injured, expresses grief. He says we want investment but also safety. The Chief Minister tells NDTV the systems have been destroyed in the last 5 years. Hello and welcome to watching the 10 o'clock news. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, politics over the horrific rape and murder incident in Kolkata. But this, as doctors have now called off their strikes. Well, top doctors' bodies across the country have now decided to withdraw their protests. This after the Supreme Court appealed to doctors, including FODA, which is the central body for resident doctors. But remember, the Kolkata doctors will continue to protest. Undeterred, they've been on the streets for almost 2 weeks and they continue to protest on the streets of Kolkata. This as politics continues. Well, today in Kolkata, we saw the BJP leaders take to the streets. There were dramatic scenes unfolding with several of the top BJP leaders in the state also being detained. My colleague Tanushka reports.
As students of the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital watched the Supreme Court hearing, CISF forces were deployed at the hospital according to the court directives.
You can see we have already deployed. So you can guess from our deployment. Let us do our job. You will find our people have come. We have deployed ourselves. Are you setting up a control room too? It will all happen. It will all happen.
Meanwhile, CBI heat continued on former principal of RG Kaur Medical College as he was interrogated for the 7th consecutive day. The court too has granted permission for a polygraph test on Sandeep Ghosh and 4 doctors of the hospital. The CBI has seized Sandeep Ghosh's car, which the hospital had given him. His mobile phone too is with the CBI. Amid the investigation into the rape and murder case of the 31-year-old doctor, political crossfire continues between the BJP and the TMC. The BJP held a massive rally in Kolkata against the Trinamool Congress.
It has been proved in the Supreme Court today and few days ago, 2 days ago, when Supreme Court stated their observation. In those observations also, they have totally indicated, they have clearly indicated that this state government has manipulated the things.
Mamata Banerjee has written to the Prime Minister, urging him to formulate stringent laws and set up fast-track courts for rape cases. And for the first time since his post on the mob vandalism at the medical college, Abhishek Banerjee made a statement on the need for a lasting solution. Amid politics brewing over the rape and murder case at RG Medical College and Hospital, the Supreme Court has stood a strong ground for the doctors. While other doctors' associations have called off their strike, the student body at RG Medical College continues to protest. And what remains at the heart of the issue is the brutal loss of a life. And only one question resonates: when will justice be served? With camera person Ashwini Mehra, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
Absolutely unfortunate there, but why do courts have to intervene to make sure that probes and investigations are swift when it comes to cases of women's safety? Well, while the Supreme Court in the Kolkata case made strong observations, including questioning the Bengal government on delay in the FIR and also lapses on the part of the police, the Bombay High Court took suo motu cognizance of the Thane school sexual abuse in which 2 minors were sexually assaulted. It was a kindergarten school where this incident took place. The Bombay High Court said that if schools are also not safe for our children, then right to education is pointless. Take a look.
Tough words from Supreme Court as it asked pertinent questions on the lapses by the Kolkata police in the handling of the murder of a resident doctor at RG Kaur Hospital in Kolkata.
This is something which even the Criminal Procedure Code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure
Yeah.
which has been followed by your police, police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across.
Yes.
In 30 years of my...
I know. Right. I appreciate it. But Manoj, the facts must be before your lordship's mind. That's the important thing.
Doubts over the investigation and handling prompted the court to ask for an officer of the Kolkata police to be present to explain various facets of the case and investigation in the next hearing. The exchange between the Kolkata police and the CBI and the centre took a political turn, prompting the Chief Justice to intervene and urging both parties to stop politicizing the case.
What we would also expect,
yes,
please don't politicize
Exactly.
Exactly.
So Bindu has said bullets will be fired.
Across the political spectrum,
Yes.
parties have to realize, don't politicize.
That's
exactly.
exactly.
The law will take its course. The law will take its course, and we are ensuring that the law does take its course after a quick and efficient investigation.
The primary focus was, however, for doctors to resume work, and the Chief Justice of India assured them on the steps being taken for their safety and clarified that there would be no victimization for participating in the protests. With doctors calling off the strike, the Supreme Court will now hear the matter on the 5th of September next month, where it will take stock of the steps it has taken apart from the investigation being conducted by the CBI. This, hopefully, will reassure doctors that the top court is interested in finding an early resolution to this problem. In the Bombay High Court too, a similar scene played out. The court slammed the Maharashtra police for lapses in investigating the case of sexual abuse of 2 4-year-old girls at a school in Thane's Badlapur. Remember, both the Supreme Court as well as the Bombay High Court took suo motu cognizance of the 2 horrific cases of rape and molestation, one involving a resident doctor on duty and another 2 kindergarten students in a school in Badlapur. The Bombay High Court bench said these girls have complained, but several cases go unreported. It needs huge amount of courage to speak about all this. Definitely the police hasn't played its role the way it ought to be. Had the police been sensitized, this wouldn't have happened. The bench also slammed the Badlapur police for the delay in recording one of the victims' statements as well as the delay in registration of the case. Both cases beg the question, is judicial alacrity in picking up cases a sign of crumbling governance? With Radhika Ramaswamy, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
And we're moving now to some other news. Well, the women wrestlers who are set to testify in the sexual assault case involving ex-WFI Chief Brijbhushan Sharan Singh have demanded security. This after the police had withdrawn extra security given to these women wrestlers who are key witnesses in this sexual assault case. The court, of course, has now instructed the police to reinstate their security. My colleague Ishika Verma is now joining us live on the phone line. So, Ishika, tell us the significance of the development that will take place tomorrow, because this has been a rather murky case given the fact that there was all this back and forth as far as witnesses were concerned, and Brijbhushan Sharan Singh has already been framed in this particular case.
Well, yes, in fact, Vedant, as you rightly mentioned, that this case certainly has been very controversial. And if we talk about the developments, there's certainly this big development has now come in. The court, in fact, the Rouse Venue Court was hearing an application where 3 wrestlers who had approached the Rouse Venue Court, they had alleged that their security was withdrawn by the Delhi police. And one among these 3 wrestlers has to testify in the court tomorrow. Now, after hearing this case, now the Rouse Venue Court, in fact, has passed an interim order, and the court has said that as an interim measure to ensure the safety of victim number 4, the DCP concerned is directed to make immediate and appropriate arrangements for her security until her deposition is complete and until further orders from this court. So certainly this is a big development because, let me also tell you that Vinesh Fogart also in fact had tweeted regarding this this evening itself. So this is certainly a big relief for those 3 wrestlers and especially for the one who's going to testify in the court tomorrow. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So one of those 3 women wrestlers will be testifying tomorrow in this crucial case. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's
Welcome back here with the 10 o'clock news. Well, looking at news now from Karnataka. Well, the BJP versus Congress flashpoint only intensifying over the alleged land scam. Well, the BJP staged protests across the state over the alleged Muda scam in which the Chief Minister is now in the dock. The Congress says it's just hypocrisy. Well, remember, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has also been given the nod to be prosecuted. In fact, the governor gave the nod for prosecution as far as Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is concerned. Take a look at what the Deputy Chief Minister had to say and this report by Pratibha.
All the parliament members, legislators, MLCs, all of us met today. The entire legislative party decided we wholeheartedly stand by the leadership of Mr. Siddaramaiah. At any point of time, he is our leader, he will be our leader. So we condemn the decision taken by the governor. We have already appealed to the court of law. We have confidence that we will get justice. Injustice will not be flown from the seat of justice. We know that the court will respect our sentiments. Mr. Siddaramaiah has not done any mistake in it. It is only a political which is being going on.
We want the resignation of the Honorable Chief Minister, Mrs. Siddaramaiah. He's been caught red-handed with regard to the corruption. We are demanding the resignation. Our fight will go on until he resigns.
Last time when Yadurappa ji was given the governor's sanction for prosecution, BJP stages anti-governor protest in Karnataka. They called for a Karnataka Bandh when they were in power. Have we said anything like that?
The day ended with a legislature party meeting of the Congress, seen as a show of strength and solidarity with the Chief Minister, a message that Siddaramaiah would like to convey to the High Command before meeting them in Delhi tomorrow. With camera persons Kumar and Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
And news now from Andhra Pradesh, well, in what has been the worst industry disaster in almost a decade. 13 people have died and over 30 have been injured. In fact, the death toll has now risen to 17 in this factory reactor blast in Andhra Pradesh. These are visuals of Chief Minister meeting the families of the victims and also the injured there at the local hospital. In fact, my colleague Uma Sudhir spoke to Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. He says we want industry, but we also want safety norms to be ensured. Take a look.
It has been described as one of the worst industrial disasters. I have with me Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, Chief Minister. Sir, you have just visited all the hospitals, met with the families of the victims as well. Many of them seem to be in the age group who are the source of livelihood for their families.
A very sad incident. By hearing this, we are shocked, very unfortunate. Today morning, straight away I went to console the victims. First, those who are all in hospitals. I went there. Then again I went to another hospital where dead bodies are there, post-mortem. By seeing them, unbearable suffering, very pathetic condition. Then I came here. I have seen the factory. There are so many issues we have to analyze. First of all, I want to console and also I want to give some relief to the families. I cannot get back lives, but I have to rescue their families. That we are doing. That's why we declared first time 1 crore compensation for the deceased, 50 lakhs seriously injured, and 25 lakhs light injured people we have given money. Now second issue, immediately I constitute a committee to go through complete details. All omissions, commissions, lapses, everything I want to analyze. We are having a problem of legacy problems also for the last 5 years. 5 years, 119 this type of incidents in Visakhapatnam. 120 members died. Previous government, by constituting a committee, they gave recommendations, no action has been taken. Now I have to streamline total administration and fix accountability, and at the same time I have to sensitize all industrialists, especially red category industries. I have to take more precautions.
SEZ, of course, sir, is a growth in the engine and economic driver, not just for Andhra Pradesh, but for the country itself. Is safety